The Husband Hunters by Barbara Cartland and read by Sophie Roberts for Saga Egmont. Chapter 1 1816 I have solved the problem. The door of the breakfast room had burst open as the gay, lilting voice continued. I lay awake all night thinking about it, and now I know exactly what we must do. Her entrance caused the two young women sitting at the table to turn their faces towards her, and there was instant eagerness in two pairs of eyes as they replied, What have you decided? Tell us, Andrina, quickly. Andrina walked into the room to sit down at the head of the table. It would have been difficult, looking at the three sisters, to imagine that there could be anywhere in the world three girls who were so exquisitely beautiful, but each so different. Andrina was the oldest and least spectacular. Her second sister, Cheryl, was at 18.5, so lovely that most people on seeing her were struck speechless by her appearance. She had golden hair, the colour of ripening corn, blue eyes, the translucent blue of a thrush's egg, and a pink and white complexion that reminded people irresistibly of strawberries and cream. What was more, she had a slim, elegant figure and moved gracefully. Sharon, her younger sister, took after her father and was dark-haired, with a magnolia-like skin and eyes that were sometimes blue and sometimes purple in their depths. Colonel Maldon had always said that Sharon was a throwback to a Spanish ancestor who had occurred somewhere in the Maldon family tree, but whatever ancestor she resembled, Sharon was lovely, and also the wittiest and the liveliest of the three sisters. She found everything amusing and was insatiably curious about life and people. She longed for the social whirl, which she read about in the ladies' magazines, and occasionally in the more sedate Morning Post, which her father had taken every day. Andrina would have been outstanding in any company that did not include her sisters, but if she appeared to compromise between them, it was because her hair was neither fair nor dark. Mousy, she herself called it disparagingly, but her mother had always said firmly that it was the colour of a shadow that people found comforting and protective after the glare of the sunshine. As if to compliment her hair, Andrina's eyes were grey, although in some lights they appeared to be green, and she thought despondently that nature might have been kind enough to give her red hair to go with them. Her face, however, had a sweeter expression than her two sisters had in theirs. Because she was the oldest, she had forced herself to be the practical one, and after her mother's death 5 years ago, she had, even though she had been little over 15 at the time, taken complete control of the household. Her father had been ill during the last 2 years of his life, and Cheryl and Sharon being so young, it was left to Andrina to be hostess, housekeeper, nurse, teacher, and maid of all work. The girls had a governess who came in from the village, but it was Andrina who had remembered and passed on all her mother had taught her, and it was she who had instilled into Cheryl and Sharon the exquisite good manners that Mrs. Maldon had thought essential, the rules of etiquette that every young lady should follow, and all the other qualities that Andrina thought her mother would expect to find in each of her daughters. They had been quite easy to manage, not only because they loved Andrina, but also because Cheryl was far too good-natured not to agree to anything that was suggested to her, while Sharon was exceedingly ambitious. It was Sharon who had put the idea into Andrina's head that she had puzzled over during the night, and which now seemed to burst from her lips as she said, I have decided that I must go to London immediately. To London? Sharon exclaimed. But what for? And why you? I will tell you, Andrina answered, helping herself to coffee from a pot that stood in front of her on the table before she continued. I lay awake thinking of what you said to me last night, Sharon. What I said, Sharon interposed, was that if the two Miss Gunnings could take London by storm, we could do the same, and what is more, there are 3 of us. You also said, Cheryl remarked, that you thought I was lovelier than Elizabeth Gunning, and that Andrina looked rather like Maria. Yes, that is what I said, Sharon agreed, and that is exactly what I have been thinking about, Andrina interrupted. "It is perfectly true. You are both lovely, far lovelier than I am, but I would have to come with you to look after you." She paused for a moment and then added, "Let's face facts. We are not going to be able to live here in any comfort, much less in any luxury, on what Papa has left." "What is it exactly?" Sharon asked. Andrina drew in her breath. "Under £200 a year," she said. "We own the house, but it is badly in need of repair, and I don't see, if we are to feed and clothe ourselves, that we can afford more than one horse on that income." There was silence as both her sisters looked at her apprehensively before Andrina went on. "That is why, when I was feeling desperate, a solution came to me." "What is it?" Sharon asked. "Tell us quickly." "I am going to London to see the Duke." "The Duke?" her sister echoed. "What Duke? I had no idea we knew one." "We have never met him," Andrina replied, "but Papa said he was a very distant relative, and he is my godfather." "Not a very good one," Sharon said scornfully. "As far as I know, he has never sent you a present." "He has never paid the slightest attention to me," Andrina replied, "and that is why it is about time he did." "Who is he?" Cheryl asked. "The Duke of Broxbourne," Andrina replied. "He must be getting very old, but Papa was fond of him. When he was young, he used to go with his father to stay with the Duke, and he once described to me how grand and important the house was." "Why did he become your godfather?" Cheryl inquired. Andrina smiled. "I am not certain, but I am sure that it was due to Mamma. You know how she always wanted us to know what she called nice people, and she and Papa moved in society before he lost everything through gambling." "How could he have been so stupid?" Sharon asked angrily. "That is what he often used to ask himself," Andrina said. "He was always bitterly ashamed of having thrown away his inheritance in such a stupid manner. But I dare say it was difficult when all the gentlemen whom Papa knew were gambling wildly in London clubs, and he, being so gay and handsome, would have been unable to resist following their lead." "I can understand that while he was still unmarried," Sharon said, "but you would have thought that Mamma would have been able to restrain him." "She tried," Andrina replied, "but she said herself that she was so young and thoughtless, and as you know, she adored Papa and always wanted him to be happy." "It is not very happy for us now," Sharon remarked. "Yes, I know," Andrina agreed, "and that is why I intend to see the Duke and insist that he does something." "How can you insist?" Cheryl quizzed. "I am not certain," Andrina answered. "Perhaps his conscience will prick him when he realizes that he has neglected not only Papa as a friend and relative, but also all of us down the years since we came to live here." "Papa once said," Sharon commented, "that the rich have no use for the paupers sitting outside their front gates." "That is obviously what the Duke thinks," Andrina said, "and I am going to point out to His Grace that the very least he can do is to introduce us to society and help you both to find yourself husbands." "Husbands?" Cheryl ejaculated. "Of course," Andrina answered. "Why else should you go to London?" "Yes, you are quite right," Sharon agreed. "That is what the Gunning sisters did. Elizabeth married a duke, 2 dukes for that matter, and Maria an earl." The story had always been one of Andrina's favourites. The 2 desperately poor sisters had come with their mother from Ireland in 1751 to take London society by storm. Newspapers chronicled their movements, verses in their praise filled the magazines. "Brightly ethereals, matchless pair, modest, lovely, blooming, fair." Having known Elizabeth only a month, the Duke of Hamilton offered her his hand and heart, and they were married at midnight in the great chapel in Curzon Street. 5 days later, Maria married the Earl of Coventry and set out for Lord Ashburnham's seat at Charlton in Kent to consummate their nuptials. Not only beautiful, Elizabeth was loyal, sympathetic, brave and compassionate, all qualities that were very necessary when she found that she had married a notorious drunkard. However, after 2 children had been born, one being a son and heir, the Duke, worn out by intemperance, died aged 33. Elizabeth, lonely and unhappy, soon married again. Her second husband was Colonel Ian Campbell, a man of high character and noble ambitions, who later became the 5th Duke of Argyll. To Andrina, it was the most romantic story she knew, and as she thought about it, she was sure that Elizabeth Gunning could have been no more beautiful than Cheryl. "You too must marry a duke," Cheryl was saying to Sharon. "I personally think it would be frightening to be a duchess." "I would love to see you a duchess, Cheryl," Andrina interposed. "There could never have been a more beautiful one, and I know that when we reach London, every man who sees you will propose to you, except those who are proposing to Sharon." "What about you?" Cheryl asked. "I shall have no time to think about myself until you are both safely settled," Andrina replied. "And you know, girls, that it is a question of urgency. We shall have just enough money for this season only, 1 season and no more." "How shall we even have that?" Sharon asked. "Have you forgotten Mamma's necklace?" Andrina asked softly. Both her sisters gave an exclamation at the same time. "Mamma's necklace, of course," Sharon cried. "It must be worth hundreds of pounds." "Except for the emeralds, the stones are not very big," Andrina replied. "But Mamma told me once that she was certain, if she sold it, she could get £500 for it." "That is a lot of money," Cheryl exclaimed. "It will be enough for our purpose," Andrina said. "Don't forget, the reason Mamma kept it hidden all the years we have lived here was that it should be a little nest egg for us, should we ever need it." "I wonder Papa did not make her sell it," Sharon commented. "She persuaded him first to put it on one side, and later I think he forgot about it," Andrina answered. "Anyway, I know she would have sold it if any of us had married, and now we are going to sell it for that very reason." "If we get £500 for it," Sharon said practically, "that would be almost £167 each." "Yes, if we divided the money equally between us," Andrina agreed. "But as a lump sum, it will be enough for us to rent a house in London for the next 2 months, and to buy some pretty new gowns." "The Gunnings had only 1 between them," Sharon remarked. "You are going to have more than that," Andrina said. "I have a feeling that people have grown more sophisticated than when the Gunning girls first caused such a sensation." "The gowns are simpler," Sharon replied, "but there is less of them, very much less. The ladies' magazine said last week, 'Fashions from Paris adopted by the girls at Vauxhall and other places are the thinnest muslins offering glimpses of breasts and legs to ardent young men.'" "Sharon!" Andrina exclaimed. "I have never heard anything so improper. You and Cheryl will wear nothing of the sort." "We have to be in the fashion, Andrina," Sharon retorted. "La Belle Assemblée said that ladies, in a most reprehensible manner, in Paris and in London, are damping their muslins so as to make them cling to their figures so that they appear almost naked." "I cannot think what sort of ladies they are talking about," Andrina said sharply. "You will be modest if nothing else. I am quite certain that the type of husband I want for you would not wish his wife to look fast or improper." "We will do whatever you want us to do," Cheryl said meekly. Andrina smiled at her, and her eyes softened. "Thank you, Cheryl. I want you to trust me and believe I know what is best for you both. It is terribly important that we should not do anything wrong or appear in London under the wrong auspices." "That is true," Sharon agreed, "and the most important thing, far more important than anything else, is for us to get into Almack's." "What is Almack's?" Cheryl asked. Both sisters looked at Sharon, who, although she was only just over 17, always had more knowledge of the fashionable world than either of them. "Almack's," she replied, "is the most exclusive and the most important supper and dancing club in the whole of London." "Tell us about it," Cheryl begged. "I have read all about it," Sharon answered, "and it is ruled by a group of patronesses such as Lady Jersey, Lady Castlereagh, Lady Cowper, the Princess de Leven, and several others." She paused to look at her 2 sisters and added dramatically, If one does not get on the list and receive a voucher invitation issued by one of the patronesses, then you cannot visit Almack's, and you are a complete social outcast." "It sounds very snobby," Andrina remarked. "That is what they want it to be," Sharon answered. She rose from the table. "I will read you a poem. I found it in one of the magazines last year. I know where it is." She ran from the room, and Andrina looked at Cheryl. She looked exquisitely beautiful in the spring sunshine coming through the window, which had just touched her hair and turned it into living gold. Andrina bent forward, a smile on her lips, to say, "You cannot stay here, Cheryl, dearest, meeting no one and seeing no one but Hugo Renton." "But I like Hugo," Cheryl protested. "He is a very nice young man," Andrina agreed, "but you know as well as I do that he has no money of his own, and his father would put every obstacle in the way of your marrying him. Besides, Hugo is of little importance except here in Cheshire, and there are all sorts of exciting young men waiting for you in London." "Perhaps they will frighten me," Cheryl suggested. "They will admire you," Andrina said firmly. She looked a little apprehensively at her sister as she spoke. Cheryl was easily frightened by people, and on any social occasion, Andrina was always very careful to keep beside her and prevent her from being upset. Cheryl was extremely sensitive, and if one of the local dowagers was rather brusque, she would feel that she was being snubbed and would want to creep away from the party unnoticed. "You are going to be a success in London," Andrina said now. "A big success, Cheryl. You will be the belle of every ball, feted and acclaimed. Every man you meet will want to lay his heart, his name, and his fortune at your feet." Cheryl did not answer. She merely looked rather anxious, and Andrina was glad when Sharon returned with a copy of the ladies' magazine in her hand. She threw herself down in her seat at the table. "Listen to this," she said. "It is written by Henry Luttrell. All on that magic list depends. Fame, fortune, fashion, lovers, friends. 'Tis that which gratifies or vexes, all ranks, all ages, and both sexes. If once to Almack's you belong, like monarchs you can do no wrong, but banished thence on Wednesday night, by Jove, you can do nothing right." There was silence for a moment after she had finished. "Supposing we are banished?" Cheryl asked in a trembling voice. "We will not be," Andrina replied positively. "If the Duke of Broxbourne cannot get us invited to Almack's, who can?" "I hope you are right," Sharon said. "But as I have already said, it depends entirely on the patronesses, and whatever the Duke does or does not do, we will have to have a chaperone." "I have thought of that," Andrina replied. "That is something else the Duke will have to provide for us." "Will we have to pay her?" Sharon asked. Andrina was still for a moment. "I hope not," she said at length. "That is something I did not take into consideration." "But there should be enough money when we have sold the necklace. Where is it?" "It is in Mamma's bedroom where I looked at it last night," Andrina answered. "I knew where she had hidden it, and I left it there after she died, just in case Papa should take it into his head to lay his hands on it." She met Sharon's eyes, but neither of them said anything. They both knew that their father, in the last years of his life, had been increasingly querulous and resentful of the poverty that prevented his enjoying many of the luxuries that he began to crave. He wanted food, such as could not be bought in their small village, and anyhow, if they had shopped in Chester, it would have been much too expensive. He demanded the best wine, and the only port and claret he considered worth drinking were well beyond their means. Andrina pandered to him, coaxed him, and performed miracles with what little money she had to spend on the housekeeping. It meant that she and her sisters went without new gowns or made their own out of the cheapest materials, and could seldom afford even pretty ribbons with which to trim what they had made. It meant, too, that they had to take turns in riding the only horse they could now keep in the stable. It was an animal that also had to pull the carriage if their father wished to go driving, or the gig, which was more convenient for them to use themselves. The garden was sadly neglected, and they were fortunate in having old Sarah, who had been with them since their childhood, to cook and do the rough work in the house. The rest they shared amongst themselves. Now, it seemed to Andrina as if the gloom of those last years of her father's life was moving away from the house like a dark cloud that had encompassed them for far too long. Even now, she would sometimes wake in the night, thinking that she heard her father's hoarse voice calling her, demanding things she could not provide, and finding fault with everything she did or tried to do for him. "There is only one thing," Sharon said suddenly as they went up the stairs towards their mother's bedroom. "What is that?" Andrina asked. "Do you not think people in London will expect us to be in mourning? We have not been wearing black because we could not afford new clothes. And who is to see us living here except a few neighbours who understood our circumstances? But in London—" "I have thought of that," Andrina answered. "Who is to know in London when Papa died? If anyone asks us, we will say that he died a year ago, and you know he would be the last person to expect us to walk about looking like black crows." "It is not so much a matter of what we look like," Sharon said, "but if we were to go to balls wearing mourning, people would think it very reprehensible." "Then they must not know that we are in mourning," Andrina said. "It's as easy as that. And Cheryl, do remember what I told you. Papa died last February, not this." "I will remember," Cheryl promised, but Andrina knew that she would have to remind her, not once, but a dozen times. It was always difficult to know what Cheryl was thinking about. She was so quiet, sweet, and amenable that she seemed to live in a fantasy world of her own that had little or no contact with everyday life. She looked so lovely that it was hard for people, once they had met her, to realize that she made little contribution to the conversation, or that nothing she said, if she did speak, was worth remembering. Now, as she moved across the bedroom at the front of the house, which had been their mother's, she looked like an angel who had dropped out of heaven by mistake. Andrina took a chair and, standing on it, put up her hand to the top of the wardrobe. "So, that is where Mamma hid the necklace," Sharon exclaimed. "It was quite safe there," Andrina answered. "Papa was not well enough during the last years of his life to climb up on a chair, and Sarah is too old to dust so high." She lifted down a leather box as she spoke, and taking it to the window, opened it so that the sunshine would glitter and shimmer on a necklace that was Indian in design. The filigree gold was very intricate, and it was set with small rubies and a number of pearls, which ornamented it like a fringe, and in the centre of the necklace there was a large emerald, flanked by two smaller ones. "It's very pretty," Sharon said, "but somewhat barbaric looking." "That is why Mamma never wore it," Andrina replied. "Papa brought it back with him from India, where he had served under General Wellesley, who later became the Duke of Wellington." She looked at the necklace and smiled. It was so like Papa to bring home something that was really quite useless. Mamma told me once that she tried it with all sorts of gowns, but it looked out of place, and she did not like to offend Papa by saying so. "Papa liked everything that was exotic," Sharon said, and her voice did not make it sound very complimentary. "I think really he liked things that were spectacular and unusual," Andrina explained. "That was what he wanted to be himself, and it was very frustrating for him to have no money and to have to settle down here." "Why did it have to be Cheshire?" Cheryl asked. Andrina smiled. "You must know the answer to that, Cheryl. You have heard it often enough. Papa had won this house on the turn of a card, and when he gambled away his fortune, this was the only possession he had left." "I had forgotten," Cheryl replied indifferently. "But we have been happy here," Andrina said, in a voice that made it sound as if she was trying to convince herself. "We have all been together, and it is only the last few years after Mamma died that things have been so different." "Because of Papa," Sharon remarked. "I cannot pretend that I am not glad it is over." "Nor can I," Andrina agreed. "But I feel rather guilty. We ought to be mourning him and feeling unhappy." "There is no point in pretending to each other," Sharon said briskly. Andrina closed the lid of the jewel box. "Now we are agreed that I should go to London immediately, find the Duke and see what arrangement I can make with him?" "Of course," Sharon agreed. But can we not come with you? I did think at first that we should all go together, Andrina answered. Then I realised that would cost a great deal of money, and we simply cannot afford it, at least not at the moment, when we still owe for Papa's funeral. No, I understand, Sharon sighed. I suppose I could sit outside the coach, Andrina said doubtfully, which only costs 3p a mile instead of 5p, but it would be very cold, and if I arrived red-nosed and snuffling, the Duke might take a dislike to me. Oh, of course, you must sit inside, Sharon cried, and I believe you are expected to tip the coachman a shilling, and the guard, if he is going the whole way, will want a half a crown. It's not going to be cheap, Andrina said with a little sigh, and I think we may have to sell something out of the house, although I don't wish to do that until we absolutely are obliged to do so. Hugo said the other day, Cheryl interrupted unexpectedly, that his father would like to buy the picture of the horse in Papa's study. Cheryl, you have not been telling Hugo how hard up we are, Andrina asked sharply. Cheryl looked guilty, and then her blue eyes filled with tears. Of course, it does not matter what you say to Hugo, Andrina said quickly, before her sister could reply. He naturally knows of our circumstances, just as I am sure everyone in the neighbourhood realises that we are penniless. She did not speak bitterly, she merely stated a fact. Was it wrong of me, Andrina? Cheryl asked. No, of course not, dearest, Andrina said, putting an arm around her shoulders. You are not angry? Cheryl inquired. I am never angry with you. Andrina kissed her sister, and then to change the subject, she said, Come and help me pack, girls. There is a stagecoach passing through the village tomorrow that goes direct from Chester to London in 28 hours. The sooner I see the Duke, the better. You are very brave, Cheryl said admiringly. I am glad you don't want me to go with you. Supposing he says no, Sharon asked. Then I shall have to think of another plan, Andrina answered firmly. Her soft mouth was for the moment set in a hard line. She was more determined than she had ever been about anything in her whole life, that Cheryl and Sharon should have a chance to shine in London. Their beauty must be appreciated by people who matter, she told herself, not just a few fox-hunting squires or some old cronies of Papa's who come to the house from time to time. She was well aware, although she had never discussed it with her sisters, that in the neighbourhood the mothers of unmarried daughters made every possible effort to exclude the Maldon girls from any parties where they wanted their offspring to shine. They also did not encourage their sons to visit the manor house, and the young wives clung almost feverishly to their husbands when Cheryl or Sharon appeared. This meant that invitations of any sort were few and far between. Andrina, smarting under the injustice of it, knew that nothing she could do or say would make any difference. She only hoped that Cheryl, who was so sensitive, was not aware that women looked at her apprehensively and were always ready to repulse her tentative overtures of friendliness. Sharon was very much tougher, but she was very young. Only Andrina realised that, just as for her, the years had passed by since she was 18 without her having one reputable suitor. Exactly the same would happen both to Cheryl and Sharon unless something was done about it. I have to persuade the Duke, she told herself, but she was well aware that she was relying on her father's gambling luck. It was a gamble, a wild gamble, in which she was backing an absolutely outside chance. There was no reason why the Duke should even remember the friend he had not seen for perhaps 18 years, nor could he be interested in any goddaughter with whom he had never communicated. If he had given her a christening cup or a bowl, there was certainly no sign of it in the very meagrely stocked silver cupboard, and if he had given her anything else, Andrina was quite certain that her mother would have mentioned it. When you are grown up, darling, she had said once to Andrina, I must try to find someone who will bring you out and give you a season in London. She gave a little sigh. It would be so wonderful if you married somebody rich and important. Then you could find suitable husbands for the girls. I think Cheryl will grow up to be very beautiful. There could be no doubt about that. Even at 13, when other girls were ungainly, either too fat or too thin, with spots on their faces or tiresome affectations, Cheryl had the same angelic countenance with which she had dazzled people as a baby. Sharon, who was 16 months younger, had always been alluring. She was not only beautiful, but also fascinating, and as they grew older, Andrina noticed that people often turned from Cheryl's celestial beauty to the sparkling gaiety of Sharon, who always had something to say and always contrived to make anything she talked about sound amusing. I have to be successful for their sakes, Andrina told herself, as she packed the few clothes she possessed into a valise that she could carry herself. Since porters meant extra tips, she decided that for the one night, or perhaps two, that she would have to stay in London, she could manage with 2 or 3 light gowns, which could be covered when she went out with the travelling cloak of Madonna blue wool that they all wore from time to time. In fact, like the Gunning sisters, they exchanged their clothes amongst themselves, and Andrina finally set out for London with 4 gowns, 2 of her own, 1 of Cheryl's, and 1 of Sharon's. They had pooled their clothes, stockings, and bonnets, so that Andrina could take the best. Their mother's clothes also were still in the house, but somehow Andrina had never been able to bear the thought of wearing her things, since even to think of her was to experience again the misery and unhappiness they had all felt when she died. For a long time, it seemed as if the sunshine had gone out of their lives. For Andrina, who had been nearest to her mother, it was almost agony to come downstairs and not hear her mother's voice calling her from the drawing-room, or to wait after she had gone to bed for her mother to come to her room and say good-night. She had been no less beautiful than her daughters, but in a way that was peculiarly her own. It was Mrs. Maldon who accounted for Andrina's straight little aristocratic nose, for the perfection of Cheryl's curved lips and Sharon's heart-shaped face. She had been fair, although not with the sparkling gold that made Cheryl's hair so outstanding. Andrina was sure that when her father and mother were young, it would have been difficult to find a more handsome couple in the whole length and breadth of England. She knew that her father had always wanted a son, but until he became ill and suffered so much pain, he had been very proud of his beautiful daughters. "You are the 3 graces, my dears," he would say sometimes. "If I was the fellow who had to award an apple for the most beautiful, I have not the slightest idea which of you I should choose." "It would be Cheryl," Andrina had said once. Her father had looked at his second daughter, and then he said, "I would agree with you if Sharon did not make me laugh. There is something very beautiful about laughter." He had then looked across the table at Andrina. "And you, Andrina, are the most like your mother, and therefore the ideal that every man has in his heart when he seeks a wife." It had been the most complimentary remark that her father had ever said to her. After that, during his illness, he had seemed to resent her trying to look after him, and at times she had thought that he must hate her because she would not buy him the luxuries he so desired. But what was the point, she thought now, of worrying about Papa? She had to concentrate on the 2 girls, and she had to look after them. There was no one else to do it. They had gone with her to the stagecoach, Sharon carrying her valise, because, as she said, she had a long way to travel and she must conserve her strength. They waited at dawn on the high road at the end of the village, known as Bigger Stewkby, although, as Sharon had often pointed out, it was not really any larger than Little Stewkby, which was 3 miles away. It was a cold, rather blustery day, and Andrina was glad of her travelling cloak and the fact that she wore a warm jacket under it. They had had a long discussion as to what Andrina should wear to go to London, and it was Cheryl who had said unexpectedly, "You will have to change into something smart before you meet the Duke. You cannot just arrive at his house, creased from travelling and carrying your valise. Besides, he might think that you had come to stay." "I thought of that," Andrina said, "and I have the names of various hotels that I heard Mamma mention from time to time." "Would they not be very expensive?" Sharon asked. "I am sure they will be," Andrina replied, "but I shall ask them for their very cheapest room. If they cannot provide me with one, I dare say they can recommend somewhere respectable that is not so dear." It had all sounded very plausible, Andrina thought, when she was talking about it to her sisters, but when the stagecoach started off, she suddenly felt alone and rather frightened. She had often been to Chester, and she had been to Liverpool and Crewe on several occasions, but she had never been out of her own county since early childhood, and London seemed a very long way away. But for good or evil, she had embarked on this plan to find husbands for her sisters, and when the stagecoach had driven off, leaving Cheryl and Sharon waving at the halt, she had settled down and told herself that she must be calm and sensible. For one thing, she could not afford to make mistakes. She had, however, been lucky in finding an inside seat, although there was the complement of 7 passengers already on the outside. The fellow traveller sitting opposite her she saw was a middle-aged, tight-lipped, grey-faced man who looked like a lawyer or solicitor's clerk. There was a stout farmer's wife beside her, taking up more than her fair share of the seat. She had a large basket covered with a white cloth that got in the way of everyone's feet, and opposite her was a woman with a squalling child, who appeared to resent travelling and intended to express his dissatisfaction vocally. Andrina settled herself comfortably, although she found her valise somewhat cumbersome. The guard on the coach had wished to put it outside, but she had resisted this suggestion because it contained the precious necklace that had belonged to her mother. She was well aware that anyone who travelled by coach was always in danger of accidents, especially on a long journey. The coach could be overturned by reckless driving or a drunken coachman. There were often reports in the newspapers of horses galloping off without drivers, or of travellers who bribed them in order to race another vehicle with disastrous results. Andrina did not intend to be separated from her valise. At the same time, she had thought that the coachman in a many-caped overcoat with large platter-like mother-of-pearl buttons looked a sober, sensible sort of man, and the 4 horses pulling the vehicle were in good trim. She had often heard criticism expressed about the iniquity of the overloading of the stagecoaches and the cruelty inflicted on the animals who pulled them. "I suppose you realise," one of her father's hunting friends had said severely a year ago, "that the average life of a horse pulling a coach at about 8 miles an hour is 6 years, while at 10 miles and over, a horse lasts only 3. "Something should be done about it," Colonel Maldon said feebly. "That is what I have said for a long time," his friend answered, "and there have been a lot of letters in the Times and the Morning Post. But what do people care, so long as they reach to their destinations quickly and safely? All I hope is that I never have to ride in a stagecoach again," Andrina's father had said positively. "I have never been in one, thank God," his friend replied. "But with taxes increasing as they are, it will not be long before I shall have to take my place with the other paupers." He had snorted before he said angrily, "Do you realise that the tax on a 2-wheeled private carriage is now £7, and on a 4-wheel £21, and that is not counting the tax of £5 on 1 horse and £9 on 3. It is anarchy, that's what it is. And what do the government do with the money, I ask you? They waste it." "That is true enough," Colonel Maldon had agreed. "We are being taxed out of existence," his friend had said, and Andrina had found it difficult not to agree with him. At the same time, she could not help wishing, as the journey progressed, that she had been able to travel in the comfort of her own carriage, as so many Cheshire families did when they were proceeding to London. The clerk opposite her fell asleep and snored. The baby screamed, and the fat farmer's wife inched further and further towards Andrina. What was more, she ate continually of the food she had stored away in her covered basket. It was quite fascinating to see how much she had brought with her. There was a large pork pie, slices of cold ham, hard-boiled eggs, and at least a dozen pasties, all of which she consumed, one after another, without offering a bite to anyone else in the coach. Andrina was extremely glad when they stopped at about noon for luncheon at a posting inn. The landlord was expecting them, and a rather indifferent meal was slapped down in front of the coach travellers, who were not considered to be very good customers. There was, however, a hot soup, which, although not very appetising, was warming, and Andrina found the excellent local cheese was more palatable than the slices of tough meat and badly cooked brawn that were served with watery vegetables. They hardly had time to finish their food before they were off again, and now, although they stopped to change horses, the passengers were not expected to alight until they reached Leicester, where they were to stay the night. Andrina closed her eyes and wondered if she would sleep a little, but the horses galloped and the coach swayed from side to side on the rough roads, and almost immediately the baby started crying again. The farmer's wife only went a few miles before she again opened her food basket, and now there was the pungent smell of onions, which apparently she considered most appetizing. Andrina found it difficult to sleep because her mind was beset with the problems she would find when she arrived. It had been one thing to tell the girls what she planned and sound confident, quite another to beard an unknown Duke and try to make him feel that the 3 daughters of a long-lost friend were his special responsibility. Perhaps I ought to have brought Cheryl with me, Andrina told herself. However old the Duke might be, unless he was completely blind, he would have been beguiled and astonished by Cheryl's beauty. But Andrina had the feeling that Cheryl would not be much use under the circumstances. If the Duke protested in any way about doing what was asked of him, Cheryl would immediately be hurt and would capitulate and accept his refusal without protest. Andrina had every intention of protesting, arguing, and begging until she got her own way. I intend to have no feelings concerning myself in the matter, she told herself. If he thinks me audacious, he must just think so, and if he thinks it impertinent, well, it will not worry me. All that matters is that he should agree. In the afternoon there were storms. The rain beating against the closed windows made it impossible to look out. Then it grew dark, and Andrina, like everyone else, began to think about dinner. It was usual for the passengers of a stagecoach to dine at about 6 o'clock, but it was after 7 before they rumbled into a large posting inn outside Leicester. Andrina stepped out carrying her own valise, feeling stiff, crumpled, and in need of fresh air. It had been cold sitting in the coach, and the smell of onions combined with the screams of the baby had made it intolerable. A mob-capped maid showed her to the top floor of the inn, where the very worst rooms were kept for stagecoach passengers. As they passed through the vestibule and climbed the stairs, Andrina heard loud laughter and the noise of many voices coming both from the tap room and the dining saloon. "You seem to be very crowded," she said to the maid, walking ahead of her. "It's the races, miss. We're full right up, and there's not another corner where you could put an extra mouse." Andrina smiled, and then she said, "It must mean a lot of extra work for you." "The gentry tips well," the girl answered, "though I don't mind telling you, miss, my feet feels as if they don't belong to me by the time I gets to my bed." "I'm sure they do," Andrina said, "but try putting a little mustard in hot water and soaking them. That helps." "I never thought of that," the girl exclaimed. "Thank you, miss. I'll remember what you said." Perhaps it was because Andrina had been so friendly that she was shown into an attic room where she would sleep alone. The fat farmer's wife and the woman with the crying baby were given a double room to share next door, and Andrina was thankful that she did not have to be with either of them. She took off the gown in which she had travelled and hung it up on the back of the door. Then she washed herself and put on a velvet dress that she often wore at home. It was a pretty shade of crimson and had a lace collar and lace cuffs on the short puff sleeves. Although it was not by any means fashionable, as Sharon had pointed out to her, it was warm, and although Andrina did not think about it, extremely becoming. She tidied her hair and went downstairs, feeling, she told herself, ready to eat an ox, she was so hungry. She found the innkeeper outside the dining saloon, from which the noise appeared to have grown louder since she last passed it. "Will you please show me to the table reserved for the stagecoach passengers?" Andrina asked. "The stagecoach passengers?" the innkeeper repeated. "You'll be lucky if you gets anything to eat before 10 o'clock. All the tables are booked. We can't accommodate you until the gentlemen have finished." "But that is disgraceful," Andrina said, annoyed not only by the information, but also by the manner he spoke to her in. "You know as well as I do," she went on, "that the inns are under an obligation to feed the stagecoach passengers. Their meals, like their rooms, are reserved for them." "I can't do the impossible," the innkeeper retorted surlily. "You'll get your dinner when there's a place for you and not before." I consider it quite outrageous, Andrina said sharply, then realised that the innkeeper was not even waiting for her comments, but had walked away from her down the passage. What is outrageous? A cultured voice asked. She turned to see a tall, broad-shouldered gentleman who had just come out of the door behind her so that she was blocking his way. Because she was so angry, Andrina, with her eyes flashing, told him the truth. The stagecoach passengers, sir, she replied, are not to be fed until 10 o'clock, or later. We have been travelling all day, and naturally we are extremely hungry. A burst of laughter from the dining saloon almost drowned her last words. The gentleman she was speaking to glanced over her head at the glass doors before he asked, I can perhaps understand the innkeeper's predicament when he has so many extra customers. Are you alone? If you mean am I travelling without a personal companion, Andrina answered, I am. Then may I, as an alternative to your waiting until 10 o'clock, suggest that you dine with me? Andrina stiffened. Her lips opened, ready to refuse, but the gentleman quickly added, It may perhaps seem rather unconventional, but I should imagine that it would be more pleasant than waiting for 2.5 hours, when doubtless any dish in the place that is worth eating will be off the menu. He spoke in a sarcastic manner that Andrina found amusing, and she thought too, as she looked up at him, that he was obviously a gentleman of distinction and had a presence that was unmistakable. His coat was exquisitely cut, his white cravat, tied in intricate folds, was spotless, and he had obviously changed for dinner. Because she was in fact so hungry, Andrina made up her mind. Thank you, sir, she said. If you are quite certain that it will not inconvenience you, I should be very glad to accept your invitation. As a matter of fact, you will be doing me a favour, he said. A friend who should have been with me decided to return to London when the racing was over. Will you come into my private parlour? He made a gesture with his hand as he spoke. Then, as Andrina walked ahead of him, he turned to say to the innkeeper who had reappeared, The bell appears to be broken. I have been ringing for the wine I ordered. Bring 2 bottles and double the order for dinner. Very good, sir, the innkeeper said in a very different tone of voice from the one he had spoken to Andrina in. The gentleman turned and walked into the parlour, where Andrina was already warming herself in front of a large log fire. The light there was brighter than the one in the passage, and she saw that she had not been mistaken in thinking he looked distinguished. He was perhaps not handsome, but his high-bridged nose was aristocratic, his dark eyes had a rather quizzical look, and there was a twist to his lips that gave him a somewhat sardonic appearance. Shall we introduce ourselves? He asked, as he approached Andrina. Andrina hesitated, thinking that perhaps it would be wiser not to give him her real name. My name is Morgan, sir, she replied, Miss Morgan. And mine is Sir Tancred Wensley. Andrina dropped him a small curtsy, and he bowed, slightly superciliously, she thought. You are really travelling alone, Miss Morgan? There was something in the way he said the words that made Andrina feel for the first time since she had met him, a little self-conscious. There was unfortunately no one who could accompany me, she replied. Then it is my good fortune that I can be of service to you, Sir Tancred said. Will you not sit down? And may I offer you a glass of Madeira? Thank you, Andrina replied, but only a very little, if you please. My father always said it was a great mistake to drink on an empty stomach. It is one of those wise adages with which I concur in theory, but break on every possible occasion, Sir Tancred said lightly. He poured Andrina a little of the Madeira and brought it to her as she settled herself on one side of the hearth. He took the other side, and she knew that he was looking at her with his dark eyes, which she felt were almost impertinently searching and inquisitive. After a moment, he remarked, You are far too attractive, Miss Morgan, to be unattended. I assure you, sir, I am quite safe with my fellow travellers, Andrina answered with a smile. They either snore, scream, or eat without ceasing. But now you are not with them, Sir Tancred pointed out. She gave him a quick glance and then replied, If you feel it is imprudent of me, sir, to have accepted your invitation, perhaps I had better wait until 10 o'clock. I was not suggesting anything of the sort, Sir Tancred said. I was merely thinking that to enter a dining room, containing as it does a very mixed company from the racecourse, would be far more dangerous for you than anything you will encounter here with me." "I am grateful for the reassurance," Andrina said primly. As she spoke, she realized that he was right, and it might have been very unpleasant to go into the dining saloon amongst a number of men who, she was quite certain from the noise and laughter, were speedily becoming foxed after a long day at the races. But it would also not be very pleasant to go to bed without having eaten, and she could in fact feel nothing but gratitude to the gentleman who had seen her predicament. At the same time, she felt somewhat guilty about her fellow travellers. Then she told herself the fat farmer's wife would certainly not be hungry, and the woman with the baby had not gone out of her way either to apologize for the noise he was making or to make herself pleasant to anyone else on the coach. She realized that Sir Tancred was waiting as if he expected her to make some comment, but at that moment the door opened and a mob-capped maid entered, bearing plates and dishes on a tray, and was followed by a waiter with wine and glasses. Because she was so hungry, Andrina could not help her eyes lighting up. "Here is our food," she exclaimed, almost as if it was a miracle. "I told you that you were wise to accept my invitation," Sir Tancred said. "So let's sit down and enjoy ourselves. And let me assure you once again, Miss Morgan, I am really very much obliged to you." Andrina laughed. "That is unfair," she said. "That is what I should be saying to you, and now you have taken the words out of my mouth." He smiled, and when she seated herself at the table, he sat down in a high-backed chair that seemed to suit him. Despite his air of distinction, there was a casualness about him in the way he moved and in the way he spoke that made Andrina think that he was unlike any man she had met before. She told herself, as she glanced at him surreptitiously while he was giving orders to the waiter, that he was used to command. At the same time, she felt he would be a difficult man to cross, and there was something slightly overbearing, or perhaps the right word was autocratic, about him. Perhaps he has been a soldier, she thought to herself, because in some ways he made her think of some of the soldiers who called on her father during the war. They had all had that same air of authority, as if they were ready to order the world around and expect to be obeyed. Watching Sir Tancred, Andrina told herself that she was quite sure he had been a soldier, and he was the same type of man that Wellington must be. The hero of Waterloo had always been a man she greatly admired, and she would make her father tell her over and over again what he had been like when he had fought under him in India. Only Wellington, or rather Wellesley, as he was then, could have won the Battle of Assaye, her father had said over and over again, and only Wellington could have made a success of the Peninsular War. Her father had been very ill when the Battle of Waterloo the previous year had brought a decisive end to the 11 Years' War. Andrina had read him all the reports in the newspapers, and when they praised the Iron Duke and the manner in which he had conducted the campaign, Colonel Maldon had been able to forget for a little while the pain he suffered. The first course was the inevitable mulligatawny soup, which was a faithful standby, not only in every inn, but also in every private house. Sir Tancred tasted it and reached for the peppermill, but Andrina was too hungry to be particular. She finished her plateful of soup without speaking, and then realized that Sir Tancred was sitting back in his chair, regarding her with a faint smile on his lips. "Now, tell me about yourself," he suggested. "I admit to being somewhat intrigued." Chapter 2. Andrina had no intention of discussing her private affairs with a stranger, although she was sure that Sir Tancred could, if he wished, tell her much of what she wanted to know about the Duke. She was certain that he was of social consequence, perhaps one of the Regency bucks Sharon was always talking about. After a moment, as he was obviously waiting for her answer to his question, she replied, "I am going to London." "And what do you intend to do when you get there?" he asked. "I am looking for a man," she replied truthfully. Because she was intent upon helping herself to the next course, she was unaware that he raised his eyebrows, and there was an amused twinkle in his eyes. "That should not be difficult," he remarked. No, I am sure it will be quite easy, Andrina replied. She had made the same answer to Cheryl last night when her sister said, London is a big place, Andrina. How will you find the Duke when you arrive there if we don't know his address? That will not be difficult, Andrina had answered. There are not very many dukes, and someone will be able to tell me where his house is. Nearly all the nobility have houses that bear their names, Sharon interposed. The Duke of Richmond lives at Richmond House, the Marquis of Londonderry lives at Londonderry House, and the Earl of Derby at Derby House. So the Duke of Broxbourne will live at Broxbourne House, Andrina said. I am certain it will be somewhere in the Mayfair area. You will have to hire a hackney carriage from where the stagecoach sets you down at the central coach office in Lud Lane. I have thought of that, Andrina said. It will be expensive, but if I try any other method of transport, I might find myself lost. Of course, Sharon agreed, and anyway, if you arrived on foot at Broxbourne House, the servants might refuse to let you see the Duke. This was something that had already worried Andrina when she was making her plans. If her father's description of the state and grandeur in which the Duke lived was true, there would be a whole army of servants to get by before she actually reached his presence. Then she told herself that they would perceive she was a lady, and if she insisted, it would not be possible for them to prevent her gaining access to their master. What made you decide on this adventure? Her dinner companion asked. There was a slight pause before the last word, but Andrina had made up her mind not to discuss her private affairs any further. She certainly did not wish to talk about Cheryl or Sharon until she had convinced the Duke how important it was that they should be launched in society, and it was impossible for her to talk about herself without including them. Instead, she said with a smile, Will you not tell me about the races? I know a little about horses, and I should be interested to hear what won. It was true that she knew the names of the best-known horses in the racing world. Her father, in the last year of his life, suffered with his eyes, and Andrina or one of his other daughters read aloud the newspapers to him every day. Colonel Maldon had taken not only the Morning Post, but also a sporting paper that devoted itself mostly to racing and boxing. The reports of the mills and the injuries suffered by the pugilists taking part made Andrina feel slightly sick, but she enjoyed reading about horses racing, and her father, if he was in a good mood, would tell her stories of the owners he had known when he was young. She therefore managed to have quite an intelligent conversation with Sir Tancred, who seemed surprised that she knew so much. Are you an owner, sir? Andrina inquired. I am, he answered. He did not seem anxious to mention his horses by name, and she thought that perhaps he was one of those who were unfortunate on the turf, and therefore did not wish to speak of his losses. When dinner was over, and Andrina had refused a glass of port, Sir Tancred suggested that they move nearer to the fire. It was cold enough racing today, he said, and this inn, being old, seems to let in all the draughts. Perhaps you have not lived in the country as I have, Andrina said with a little smile. One becomes immune to cold after a time. She thought how cold the manor house was during the winter. The snow had often blocked the roads, and even to get to the village someone had to dig them out. You don't look the hearty type of country girl who would enjoy a breezy walk on the moors, Sir Tancred said, with a twist of his lips. I expect in London you will find someone who will be only too ready to wrap you in sables and fill your rooms with hothouse flowers. There was something in the way he spoke that told Andrina he was being sarcastic. She certainly did not expect the Duke to wrap her in sables. At the same time, there was no reason why any gentleman she met at a ball should not send her, and certainly Cheryl and Sharon, bouquets of flowers. There was something about Sir Tancred that made her decide he was conceited. He had a superior air, as if he thought he was better and of more consequence than anyone else. Perhaps that is only because he thinks I am insignificant and of no importance, Andrina thought. She wished that she could make him see that she was not half as humble in origin as her clothes might suggest. People take you at face value, her father had once said bitterly, or rather, at the value of your bank balance. There must be some truth in this, Andrina thought. If she was a lady of fashion, she was sure that Sir Tancred would be paying her compliments, and certainly not looking at her in a manner that made her feel shy. Instead of sitting down beside the fire, she said, "I think, sir, as the stagecoach will be leaving very early in the morning, at 5 o'clock to be precise, I should retire now. It has been a long day." It had in fact been 5:30 when she boarded the stagecoach, which had left Chester at 5. The warmth of the fire, the big dinner she had eaten, and the glass of claret that Sir Tancred had persuaded her to drink was making her feel very sleepy. "Thank you very much for giving me dinner," Andrina said. "It was exceedingly kind of you. I should have been very hungry indeed if I had had to wait until now, as the innkeeper intended." "I see no reason for you to leave me so quickly." Sir Tancred put his glass of port down on a side table by the armchair and said, "You are very pretty. If you are in search of a man, why go further?" As he spoke, he put his arms around Andrina and pulled her against him. Then, as she was immobile with the surprise of his action, his lips were on hers. For a moment, the shock of realizing that he was kissing her made her unable to move, unable to struggle. His lips were hard and demanding, and the feel of them was different from anything Andrina had imagined a kiss would be like. Then, as she tried to move her hands to push him away, a sudden sensation ran through her body, almost like a streak of lightning. It was almost painful in its intensity, and yet at the same time a rapture. Then, before she could realize it was there, or even think of it, she tried to force herself away from him. But she had not sufficient strength, as Sir Tancred held her completely captive. His mouth imprisoned hers, and his arms encircled her whole body so that she could not move. Then, instinctively, as Andrina realized what was happening and knew she must be free, she brought her heel down hard on Sir Tancred's foot. He gave an exclamation that was half an oath, and in that moment she twisted herself out of his arms and ran across the room towards the door. As she opened it, she was aware that he had not followed her, and in a voice that she hoped was cold and scathing, but instead was somehow soft and breathless, she said, "I thought I was dining with a gentleman." She went out through the door and slammed it behind her. She ran up the creaking oak stairs to the attics, hurled into her room, and having lit a candle, locked the door behind her. Then she sat down on the bed to realize in consternation what had happened. She had been kissed. Kissed for the first time in her life by a man she had never seen before. There had been quite a number of men from time to time who had tried to kiss Andrina, the sons of local squires, the elderly cronies who came to see her father and had an eye for a pretty girl, and on one memorable occasion, a member of Parliament. He was a married man with 4 children who pretended, when Andrina protested indignantly, that he was merely interested in her as a constituent. The nearest anyone had come to kissing her was a light brush on her cheek, and she had been determined in her own heart that she would never give her lips to a man unless she loved him. She was not quite certain what was implied by the immorality of which so many people spoke when they criticised the behaviour of the Prince Regent and those who constituted the Carlton House set, but she was sure that it had something to do with kissing, and she thought that to be kissed by a man one did not love or intended to marry would be to degrade oneself. But now it had happened to her, and she had not thought that a kiss would be not only so intimate, but also in a strange manner disturbing. It was impossible not to think of the strange feeling, half pleasure, half pain, that had run through her when Sir Tancred's mouth was on hers. Had he been aware of it too, she wondered. Then she told herself that his feelings in the matter were not of the least consequence. He had behaved absolutely outrageously, not only in asking an unchaperoned and defenceless woman to dine with him, but then by insulting her. She wished now she had had the time to tell him exactly what she thought of his behaviour, but she had wanted to escape, and she knew now how strong he was. If he caught her again, she might not be able to free herself a second time. She only hoped, she thought, that she had really hurt him when she had stamped on his foot. Because it had been so cold, she had not only worn her velvet evening gown that was in no way décolleté, but she had also put on a pair of leather house slippers strapped across the instep, and on which there was a well-shaped wooden heel. It was undoubtedly quite an effective weapon when used to good purpose. "I hope it hurts him all night," Andrina said, almost vindictively. Then once again she remembered the strange feeling his lips had evoked in her. It had all happened so quickly, and even now, the shock of finding Sir Tancred's arms around her and his mouth on hers seemed like an illusion rather than reality. But it had happened. Never again, Andrina told herself, will I ever be able to say I have never been kissed. Then, as she thought about what had happened, she realized that Sir Tancred had insulted her more than by a kiss. If you are in search of a man, why go further? It had never occurred to her that her innocent answer to his question could be misconstrued into something unspeakable. But it had, and Sir Tancred had thought. What had he thought? Andrina felt her cheeks burning at the explanation she could not express even to herself. How dare he? She said the words out loud. How dare he? She wanted to scream at him, to strike him, and she only wished she could have dug a sword into his foot instead of using her heel. Then she told herself firmly it was no use getting hysterical. She would never see Sir Tancred again, and she would not give him the stature of even thinking about him. He was utterly and completely despicable. There was predictably no sign of Sir Tancred the following morning when the stagecoach left the inn at 5 o'clock after a badly cooked and very sparse breakfast served by a yawning waitress. The horses, however, were fresh, and they made good progress on the journey to the next posting inn, so that Andrina began to hope that she would arrive in London in time to see the Duke that night, and not have to wait until the morrow. Although she had sounded confident about finding accommodation at an hotel, she was not quite so naive as not to be aware that most hotels would not welcome an unattached woman, especially one who was demanding the cheapest accommodation. The hours passed slowly, but the day was fine, and the roads from Leicester were far better than those they had travelled on the day before. The coachman also was obviously anxious to reach his destination. He pushed his horses, allowing the passengers the minimum amount of time at the posting inns before he had them back in their places, and they set off once again. It was a great relief when the woman with the baby got off at Market Harborough, and her seat was taken by an elderly red-faced man who appeared to have fortified himself against the journey. After a few jovial remarks to the assembled company, he put a large bandana handkerchief over his face and went to sleep, snoring louder than the clerk, who was still sitting opposite Andrina, had done the day before. Without mishap, without check of any sort, they rolled into the yard of the Swan with Two Necks in Lud Lane, which was off Gresham Street, on the stroke of 5 o'clock. The yard was much bigger than Andrina had expected and seemed to seethe with activity. She had never seen so many coaches or horses together before. She expressed her thoughts aloud, and the fat man in the furthest corner replied, "Aye, William Chapter knows his job right enough. 1,000 horses he had when I last asked. He had 60 coaches on the road." The cold and bleary-eyed travellers from the incoming coaches untangled their aching limbs and hastened to the coffee-room. Waiting passengers finished their pigeon pies, boiled beef and ham, and took a last nip of brandy before taking their places in the outgoing vehicles. Remembering what Cheryl had said about making herself presentable, Andrina went at once to the Swan with Two Necks and asked if it were possible to hire a room where she would change her clothes. "It'll cost you 2 shillings, the porter said laconically. 2 shillings? Andrina exclaimed. "But I shall not be using it for more than 10 minutes. 2 shillings is what we charge," the porter said, in a take-it-or-leave-it voice that told Andrina that it would be stupid to argue. "Very well," she said, producing the money, and he told the page boy to show her into a small, badly furnished room at the back of the inn. She took off her travelling gown and, after washing herself, put on a more elegant creation that the girls had decided was the best garment she had to confront the Duke in. It was passably fashionable, since Andrina had taken in the skirt, which had been much too full, heightened the waist, and added a frill of real lace round the neck, which she had found in one of her mother's drawers. The material was a soft pink that became her, and, she thought, gave a little colour to her pale cheeks. The bonnet she had worn during the journey had also been her mother's, and it had been greatly improved by some ribbons that Sharon, who was quite skilful with her fingers, had sewn on it. When she had finished dressing, Andrina looked at herself in the mirror and decided that, if nothing else, she looked a lady, and, without the competition of Cheryl and Sharon, she was as pretty, if not prettier, than most of the women anyone would meet in London. At least she hoped so. But now she had reached the busy metropolis, she was half afraid that what had seemed beautiful in Cheshire would pale into insignificance in the social world. Then she told herself there was no doubt that Cheryl and Sharon were beautiful, and she herself was definitely pretty. She would be a fool if she thought otherwise. Besides, Andrina told herself, I shall never convince the Duke if I am not convinced myself. She ordered a hackney carriage and told the driver to go to Broxbourne House. In Curzon Street, miss? The man asked. That is correct, Andrina replied, only hoping it was. Sharon had been right, she thought, as they set off. The great houses in London were called after their owners, and naturally the drivers of the hackney carriages would know where they were situated. At the same time, as they drove along, she could not help a cold feeling inside her, which seemed to increase as they came to what was obviously the more fashionable part of the city. There was a number of large, imposing mansions and squares in which the gardens in the centre were filled with the first flowering shrubs of spring. There were lilacs, laburnums, and syringa, all more in bloom than the same shrubs were in their garden at home. Andrina was sitting forward in her seat, watching the crowds in the streets, noting the carriages drawn by superlative horseflesh, and feeling as if a new and exciting panorama was unfolding itself before her eyes. London is exciting, she told herself. She was absorbed in looking out of the window, catching a glimpse of a hurdy-gurdy with a red-coated monkey on top, and, surprisingly, a flock of sheep being cursed by the drivers of drays piled high with barrels. There were women with baskets selling bunches of primroses and daffodils, a muffin man ringing his bell and balancing a tray filled with his wares on top of his head. It was all so fascinating to Andrina, and it came as a surprise when the carriage slowed down and she realised that they were entering through high wrought-iron gates, which were open to reveal a large white mansion at the end of a short drive. Andrina had only a quick glimpse of flower beds planted with crimson tulips and the high white pillars of a portico before they had reached the front door, and footmen with powdered wigs and wearing an elaborate dark blue and gold braided uniform opened the door. She stepped out, and because she was very conscious that her valise was on the seat beside her, with her travelling cloak thrown over it, she decided that she must be extravagant and tell the cabby to wait for her. She was confronted on the doorstep by an exceedingly imposing pontifical man who Andrina realised was the butler. "Your pleasure, madam?" he asked, with a solemnity she found slightly intimidating. "I wish to see the Duke of Broxbourne." "Have you an appointment with his grace, madam?" "No," Andrina answered. "Will you kindly inform his grace that I am here after travelling a very long way, and that my name is Miss Andrina Maldon, the daughter of Colonel Guy Maldon." She spoke slowly so that the butler could take in what she said, and she had rehearsed it to herself. "Will you come this way, madam?" the butler asked. He walked slowly, like the verger leading the choir up the aisle in church, Andrina thought. She found herself in a large marble hall decorated with statues. A double staircase with gilded bronze balustrading led up to the first floor, a huge crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and there were a number of gold-framed mirrors in which Andrina could see herself reflected and re-reflected. There was also an inordinate number of footmen, she thought, and because they made her feel shy, she lifted her head a little higher and walked with her back straight, as her mother had always taught her to do. The butler opened a large mahogany door. "If you will wait here, madam," he said, "I will inform His Grace of your arrival." He closed the door behind Andrina, and she looked around her with an irrepressible curiosity. The room was not large, but exquisitely furnished. Never had she imagined that she would see so many treasures collected in one place. She had visited some large and imposing houses in Cheshire, but none of them had anything to compare with the French commode she saw now, the inlaid secretaire, the high-backed tapestry chairs. There were pictures which she knew instinctively were masterpieces, and the enamel and china ornaments were all, she was quite certain, priceless. "I wish Papa had told me more about the Duke," she reflected. She understood now how impressed he must have been with the Duke's house in the country, if it had contained the same sort of furnishings she saw here. But while he had told her about the dining hall, with its gold candelabra and Sèvres china, the salons magnificent and impressive, the park, gardens and stables, he had never, as far as Andrina could remember, described the Duke himself. All she knew was that he must be very old, since he had not been a young man when her father had known him, and that he had once been condescending enough to become her godfather. "I hope he is not too deaf to hear what I have to say," Andrina thought apprehensively. It seemed to her now that all sorts of snags and difficulties presented themselves. Supposing the Duke was bedridden? She could hardly expect him then to sponsor 3 young girls in fashionable society. Supposing he was not only deaf, but blind? That was something that had never occurred to her before. If he was blind, he could not appreciate the beauty of Cheryl and Sharon, and therefore half the point of what she had to say would be lost. But it was too late now to have any hesitations. She had taken the first step, and was not only in London, but actually inside Broxbourne House. That was an achievement in itself. She realized her fingers were trembling, and her knees felt weak, so she sat down on one of the tapestry-covered chairs. There was a clock on the mantelpiece, which ticked noisily. There was a contemptuous sound about it, Andrina thought, and it had a superior sort of face, as if it felt she had no right to be there, forcing her way in where she was not wanted. The clock ticked on. 5 minutes passed, 10, then 15. Andrina wondered if they had forgotten her. Perhaps the butler had gone to his pantry, and it had escaped his memory that she was waiting. She wondered how long she should remain where she was, without reminding a footman at any rate of her presence. Then she told herself that she was being absurd. The Duke would not be sitting alone in Broxbourne House, waiting for her to call. He might have friends with him. He might be having a rest, or on the other hand, he might be changing for dinner. She looked apprehensively at the clock. It was 10 minutes to 6, and while some people in Cheshire still dined very early, she was almost certain she remembered Sharon saying that the Prince Regent dined at 7, or had it been past? The minutes ticked on. When at last Andrina was quite certain that she had been forgotten, the door opened, and the butler said, in a tone of one who passes judgment, "If you will come this way, madam, His Grace will see you." Andrina rose to her feet and forced herself to walk slowly and with dignity as she followed the butler across the hall. They went a little way down a wide passage and came to a door, outside which stood 2 footmen on duty. As the butler and Andrina approached, they opened the double mahogany doors simultaneously, and the butler announced in stentorian tones, "Miss Andrina Maldon, Your Grace." Feeling as if she approached the guillotine, Andrina walked into the room. Her first glance at the books reaching to the ceiling made her realize that it was a library. Then she was aware that a man was standing on the hearthrug with his back to the mantel shelf. She moved towards him, and then suddenly stopped still. For a moment she thought she must be dreaming or seeing things. It was not an elderly man who stood there, but Sir Tancred Wensley. There was complete silence, and Andrina thought that Sir Tancred was as astonished as she was. Then, without choosing her words, she asked, "What are you doing here?" "I was just about to ask you the same question," he replied. He was looking even more awe-inspiring than he had done the night before, and Andrina realised that it was because he was wearing evening clothes. The dark blue satin evening jacket with long tails accentuated the breadth of his shoulders, and his cravat, with the points of his collar high against his chin, was more intricately tied than it had been the previous evening. Andrina's shyness at his appearance was swept away by a sudden anger as she remembered how he had behaved towards her. She told herself swiftly that she had no intention of allowing him to circumvent her in her determination to see the Duke. "I asked to see the Duke of Broxbourne," she said, and was relieved to hear that her voice was well under control. "So I understood," Sir Tancred replied, "but I am exceedingly surprised to discover that the Miss Morgan with whom I dined last night should have changed to Miss Maldon when she reached London." Andrina had a sudden fear that he would tell the Duke what had occurred at the posting-in. It would be unlikely that anyone would believe she had not encouraged him, having agreed to dine alone with a man she had not met before. She supposed that Sir Tancred was staying with the Duke, and she wondered frantically whether she would be wise to beg him to keep secret the fact that they had met before. Then she thought that it would only be a humiliating plea, and he might refuse. "Are you going to tell me why you are here?" Sir Tancred inquired. "Certainly not," Andrina replied. "I asked to see his Grace, and when he appears, I should be obliged if you would kindly leave us alone." "You have something of a secret nature to impart to him?" "What I have to say is private," Andrina replied, "and could be no possible concern of yours." "But I am interested," Sir Tancred said, "and in case you are wondering, my foot is bruised and still somewhat painful." "I am delighted to hear it." "You are certainly adroit at getting yourself out of trouble. Perhaps you have had a great deal of practice." Andrina drew herself up proudly. "I have no desire to discuss such matters," she said. "If you intend to stay in this room until His Grace appears, I suggest we wait in silence." She found it difficult to speak crushingly when she was aware that Sir Tancred's eyes were twinkling, and there was that cynical, or was it sardonic, twist to his lips, which she had noticed the previous night. "Now, suppose we stop fencing," he proposed after a moment, "and you tell me why you are here, and what you want with me." "With you?" Andrina retorted. "I have nothing." She stopped suddenly. A terrifying thought came to her. As he saw her grey eyes widen in her small face, Sir Tancred, as if in answer to her unspoken question, said, "I am the Duke of Broxbourne." "You? But how can you be?" Andrina demanded impulsively, before she could stop to think. "His Grace is old, very old." "My father, to whom I imagine you are referring, died 3 years ago, a month, in fact, before his 80th birthday. Andrina drew in her breath. "But you said your name was Wensley," she pointed out somewhat childishly. "So it is. It is one of my titles, which I frequently use when travelling." The Duke indicated a chair with a gesture of his hand. "Will you sit down, Miss Maldon?" he said. "Then perhaps you will tell me why you came to see me, or rather my father." "How can he have died?" Andrina said almost to herself. "It is something I did not anticipate." "It happens to all of us in time," the Duke remarked, in a voice that made her think that he was laughing at her. "It may seem funny to you," she said aggressively, "but I had been so sure that he would be here and he would listen to what I had to say to him." "I am listening." "But it would not be the same with you," Andrina declared petulantly. "Why not?" the Duke inquired. "Because for one thing you are not my godfather," Andrina replied. The Duke smiled. "So, you were one of Papa's many godchildren. I never understood why he so often accepted such a responsible position, seeing that he certainly made no effort to attend to their religious upbringing and left them nothing in his will." "I was not expecting anything," Andrina said, "but I wanted his help, and I thought that I could appeal to his better nature, or perhaps his conscience." The Duke threw back his head and laughed. That is the first time I have ever heard that my father had a conscience, and as for his helping you, he was the most selfish man alive, with the possible exception of myself." Andrina twisted her fingers together. Then she said in a very small voice, "You do not consider, Your Grace, that your father's responsibilities have descended onto you?" "In principle, no," the Duke replied. "But I am prepared to hear the nature of this responsibility, Miss Maldon." It was difficult, much more difficult than Andrina had imagined it would be. Try as she would, she could not help remembering that the man sitting opposite her had kissed her the night before. It was disgraceful, it was outrageous, something he should never have done. She had hoped never to see him again, and yet by some terrible twist of fate, he was the only person, she thought despairingly, who could help Cheryl and Sharon to make suitable marriages. Unexpectedly, the Duke suggested, "As I am aware, you have been travelling since early this morning. You must be both tired and hungry. Let me offer you a glass of wine and perhaps some refreshment." "No, thank you," Andrina replied quickly. "I want to tell you why I am here, and it is too important for me to think of anything else." "It is, of course, impossible for me to guess what it could be," the Duke said. He leaned back in his chair, very much at ease, and Andrina told herself that she hated him. He was not making it easy for her, and now she realized how preposterous her suggestion was going to sound. "My father, Colonel Guy Maldon, was a friend of your father's," she began. "Or rather, your father was kind to him when he was a young man. He used to stay at his house in the country, and he often spoke about those days." She paused, wondering why it was so hard to speak, and her lips felt dry. "Go on," the Duke prompted. "My father lost his money, gaming," Andrina continued, "and after that he and my mother had to leave London and live in Cheshire where they had a house, and so they lost touch with their old friends." "My father did not communicate with them in any way?" "No." "It is what might be expected. My father was neither loyal nor faithful to his friends. Out of sight, out of mind, was the usual way he treated them." "My father always spoke of yours with great affection," Andrina said, "and now that he is dead, I thought perhaps the Duke might have remembered the days they spent together, and that I was his godchild, and he would—" Andrina's voice died away. It was almost impossible to speak the words she had come to say with the Duke watching her and making her feel unaccountably nervous. "What were you expecting him to do?" the Duke asked after a moment, when she did not seem inclined to go on. "I wanted him to introduce my sisters to London society," Andrina answered. The words came out in a rush, and as she spoke, the colour rose painfully in her cheeks, moving from her small chin up to her large, worried eyes. "Introduce your sisters into society," the Duke repeated incredulously. "My father would never have entertained such an idea. He disliked society. He had no use for it. And as for young women, I doubt if he ever spoke to one." "There is no one else who can help," Andrina said in a low voice. "And Cheryl is beautiful, more beautiful than any girl you have ever seen. And Sharon is very lovely too, but in a different way. They are exceptional, unique, far more beautiful than Elizabeth and Maria Gunning, and it seems so wrong, so unfair that they should be buried in the country." "If my father had agreed to this extraordinary idea of yours, which I can assure you he would never have done," the Duke said, "were you suggesting that he should also pay for the privilege?" There was a jeering note in his voice, which made Andrina feel a hot wave of anger rise inside her, but she told herself that it would be fatal to lose her temper, or to speak in anything but a polite and pleading tone. "Certainly not," she replied, but it was more defiant than polite. "We were perfectly prepared to pay our way." As she spoke, she held out to the Duke the leather case that contained her mother's necklace. She had taken it out of her valise at the Swan with Two Necks, and had carried it with her in the hackney carriage and when she entered the house. "What is that?" the Duke inquired. He made no effort to take the case from her, and Andrina rose to her feet to cross the space between them and place it in his hands. He opened the box and looked at the Indian necklace with surprise. "My father brought it back from India," Andrina explained. "Mamma kept it and would never sell it, however poor we were. I am sure that she intended to keep it to pay for Cheryl and Sharon's weddings when they were married." She paused and then said distinctly, "There will be no chance of their getting married or of meeting the right sort of prospective husband where we are living now. They must come to London." "And you think this will pay their expenses?" the Duke inquired. "It is worth at least £500, Andrina told him, "and if they could come up for this season, just until June, they should be able to meet suitable young gentlemen." "I see that you have thought all this out in some detail, Miss Maldon," the Duke said. "I am trying to make you understand how important it is for us," Andrina replied. "Us?" he questioned. "That is the first time you have included yourself in this grandiose scheme. I thought it was only your sisters who concerned you." "I thought that I should be there to look after them and to guide them," Andrina faltered. "If they could manage without me, then there would be no reason for me to stay in London." "You are very self-effacing, Miss Maldon," he said, but it did not sound particularly complimentary. "You do understand why I wanted to see your father," Andrina said pleadingly. "I felt perhaps he would realize he had neglected an old friend who had fallen on hard times and might wish to make amends by doing something for his daughters." "My father would not have considered himself under any obligation, morally or otherwise," the Duke replied. "If your father dropped out of circulation, he had only himself to blame." There was silence until Andrina said in a very low voice, "You would not contemplate what I ask?" "I certainly would not," the Duke replied. "I am a bachelor, Miss Maldon, and I assure you that I am far from being the right person to sponsor 3 débutantes, however attractive they may be." "There is one thing I forgot," Andrina said. "What is that?" the Duke inquired. "There was a family connection between my father and yours. I think they shared a great-great-grandmother. Anyway, my father sometimes spoke of the Duke as his cousin." "What was the name of this great-great-grandmother?" the Duke inquired, and Andrina was sure that he was sneering. "Bentinck." "It is certainly a name which appears in our family tree," he conceded. "Then it would not be as if you were helping complete strangers." She knew that she was being importunate by continuing to plead with him, and yet she felt as if all her plans had fallen flat, like a card castle. There was something ignominious in knowing that, having come all this way to London, she must just turn round and go back home. She looked at the Duke's face and was quite certain that he was not only unmoved by her appeal, but not even interested in what she had to say. She had failed, and the disappointment was like a stone, heavy in her breast. Taking from him the box that contained the necklace, she turned without speaking and walked towards the door. "Where are you going?" the Duke asked. "Home." "You have somewhere to stay tonight?" "I will find somewhere." "At this hour?" the Duke asked sharply. "My dear girl, you cannot wander about in London alone." "Your Grace need not be concerned," Andrina answered. "I can look after myself." "As you did last night?" She felt a surge of irresistible anger as she replied, "You can hardly blame me for that." "Who else? When you were travelling alone without even a maid, and you told me that you were going to London in search of a man." "I was not to know that your Grace would misconstrue my words," Andrina began. Her eyes were dark with fury as she added, "How dared you think what you thought? It was inexcusable." "How could you expect me to think?" "But you must have known. Do I look as if I was that sort of woman?" "My poor innocent," the Duke said scathingly. "Pretty girls who have no wish to get into trouble do not travel alone, and never, do you hear me, never do they accept invitations from strange men." The severity of his tone brought the colour once again into Andrina's face, and feeling utterly humiliated, she turned once again towards the door. "You are not to leave until you tell me where you intend to spend the night," the Duke ordered. "Surely you know someone in London." "I have never been here before," Andrina replied. She wanted to run away, to hide herself somewhere, but she had the uncomfortable feeling that it would be impossible for her to go until he gave her permission to do so. Of all the scatterbrained, half-witted, idiotic ideas, yours is the worst, the Duke stormed. How could you have thought up anything so incredibly naive, so foolish, so absurd? I thought your father would help me, Andrina faltered. I did not expect to stay with him. I thought we could rent a house and he would find us a chaperone. The whole idea was mad from start to finish, the Duke said furiously. A chaperone, indeed. Where do you think my father, or I for that matter, can find you a chaperone, especially at this time of the night? I am going to a hotel. And what respectable hotel would take in an unescorted woman looking like you? He asked. There must be somewhere, Andrina went on desperately. Now she was beginning to feel frightened. London was very big, and even living in the country, she had heard talk of the depravity in the city, although she had never expected to come into contact with it. She looked very small, very young, and very pathetic as she stood halfway to the door, her eyes frantic, the colour the Duke had brought to her cheeks still vivid against the whiteness of her skin. He stared at her, and she thought from his expression that he disliked her as much as she disliked him. Suddenly, he put out his hand and tugged at the bell pull. Come and sit down, he demanded. I suppose I shall have to see what I can do about this. The door opened before Andrina had time to obey him. Fetch Mr. Robson, the Duke commanded. Very good, Your Grace. Andrina sat on the edge of the chair she had previously occupied. The Duke did not look at her, but stood with his back to the fire, and she knew by the squareness of his chin and the tight line of his mouth that he was incensed. After an uncomfortable 2 minutes, the door opened, and a middle-aged man with grey hair and what Andrina thought was a worried face came into the room. You wish to see me, Your Grace? Yes, Robson, the Duke replied. I require a chaperone for this lady. A chaperone, Your Grace? That is what I said. I am afraid I don't understand, Your Grace. Then let me make it clear, the Duke replied. This is Miss Andrina Maldon, a distant cousin, very distant, but nevertheless a relative, and her father and mine were friends, if he ever had any friends. Mr. Robson made a polite bow to Andrina, which she returned. Miss Maldon informs me, the Duke carried on in a lofty tone, that since she is also my father's goddaughter, she considers it my duty to shoulder the responsibilities that my father lamentably neglected during his lifetime, and to introduce her 2 sisters and herself to society. Andrina gave an exclamation of sheer astonishment. She looked up at the Duke and felt for a moment that her heart had stopped beating. He had agreed. She had won. She could hardly believe that she had actually heard him say the words. You will therefore appreciate, Robson, the Duke continued, that the Mrs. Maldon must be provided with a chaperone who is not only knowledgeable about such matters, but who will also be acceptable to the great hostesses. I understand, Your Grace, but it will not be easy, Mr. Robson replied, and his expression was now even more worried than it had been before. I am well aware of that, the Duke said, but I suppose such paragons do exist. There is Your Grace's aunt, the Countess of Himley, Mr. Robson began. An odious woman, the Duke interposed. I will have nothing to do with her. I cannot imagine how you can even mention her name. I beg Your Grace's pardon. There was silence as Mr. Robson appeared to be thinking, and then suddenly he suggested tentatively, What about Lady Evelyn Lindsay, Your Grace? She is Your Grace's cousin, and you will remember that her late husband was ambassador to Brussels. She must be finding it very dull living on his pension, and I am sure that she would welcome the opportunity to return to the society world in which she once shone so brightly. I knew you would not fail me, Robson, the Duke smiled. Lady Evelyn will do excellently. Take a carriage and fetch her here immediately. Here, Your Grace, and immediately. Miss Maldon will be staying, and she must be chaperoned. Yes, of course, Your Grace. I will leave at once. Lady Evelyn lives north of the park, in Dorset Square." "Then fetch her, Robson," the Duke commanded. The secretary bowed and went from the room. Andrina rose to her feet. "What can I say?" she asked. "I never thought you would agree. I am grateful, so overwhelmingly, wholeheartedly grateful." "Let me make this quite clear," the Duke said harshly. "I am embroiling myself in your crazy, senseless scheme against my better judgment, against every instinct and every inclination." "But you have agreed," Andrina said breathlessly. "I have agreed, God help me," the Duke said, "but I wish to have as little part as possible in the whole inane business." "I will try not to worry you," Andrina promised humbly, but her heart was singing. Chapter 3. Andrina felt as if she was living a dream. She was so used to planning everything herself, ever since her mother's death, and organising the household and her sisters, that she found it extraordinary to have everything arranged for her. She realised the very evening she arrived that the Duke's life was regulated in a most meticulous manner that proved, as the days passed, a continual surprise to her. When she was upstairs changing for dinner and 2 housemaids were unpacking her valise, there was a knock on the door, and an elderly woman in rustling black silk, who she realised must be the housekeeper, came into the room. "Mr. Robson would be very grateful, miss, if you would let him know your home address, so that the coachman can plan the journey, which he is to start at dawn tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow morning?" Andrina asked. "That is what I understood, miss," the housekeeper replied, "and I am to travel in the carriage, so that I can look after your sisters on the return journey." The housekeeper would certainly be a very respectable and reliable escort, Andrina thought with a smile, realising that the Duke was determined to protect her sisters against finding themselves in the same reprehensible situation that she had been involved in. Even to think, not only of the way he had behaved, but also of the scathing manner in which he had spoken about it, made her feel a quick surge of anger. At the same time, she could not help being glad and excited by the thought that Cheryl and Sharon would be with her far quicker than she had anticipated. "I am afraid it is a long journey for you to undertake," she said to the housekeeper. "His Grace is sending a groom ahead to ask if we can stay the night on the way back with Lord and Lady Drayton, who have a house not far from Market Harborough," the housekeeper replied. "So we shall be quite comfortable, miss, and not have to put up in one of those horrible posting inns." Because she could not repress her curiosity, Andrina asked, "I understand that His Grace sometimes stays in them." "So I believe," the housekeeper said stiffly, "but His Grace is very particular whose hospitality he accepts, and Lord and Lady Drayton keep early hours, and are in fact a trifle old-fashioned. Cheryl and Sharon will certainly have no chance of getting into any mischief," Andrina thought. She wrote down the address, as the housekeeper had requested, and scribbled a note to the girls, telling them that everything was even better than they had hoped, and she was waiting impatiently for their arrival. She could imagine the excitement there would be at the manor house when they received her note. In a way, she was sorry that she could not be there to tell them herself, but she was to learn that there were a great many things for her to do in London. When she had gone down to dinner, wearing an evening gown that she had fortunately brought with her, she was feeling a little nervous of meeting Lady Evelyn Lindsay. The Duke had arranged to dine late, as Andrina realised, so that she would be properly chaperoned. It had never seemed to strike him, she thought, that Lady Evelyn might, when Mr. Robson called for her, have been out or might have had other plans. He behaved, she thought resentfully, as if the whole world was just waiting to do his bidding. When she entered the large salon where the butler told her that His Grace was waiting, it was to find him talking to a lady whom Andrina glanced at a little apprehensively. She had been half afraid that the chaperone chosen for them by the Duke would be someone straight-laced and haughty, rather like some of the dowagers in Cheshire who disapproved of Cheryl simply because of her beauty. But as she walked over the soft carpet towards the hearthrug, she heard a light laugh, and when she saw Lady Evelyn, much of her anxiety disappeared. She must have been nearly 60, but there was a youthfulness about her slim figure and a light in her eyes that proclaimed she still enjoyed life. She had never been beautiful, but she was smart and fashionable in a manner that made Andrina immediately conscious of how inadequate her gown was. She had copied it very carefully from a design in the Ladies' Journal, but she had only been able to afford the cheapest material, and although the colour became her, there was no disguising the fact, she told herself uncomfortably, that it looked homemade. Lady Evelyn's gown, although, as Andrina realised later in the evening, it was certainly not new, and had in fact seen a great deal of wear, proclaimed the magic word Paris in every seam, in every ribbon, and in every movement of the narrow skirt. Crossing the salon, Andrina realised that the Duke's eyes were on her face, and because he made her feel shy, she kept her own downcast until she reached his side. "Evelyn, may I present Andrina Maldon?" he said to the woman seated on the sofa. "She and her sisters have a connection with our family through great-great-grandmother Bentinck, so of course they are not only my cousins but also yours." Lady Evelyn held out her hand. "Welcome to the family," she said. "I can see at first glance that you are one of the more attractive assets we have had in centuries." Andrina curtsied, and Lady Evelyn drew her down beside her on the sofa. "It's the most exciting thing that has ever happened," she said, "that you and your sisters should have appeared from nowhere, and that Tancred should constitute himself your guardian." She gave the Duke a sly glance from out of the side of her eyes, and added, "I cannot imagine what our relations will say, especially Louise, who has no fewer than 5 daughters, whom you have never condescended to honour with a ball." "A ball?" Andrina asked, and found it hard to say the word. "Of course," Lady Evelyn replied. "How better can Tancred and I present you to the beau monde than at a ball? I believe the last one that took place in this house was over 20 years ago." Dinner in the huge dining room, where they were waited on by 6 footmen and the pontifical butler, was not the difficult meal that Andrina had feared as she came downstairs. Lady Evelyn chatted gaily about friends and relations she and the Duke had in common, of what had happened in Brussels after Napoleon's abdication in 1814, when her husband had been ambassador there, and a number of other subjects. "Poor Herbert! If only he had not died before we had time to enjoy the peace," she said. "I was hoping that after Brussels we could have gone to Paris, the Mecca of all diplomats, but it was not to be." There was, just for a moment, a wistful note in her voice, and then she went on. "If a balloon had dropped down the chimney, I could not have been more surprised when Mr. Robson arrived and told me that you wished me to come here immediately." "You can thank Robson for suggesting that you were in fact exactly the chaperone I needed to relieve me of my new responsibilities," the Duke said. There was just an edge to his voice that told Andrina all too clearly that he was still annoyed at being saddled with them, but she thought hopefully it would not be for long. She was quite certain that Cheryl and Sharon would quickly find husbands, and once they were married, there would be no need to trouble the Duke any further. She could not help wondering what Lady Evelyn must privately have thought of the precipitate manner in which she had been brought to Broxbourne House. But she was left in no uncertainty about it when, after dinner was finished, the Duke bowed to his cousin and said, "If you will excuse me, Evelyn, I will now leave and make my apologies to His Royal Highness, with whom I should have been dining tonight." Lady Evelyn clasped her hands together. "Oh, Tancred, how terrible! Have we kept you from Carlton House? Surely the Prince Regent will be angry. He hates having his parties upset." "There was a good excuse for it," the Duke replied, "and when I tell him that he will later have the privilege of meeting 3 new beauties, I feel sure that he will be too intrigued to be incensed with me for long." The Duke spoke as if it was of the utmost indifference to him whether the Prince Regent was annoyed or not, and Andrina thought it was typical of his arrogance. "Even though I am extremely beholden to him," she told herself, "I hate him." But she had to admit, as the Duke left them to walk across the salon, that it was difficult to imagine any man could look more distinguished or more obviously a person of consequence. The door closed behind him, and Lady Evelyn turned to Andrina. "You brilliant, incredible child," she cried. "How did you do it? You must tell me before I positively die of curiosity. How did you do it?" "Do what?" Andrina asked in surprise. "Persuade His Grace to have you here, 3 of you. I cannot believe it possible." "But why?" Andrina asked. "Why?" Lady Evelyn echoed. "Because if ever there was an egotistical, self-sufficient man, it is His Grace the Duke of Broxbourne. He is exactly like his father, my uncle, who was a monster of selfishness." Andrina said nothing, and after a moment Lady Evelyn went on. "I immediately thought that he must have fallen in love for the first time in his life, but he speaks as if you were an encumbrance. If so, why is he having you here? Can you be blackmailing him by any chance?" Andrina could not help laughing. "No, indeed. As it happens, I came here hoping to see the late Duke, and not knowing that he had died. He was a friend of my father's when he was young." "So Tancred told me," Lady Evelyn said. "But the last thing His Grace would want to do would be to make amends for his father's deficiencies. There were too many of them, for one thing." "You do not seem to be very fond of your relations," Andrina could not help saying. Lady Evelyn gave again the light musical laugh that was characteristic of her. "They are a moth-eaten lot, puffed up with nothing but pride. That is why it will be so exciting for me to produce a cousin like you. Are your sisters as lovely as you are?" "They are much, much lovelier," Andrina replied. "In fact, they are both quite beautiful, incredibly beautiful." She drew in her breath and then said bravely, "Please help them, Lady Evelyn. This is the one chance they will ever have of meeting the right people and finding husbands." "So that is why you have come to London," Lady Evelyn exclaimed. "I might have guessed it." "When you see Cheryl and Sharon, I'm sure you will understand," Andrina said. "We have been living a very dull existence in Cheshire, and there is nobody near us who would make a suitable husband for either of them." "You have given me just the sort of task I enjoy," Lady Evelyn smiled. "The first thing you and I must do tomorrow is to go shopping. I can see that you need clothes, and so do I. As for your sisters, no one must have so much as a glimpse of them until they are properly gowned." "Will that take long?" Andrina asked. "We have to make sure that they are equipped to the very latest fashion as soon as they set foot in London," Lady Evelyn replied. "Besides, I have planned that the ball shall take place at the end of the week." "So quickly!" Andrina exclaimed. "The quicker the better," Lady Evelyn said. "It is important that you should be invited to all the other balls, masques, riots and assemblies that are being given this season. The moment it is learnt that a ball is to take place at Broxbourne House, we shall be besieged by every hostess of any consequence." Lady Evelyn's words were prophetic, and long before the ball, Andrina found herself being carried away on a flood tide of excitement, expenditure, and speculation that made her feel as if she must lose her identity. The first morning, they had left Broxbourne House immediately after breakfast, and taking the Duke's carriage to Bond Street, they went first to the shop of Madame Bertin, who Lady Evelyn informed Andrina was the smartest dressmaker in London. Madame Bertin, after taking one look at the gown Andrina was wearing, was at first somewhat supercilious until she learnt who Lady Evelyn was and understood that she was to dress 3 young ladies who were the wards of His Grace the Duke of Broxbourne. From that moment she was all ingratiating smiles and brought from the workroom unfinished gowns that had in fact been ordered by other clients, promising that some of them would be completed by the following day, if they were definitely ordered. Andrina was so bewildered at the beauty and the smartness of the garments, each of which seemed more alluring than the last, that she would have accepted anything that Madame Bertin suggested. But Lady Evelyn was far more choosy, and Andrina was very grateful to her for her discrimination and good taste. Fortunately, she knew the exact measurements of both Cheryl and Sharon, having made gowns for them in the last 5 years. "As debutantes, they must wear white," Lady Evelyn said firmly. "Cheryl looks lovely in white," Andrina said, "but Sharon is dark, with a magnolia skin, and looks her best in colours." "No debutante should wear anything but white," Lady Evelyn insisted. But the problem was solved by Madame Bertin, who suggested that one of Sharon's evening gowns should be of silver net over white, while on another gown there was lace heavily embroidered with gold, which encircled the décolletage and made 3 frills round the hem of the skirt. It was difficult to imagine that any gowns could be so light, so ethereal, and indeed so transparent, Andrina thought. Gossamer net, gauzes, tuiles, jaconet muslins and sarsenets were all utilised, and whether they were embroidered, embellished, or run through with strands of silver and gold, they still revealed every curve and contour of the wearer's body. Sharon had indeed been right in what she had said about the clothes offering glimpses of breasts and legs to ardent young men. But Andrina was prepared to trust Lady Evelyn, and actually, when the gowns were on, they were not as provocative as they had appeared in the hand. By the time they returned to Broxbourne House for luncheon, it seemed to Andrina that they had bought mountains of clothes, and she could not help wondering a little apprehensively if they had spent too much of their precious £500 that she hoped the Duke would obtain from the sale of her mother's necklace. But Lady Evelyn had not finished. There were bonnets, shoes, stockings, nightgowns, gloves, sunshades, and a dozen other articles to be bought during the afternoon. Handbags or reticules were now in vogue because in the clinging muslins, pockets could no longer be hidden. Andrina let herself be swept along on the tide without protest. It was only when they were back again at Broxbourne House and Lady Evelyn had gone upstairs to lie down that she thought she had better speak to the Duke and find out if in fact they had overspent. She followed Lady Evelyn upstairs to the bedrooms, but instead of resting, as her ladyship had suggested, she went down again to ask the butler if the Duke was in the house. "He is in the library, miss." "Then would you ask his Grace if I may speak to him?" Andrina inquired. "I will announce you, miss. His Grace is alone." Andrina followed him to the room where the previous day she had found the Duke when she had expected to meet his father. She was conscious that she now looked very different from the girl who had arrived, wearing a gown she had altered herself, and which she now knew was in Madame Bertin's eyes only fit for the bonfire. Because she was so slim, she had been able to fit into one of Madame Bertin's models that she kept to show her clients. Of hyacinth blue, it was cut in the new line, with a very high waist, small puffed sleeves, and yet much more ornamental than the gowns had been during the war, when trimmings that must come from Lyon and other parts of France were impossible to obtain. Lady Evelyn had already instructed the maid who looked after Andrina to arrange her hair in a different style, and she was conscious that she looked her best. It gave her some confidence as the butler opened the library door and announced, as he had done before, "Miss Maldon, Your Grace." The Duke was sitting in an armchair reading the Times. He looked up as Andrina entered, and she thought that he deliberately stared at her for a few seconds before he rose to his feet. She reached his side, trying to walk proudly, holding her chin high, conscious of the effect he invariably had of making her feel shy and overwhelmed by his commanding and assertive manner. "You wish to see me?" he asked, his eyes on her face. "I know that your Grace has no desire to be worried by details," Andrina said, a little breathlessly, "but I thought I ought to tell you that her ladyship and I have spent a great deal of money today. I am sure that it will not come to more than you will obtain for the necklace. At the same time, there will be other expenses, and I would not wish to be in your Grace's debt." "That would worry you?" the Duke asked. "As I have already said," Andrina replied with dignity, "we must not be a burden on you financially, and you must tell me when I can spend no more." The Duke did not speak, and after a moment she said, "I do not know quite what to say to Lady Evelyn about her own gowns. She informed the dressmaker and the other shops that all the bills were to be sent to you, but I will pay for Lady Evelyn's purchases as well as for our own." "Is that not rather profligate?" the Duke inquired, in a tone that made her think that he was sneering at her. "Even £500, if that is what your necklace fetches, will not last forever." "It should last for 2 months," Andrina said, "and of course we would wish to pay for the ball, the champagne, and the band." "I think I should make this clear," the Duke answered. Whatever hospitality I offer my guests in my own house is my own responsibility. If it were not for us, you would not have had to entertain them at all, Andrina argued. I am not in the habit of accepting money from women. There is no need to talk like that, Andrina said sharply. You make it sound as if I should not have suggested it, but you know as well as I do that you did not wish us to come here. I should not want to feel that we are battening on your good nature, and certainly not financially. If you don't like the way I run things in my house, the Duke replied, the alternative is very obvious. He is being deliberately aggressive, Andrina thought. I cannot understand why you will not see sense, she protested. I forced myself and my sisters upon you, I admit that. But we do not wish to be the kind of impecunious relations who are out to get everything they can. I realize they exist in every family, but I see no reason why we should put ourselves in that position unnecessarily. You got your own way in one regard, the Duke replied, but I am damned if I am going to be bullied in any other. I make my arrangements as they suit me, and all you have to do is accede to them. He spoke sharply, and Andrina felt herself flush, not with embarrassment, but with anger. Very well, Your Grace, she said, and of course I am, humbly and servilely grateful. She spoke ironically, curtsied, and went from the room, afraid that she might say something that she would later regret. Why must he be so pig-headed, she thought, and then wondered if perhaps she was being absurd to split straws. He was doing so much for them already, and it would not possibly matter to him who paid for the champagne and the band. He was rich enough not to notice it. At the same time, Andrina felt almost as if she was sinking in shifting sand, and sooner or later it would close over her head and suffocate her. When Cheryl and Sharon arrived, it was Sharon who told Andrina that she was being absurd to worry about everything except the fact that they were in London and making their debut in the most auspicious circumstances. The ward of a duke, a ball. Oh, Andrina, how did you manage it? She asked, and flung her arms round her older sister's neck. To tell you the truth, Andrina answered, I never thought he would agree. But of course, we are paying for ourselves. I gave him Mamma's necklace and told him that it would cover our expenses, but he will not let me pay for the ball. Why should he? Sharon asked. After all, it is taking place in his house. It's very kind of him to give it. I would feel much happier, Andrina said, if we were responsible for the champagne and the band, which naturally would mean that we would have fewer gowns. Don't be so silly, Sharon replied. If we do get married, we shall want every penny that is left to buy our trousseau. Have you thought of that? I suppose I have not really taken it into account, Andrina admitted. Well, for goodness sake, Andrina, let him give us anything he wishes, Sharon begged. I gather he has never done anything like this before. Who told you that? Andrina asked. Lady Davenport. She was absolutely astonished that we should be coming to London to stay at Broxbourne House. The Duke told her in his letter that Lady Evelyn was to be our chaperone, but she still seemed to think it reprehensible that we should be guests in the house of a bachelor. I don't think it's because he is a bachelor, Andrina said, but because he is a duke, and a very autocratic one. It was Cheryl, who was always more sensitive to other people's feelings than Sharon, who exclaimed, You sound as if you don't like him, Andrina. To be honest, Andrina replied, I think he is far too pleased with himself, besides being a tyrant and a despot. She spoke so violently that both Cheryl and Sharon looked at her in consternation. Why should you feel like that? Sharon asked after a moment. Cheryl looked worried and took one of Andrina's hands in hers. If it upsets you, Andrina, she said in her soft voice, we can go back home and not worry about making our debut in London. Hugo said I would not like it here. Hugo is talking a lot of nonsense, Andrina cried. But the Duke is a difficult man, and of course we have to be very careful not to upset him. It is very, very kind of him to have us, Cheryl said. When are we going to meet him? Sharon asked. As if her words were a cue, Andrina thought to herself, for the entrance of the Demon King, there was a knock at the door. They were all in Andrina's room, and 3 heads turned simultaneously. Come in, she called out. It was one of the maids bringing a message to say that the Duke wished to see the young ladies in the salon. Andrina gave a little exclamation. Change your clothes quickly, she urged. I do not wish him to see you in your travelling clothes, but in the new gowns I have bought for you. She glanced at the clock. We can keep him waiting for 5 minutes, but not a second longer. The girls hurried to their bedrooms, which adjoined Andrina's. She followed Cheryl to help her into an afternoon gown made of white lace, slotted through with blue ribbon and with a sash of the same colour. She chose the blue that was the same colour as Cheryl's eyes, and when she had quickly arranged her hair and added 2 bows to hold her curls in place, she looked so lovely that Andrina thought it would be impossible for any man to resist her. Sharon's gown was also white, but cut in a more classical shape and trimmed with touches of leaf green that made her skin seem more than ever like a magnolia. She looked exotic and very beautiful as 5 minutes later she followed Andrina and Cheryl downstairs, and they entered the salon to find the Duke at the far end of it. They advanced towards him, and all 3 girls curtsied almost simultaneously. Your Grace, may I present my sisters? Andrina asked, and she could not keep the triumph out of her voice. This is Cheryl, and this is Sharon. The sisters curtsied again. Then Sharon said impulsively, This is the most exciting thing that has ever happened to us, and you look exactly as a duke should look. And how is that? The Duke asked. Very grand and very impressive, Sharon answered. I should like to see you wearing your coronet. Perhaps you will have that privilege on another occasion, the Duke replied, with a twist of his lips. Andrina knew that he was being sarcastic. At the same time, she had been watching closely when she effected the introduction, and she had not missed the expression of surprise in his eyes when he looked at Cheryl and then at Sharon. He did not really believe that they could be as beautiful as I had told him, Andrina told herself. This is a very big house, Cheryl said after a moment, and there was a tremor in her voice that told Andrina she was nervous. She took her sister by the hand and drew her to the window. There is the garden, she said. Look how beautifully it is kept, and the flowers are exquisite. His Grace is having it lit with fairy lights on the night of the ball. It will be very romantic. Cheryl's fingers were cold in hers, but Sharon was talking excitedly to the Duke, and after a moment he said to Andrina, I don't know whether Lady Evelyn has told you, but we have been asked to dine with the Duchess of Devonshire. It is only a dinner party, but I expect the young people will dance afterwards. Thank goodness we have some new gowns, Sharon exclaimed. I have read about Devonshire House in a magazine. It is very impressive, and the Duchess is said to be very beautiful. I can see you are well informed, the Duke said. We will leave here at 7:30. Lady Evelyn insists that I accompany you. Otherwise she says that no one will believe I am acting as your guardian. He walked from the room as he spoke, and Andrina followed him with her eyes. She was certain that he was finding it irksome to be forced by his cousin into accompanying them this evening, but she was sure that Lady Evelyn was right, and the social world would find it hard to credit that the rumours already circulating in London were not just a practical joke. I don't think he wants to go to the party, Cheryl said, and her expression was troubled. He always talks like that, Andrina said soothingly. You must not pay any attention to him, Cheryl. I think he is rather fascinating, Sharon sighed. I expect the reason he has never married is that he has been crossed in love. Andrina could not help wondering if that was in fact true. Could that be the explanation of the Duke's cynicism, and perhaps, too, why he liked to be self-sufficient and a bachelor? But she had no more time to think about the Duke. For the moment, she was concerned only to keep Cheryl happy and from being intimidated by the largeness of the house, the enormous number of servants there were to wait on them, and by Lady Evelyn. Not that there was any reason for her to be afraid of Lady Evelyn, who was so delighted herself at the thought of going to a party that she appeared to be laughing about everything as well as helping the girls to look their best. The hairdresser had been ordered to come to their rooms and attend to one after the other. There was a great deal of discussion as to which of the many gowns that had already arrived they should wear for their first appearance. Then finally, when first Cheryl and then Sharon was dressed, Andrina realised that she had only a little time to dress herself and took the first gown that came to hand. Because the girls were to wear white for their first season and she was no longer a debutante, the dresses she had chosen for herself, and there were not nearly as many as she had bought for Cheryl and Sharon, were in the pale colours that her mother had always wanted her to wear. "You will never go wrong if you follow the flowers, darling," she had said. "Their colours are never harsh or discordant, and even when a flower is crimson, it has soft tints and shades about it that are never harsh or crude." The gown that Andrina wore tonight was another blue, this time the blue of the forget-me-not. It was rather simpler and without the frills that trimmed Cheryl's gown or the embroidered lace on Sharon's. Andrina hoped, too, that it was cheaper, but she was quite certain that Madame Bertin was exorbitantly expensive for whatever she made, and she was determined, as soon as she had time, to find a cheaper shop where they could procure any other gowns they required. When finally they were ready to go downstairs, Lady Evelyn came to collect them, looking magnificent in a gown of deep purple and wearing on her shoulders a spray of purple orchids. "How lovely those orchids are!" Andrina exclaimed. To her surprise, Lady Evelyn looked a little embarrassed. "I always wore flowers when I was in Brussels," she said, "so I thought that just for tonight I would be a little extravagant." "They are very becoming, ma'am," Andrina said dutifully, but she could not help wondering if Lady Evelyn expected her to pay for them. Then she told herself that it was the least they could do, and perhaps a simple way of expressing their gratitude. Andrina had been right in thinking that the social world would quickly recognise the beauty of Cheryl and Sharon. From the moment they appeared at the Devonshire House party, there was no doubt as to their success. Andrina listened proudly to the flattering remarks that were made to her about Cheryl and Sharon, and although she was often included in the almost overwhelming flattery, she told herself that it was just politeness and that she was of little importance beside her younger sisters. And yet she found people were far more interesting to talk to than she had expected. That first evening, she sat next to the Duke of Wellington at dinner. She was thrilled, as she had always longed to meet the man she had admired all her life. He was extremely pleasant, and she was not to know that the Duke had always had an eye for pretty women and was well known for his amatory affairs, even though he was discreet about them. She told him how her father had spoken of the Battle of Assaye and how brilliant the Duke had been in command. "What brought me through many difficulties in the Mahratta War and in the negotiation for peace was the British good faith and nothing else," the Duke told her. Andrina noticed his flashing eyes and remembered that after Waterloo she had read that Sir Alexander Fraser had said, "Cold and indifferent in the beginning of battle, and when the moment of difficulty comes, intelligence flashes from the eyes of this wonderful man, and he rises superior to all that can be imagined." On the other side of her, she found herself neglecting the Earl of Crowhurst, which was inevitable in comparison with the hero of Waterloo. He was not attractive. In fact, Andrina thought he was ugly, and there was something debauched about the deep lines under his heavy-lidded eyes and the fullness of his sensual lips. As she was so busy talking to the Duke, she did not have any conversation with him until the dinner was well advanced, and when at last, remembering her manners, she turned to the Earl, he said, "You have been ignoring me, Miss Maldon, and I am extremely piqued about it." "Please forgive me if I have seemed rude," Andrina pleaded, "but I was so thrilled to meet the Duke of Wellington. My father has talked of him ever since I was a child, and I have read about every battle in which he has ever taken part." "I have fought on different battlefields," the Earl remarked, "but in my way I have been equally successful." "In what battlefields has that been?" Andrina inquired. "That of love," he replied. He saw the surprised look in her eyes and added, "You are very beautiful, Miss Maldon, as I am sure an army of men have already told you." "On the contrary, my lord," Andrina replied, "I have only just arrived in London, and in the country people are not so outspoken." "Is it true the noble Duke is setting up a nursery in Broxbourne House?" If you are referring to the fact that he is introducing my sisters and me to society, Andrina answered coldly, then it is. The Earl looked across the table at Cheryl and then at Sharon. I must compliment Broxbourne on his excellent taste. Where could he have found 3 such exquisite creatures? Andrina felt that this was dangerous ground and said quickly, We are relatives of the Duke, but will you not tell me about yourself, my lord? As long as I may talk about myself and you, that is all I ask, the Earl of Crowhurst said softly. And I want to talk about you, lovely lady. There was a caress in his voice that made Andrina look at him a little apprehensively. Then she told herself that he was only like one of those tiresome old men who used to flirt with her when they called on her father. Are you interested in horses, my lord? She asked, hoping that she could divert his attention. I am interested only in the prettiest little filly I have seen for many years, he answered, and I have just learned that her name is Andrina. He went on paying her compliments and talking in a low, intimate voice that made her feel embarrassed, so that in the end she was glad when dinner was finished and the Duchess took the ladies from the room. After dinner there was dancing, and Andrina expected that the Earl would think himself too old to take the floor with the Duchess's relatives, the young Cavendishes, and girls who were mostly Cheryl and Sharon's age. But he came up to Andrina as soon as the gentlemen had left the dining room, and although at first she refused, he finally persuaded her to dance a waltz that had been introduced to London after the war. Fortunately, the girls, who all enjoyed dancing, had learnt the quadrilles, which Sharon informed them were all the rage, and also the steps of the new Viennese waltz. The Belle Assemblée had reported that a highbrow party met daily at Devonshire House to learn dancing all over again. I want to put my arm around you, the Earl said. Your figure is exquisite. I really think someone should sculpt you as Venus. Andrina, unsophisticated though she might be, was quite aware of what he insinuated, and she stiffened in his arms and decided that she had taken a dislike to the Earl of Crowhurst. When they left Devonshire House, the Duke did not accompany them, and they were alone in the carriage with Lady Evelyn when she exclaimed, What an evening! You have all been a huge success! Cheryl, I could see that the Marquis of Glen was delighted with you, and Andrina has certainly made a conquest of the Earl of Crowhurst. I hope not, Andrina said quickly. I think he is a horrible man. My dear child, he is a great catch, Lady Evelyn said. He has never been married? Sharon asked. Twice, as it happens, Lady Evelyn replied. His first wife died a year after they married, when he was very young, and his second wife had a bad fall out hunting 3 years ago. They tried to save her life, but had they succeeded, she would have been a helpless cripple, so it was in fact far better that she should die. That was very sad for her husband, Cheryl said, who was always touched by any tale of suffering or unhappiness. He soon consoled himself, Lady Evelyn remarked dryly. At the same time, if he should be serious where you are concerned, Andrina, it would be a great feather in your cap. He is extremely wealthy, and his estate in Hampshire is, I believe, magnificent. I am not interested in the Earl, Andrina said coldly, nor, for that matter, in anyone else. It is Cheryl and Sharon who must find nice husbands. Well, the Marquis of Glen is certainly nice, Lady Evelyn remarked. He is the oldest son of the Duke of Broxbourne, and is of course Scottish, but none the worse for that. Andrina drew in her breath. How wonderful it would be if the Marquis should fall in love with Cheryl, and she would eventually become a duchess. It was what she had always longed for her to be. She had noticed the Marquis, a sandy-haired young man, dancing with Cheryl, and had thought him rather insignificant, but he appeared quiet and polite, and he would not, she thought with satisfaction, frighten Cheryl as someone like the Earl would do. Cheryl was, she knew, already frightened of the Duke. He was the type of man she did not understand, and Andrina had made up her mind to keep her away from him as much as possible. Sharon was different. She was never in awe of anyone, and as she had already said, she found the Duke fascinating. At the Devonshires' party, she seemed always to have 2 or 3 men standing around her, laughing at what she said. Andrina had never doubted that wherever Sharon went, she would be a success. Then the thought came to her that perhaps Sharon might marry the Duke. If Cheryl was to be the Duchess of Arcray, why should Sharon not be the Duchess of Broxbourne? It was certainly an idea, and she wondered whether the Duke preferred fair or dark-haired women. If the former, it might be very difficult to persuade Cheryl to consider him as a husband. Andrina's thoughts about marriage for her sisters kept her awake long after she had gone to bed. The girls were tired after their long drive, but despite all that she and Lady Evelyn had done during the day and the excitement of dining at Devonshire House, Andrina found it impossible to sleep. Finally, she rose from her bed and walked to the window. Her room looked out over the front of the house, and as she drew back the curtains, she saw a carriage coming up the short drive and turning beneath her under the pillared portico. It was the Duke returning home, and she wondered where he had been. It must be 3 hours since they had left Devonshire House. Had he been at his club, or had he perhaps visited some lady who had been waiting for him when he was no longer socially engaged? Andrina knew, because she had listened to her father talking about it, that gentlemen were interested in actresses, in the singers at Vauxhall Gardens, and in ladies who might be very beautiful but were not accepted by any social hostess. Was that the sort of woman, Andrina wondered, that the Duke had been to see at this hour of the night? She told herself it was very probable. After all, that was the sort of woman he had thought she was when he had kissed her in the parlour of the posting inn. She felt herself once again growing angry at the thought. Then she remembered the strange feeling that his kiss had evoked in her, a sensation like forked lightning running through her body, a pain, then a pleasure that was indescribable. How dare he? Andrina asked herself aloud, and abruptly pulled the curtains together again. Chapter 4. Andrina looked round the ballroom with a feeling of triumph. Nothing could have been more impressive or magnificent than the ballroom at Broxbourne House, decorated with garlands of white flowers, and with the long French windows opening onto the garden, which glittered with fairy lights. The band was wearing a uniform of red with gold braid, and the dancers were a spectacle in themselves, from the glittering jewels of the ladies to the flashing decorations of the gentlemen. The Prince Regent had honoured the Duke by dining at Broxbourne House, and they had sat down 40 to dinner. Afterwards, 200 guests had arrived, all of them, Andrina knew, among the most important and distinguished people in London. Watching the dancers, she thought that Cheryl had exceeded all her hopes and expectations. Her gown of white gauze, decorated with tiny rows of lace caught up with small bunches of snowdrops, was the ideal frame for a debutante. And who, she asked herself, could be more beautiful than Cheryl when she was laughing and happy? Her golden hair glinted beneath the thousands of candles in the huge crystal chandeliers, and her blue eyes, turned upwards to look at her partner, the Marquis of Glen, were sparkling. Everything, Andrina told herself, was almost too good to be true. She thought the Marquis a somewhat ineffective man, and he was certainly not good-looking compared with the Duke, or with many of the other resplendent and handsome gentlemen in the room. But Cheryl liked him, and was obviously not nervous or shy when she was with him, and that was the first step in the right direction to her becoming a duchess. There was a satisfied smile on Andrina's lips as she looked round for Sharon to be replaced by a faint frown between her eyes. Sharon, in a gown of silver lace over a petticoat of silver lame, looked exotic and exciting. Only the slimness of her figure and the look in her eyes revealed to those who were perceptive how young and innocent she was in reality. In her dark hair, she wore 2 diamond stars, which glittered in the candlelight. Andrina's only decoration was a wreath of pink roses that matched her dress, and to look different from her sisters, her gown was of rose-pink gauze over a pale satin, decorated only with small bunches of roses and velvet ribbons. A number of gentlemen, with lamentable lack of originality, had told her that she looked like a rose, and she knew without conceit that the gown was very becoming. But Andrina had in fact hurried over her own toilette when dressing for the ball, and she was supervising Cheryl's when there was a knock at the door, and without waiting for an answer, Lady Evelyn joined them. "Can you imagine it possible, girls?" she asked. "I have just received a message from His Grace to say that we can wear any of the family jewels that take our fancy." "The family jewels," Andrina repeated, and at that moment Sharon came in from an adjoining room. "That is just what I was thinking we lacked," she exclaimed, having overheard what Lady Evelyn had said. "We are all very elegant, but we need the extra touch that only gems can give to make us really smart." "That is exactly what I thought myself," Lady Evelyn said. "At my age, jewels are as important to a woman as the cosmetics with which she embellishes her complexion." "Where are they?" Sharon asked. "I will show you," Lady Evelyn answered with a smile. They all went downstairs to Mr. Robson's office to find him waiting for them, having already received his instructions from the Duke. He opened a heavy iron door that was situated in a corner of the room, and they saw what Andrina privately thought of as an Aladdin's cave. There were shelves on which reposed leather, velvet, and satin-covered boxes, and when each one was opened by Mr. Robson, the jewellery they contained made them all gasp in astonishment. There was a set of sapphires and diamonds, which comprised an enormous tiara, a necklace, bracelets, brooches, and rings, and there were other sets equally magnificent in emeralds, rubies, diamonds, and pearls. There were other pieces of jewellery, many of them historical, which had been brought into the family either through marriage or by being acquired by the various dukes on their journeys abroad. Sharon went into ecstasies over each new jewel she was shown, and even Cheryl seemed a little excited by them. "What shall we choose?" Sharon cried. "I should have liked to wear the sapphires," Lady Evelyn said, "but alas, they will not go with my gown. I always thought that they were the finest gems in the Broxbourne collection, and I remember His Grace's mother looking absolutely magnificent in them." She turned to the secretary. "Is that not so, Mr. Robson?" "Her Grace was one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen," he answered. "Will the Duke mind their being worn by anyone else?" Andrina asked. She was really speaking to Mr. Robson, but Lady Evelyn heard and intervened. "I see no reason why he should mind. His mother died when he was 6, and it is unlikely that he directly remembers her." Andrina said nothing, but she felt quite sure that the Duke did remember his mother. After all, she could remember hers long before she was 6, and her father too in the years when he had been young and gay and always good-tempered. "I will wear the diamonds," Lady Evelyn said, with a last wistful look at the sapphires. "Now, girls, what is your choice?" "I think all Cheryl will need is a small string of pearls," Andrina said firmly. "I am sure that it would be incorrect for a debutante to wear much jewellery." Lady Evelyn gave her a little smile. "You are quite right, Andrina. I should have said that, not you. It would be ostentatious and in bad taste. A string of pearls would be perfect for Cheryl." "I want something that glitters," Sharon insisted firmly. "Why not these, Miss Sharon?" Mr. Robson suggested. He opened another box, and inside they saw 2 brooches shaped like stars and glittering with blue-white diamonds. Andrina fixed them in Sharon's hair, and they certainly much enhanced her appearance, and were in perfect harmony with the glittering silver of her gown. "And what about you, Andrina?" Lady Evelyn asked. Andrina shook her head. "I have no need for jewellery," she said. "There is a wreath that goes with my gown, and that is all I require." She spoke so firmly that nobody argued. Then, having thanked Mr. Robson, they returned upstairs. "Why did you not choose a pretty bracelet?" Cheryl asked when they had reached the bedrooms. "They would only be hidden by my gloves," Andrina answered her quickly. She could not explain to Cheryl or to anyone else why she felt a reluctance to accept the Duke's offer of appearing in the Broxbourne jewels. She somehow felt it was too incongruous to wear something that was so closely connected with him personally, when she knew that she disliked him, and that he, as he had said himself, had embroiled himself in their crazy, senseless scheme against his better judgment. It was different where Cheryl and Sharon were concerned. She was the one who had forced the Duke into agreeing to introduce them to the social world, and in consequence she would not accept from him anything that was not entirely necessary. Looking at Sharon now, Andrina realized that she was dancing for the second time that evening with a tall and handsome Russian whom they had met at Almack's. It had been Sharon who was almost too excited to speak when on Wednesday night Lady Evelyn had told them they were to visit Almack's. The Temple of the Beau Monde, about which she had read in her magazines, and which was the most exclusive, most select place in London, was to open its doors to them, and they were on the list. It was, Andrina had thought at first sight, disappointing after so much had been said and written about it. A suite of assembly rooms in King Street, St. James's, it seemed a quite ordinary place of entertainment, with refreshments consisting of lemonade and tea, bread and butter and stale cake, until one looked at those who were being entertained. Lady Evelyn, of course, knew everyone, and she had already told her charges on the way to Almack's how fortunate they were to have received their vouchers from Lady Cowper within a few days of arriving in London. The Foot Guards boast of 300 officers, Lady Evelyn said, but of those, only 6 are admitted to the club. "Do the gentlemen gamble?" Sharon asked, who had been reading about some of the other clubs in London. "It was suggested a short while ago," Lady Evelyn replied, "but the patronesses said that if card tables were introduced, the girls would lose all their partners. Men would always rather play than dance." She laughed. "No, you are the entertainment tonight, and make sure that you don't miss this opportunity." It would be difficult for most girls, Andrina thought later, to be noticed when the patronesses of Almack's were themselves so beautiful. Lady Cowper, who greeted them, was at 29 at the height of perfection. She had an almost classic profile, large expressive eyes, and a head that was set proudly on graceful shoulders. Andrina was to learn later that Lady Cowper was much the sweetest and kindest of all the patronesses, but she could understand too why Lady Jersey, who was known as Silence amongst her friends because she never stopped talking, was fascinating. Lady Sefton, another patroness, was amiable, and the Princess de Lieven, the wife of the Russian ambassador, had a personality it was impossible for anyone to ignore. She had an infinite capacity for making mischief, and power was an obsession with her. She entertained all the influential men in London in her husband's embassy in Ashburnham Street, and she believed that she could sway in Russia's favour the opinions of men like the Duke of Wellington, Lord Castlereagh, and Lord Palmerston. Yet she was not clever enough to realise that they saw through her. In fact, Lady Evelyn told Andrina that the Duke of Wellington had said that the princess was a femme d'esprit who can and will betray everyone in turn if it should suit her purpose. It had been the princess who had presented Count Ivan Berkendorf to Sharon, and when he had taken her onto the dance floor, a great number of those present had turned to look at 2 such handsome and attractive young people waltzing together. The Princess de Lieven had introduced the waltz at Almack's, which was considered at first to be extremely immoral. Even Lord Byron was shocked by it, Lady Evelyn told Andrina, and he only permitted Lady Caroline Lamb to waltz after he had grown tired of her. Although Lord Byron had gone to Italy the previous year, the scandal he had caused with Caroline Lamb was still the on dit, Andrina found, by the ladies who called on Lady Evelyn. But at the moment she was concerned only that there should be no gossip about Cheryl and Sharon. She was also very anxious that Sharon should not waste her beauty, her wit, and her fascinations on ineligible young men. After all, she told herself with a little sigh, we have so little time. 2 months, only 2 months in which to find Cheryl and Sharon husbands, and if they failed, there was only an ignominious return to bigger Stupeby and the loneliness and boredom of the manor house. It was something she hardly dared to contemplate, and yet always, at the back of her mind, there was the spectre of failure. Every tick of the clock brought them nearer to the moment when their money would have run out, and they could no longer impose on the Duke's hospitality. Andrina had made it her business to find out all that she could about Count Ivan Berkendorf. She learnt that he came of a distinguished Russian family, but he was not at all rich and was only a very junior diplomat. It was expected by the gossips that with his good looks and undeniable charm, he would marry into the British aristocracy and choose a bride with money. Andrina had related this to Sharon, and yet here at the ball she was dancing with the Count again and looking exceedingly lovely as she did so. How can she be so foolish tonight of all nights, Andrina asked herself, when every nobleman of importance is here? Could any girls have been luckier than to have a ball given for them that was graced by the Prince Regent, and for which every hostess of stature in London had given a dinner party? Andrina was determined to speak to Sharon, and as her sister waltzing round the room came near her, she stepped forward. The Count saw her and stopped dancing, but his arms still encircled his partner's waist. "Your skirt is caught up a little," Andrina said. Then, as she pretended to adjust it, and Sharon turned her head to see what was wrong, she said in a whisper, "Dance with the Duke. If he does not ask you, you must ask him." She did not wait for her sister's reply, but stood back as if she had completed her task and smiled at the Count. "I hope you are enjoying the ball," she said. "How could I be anything but rapturously happy at the moment?" he replied. He bowed, but when he would have resumed the waltz, the band stopped playing. "You dance divinely," Andrina heard him say to Sharon. "When will you honour me again?" Andrina had the feeling that Sharon was going to give him another dance, and putting her hand on her sister's arm, she insisted, "I think, dearest, we must find Lady Evelyn." She thought that Sharon was about to refuse, when at that very moment a voice at her elbow said, "I have been told by Lady Evelyn to discover if you both have plenty of partners." It was the Duke, and Andrina replied, "We have indeed, Your Grace, but of course we are still waiting for our host to lead us onto the dance floor, as is, I believe, correct." "I am afraid my etiquette in such matters is limited," the Duke replied. "But naturally, if you—" Andrina, realizing that he was about to invite her to be his partner, quickly drew Sharon forward. "Sharon has been hoping all the evening that Your Grace would dance with her," she said. "Is that not so, dearest?" Her fingers pressed her sister's arm as she spoke, and obediently Sharon replied, "I should be very disappointed if you did not consider me suitable enough, Your Grace." "I think, as we are talking about matters of protocol," the Duke replied, with a hint of laughter in his voice that told Andrina quite clearly that he had realized what she was doing, "I should take my protégés in order, starting with the eldest." Andrina, looking at him, saw a cynical twist to his lips and guessed that he knew that the last thing she wanted was to dance with him. "It is an honour, Your Grace," she said, "but unfortunately I am already promised for this dance." She looked around hastily as she spoke, seeking a familiar face amongst the men standing talking with each other or escorting their partners back to their chaperones. She could not immediately recognize anyone. Then a voice she most disliked piped up. "I think, fair charmer, you are promised to me." Andrina gave a start and saw standing behind her was the man she had taken a dislike to at the first dinner party they had attended, Lord Crowhurst. She had, in fact, seen him in the distance at Almack's, and he had been with Lady Castlereagh and the Princess Esterhazy, and although he had bowed, he had not sought her company, nor asked her for a dance. He had obviously overheard what she said to the Duke, and it was impossible to refuse him without being rude. Besides, it meant that in the circumstances, the Duke would be obliged to partner Sharon. "I think you must be right, my lord," she said. "I am afraid I have muddled my partners into such a tangle that is beyond unravelling. Don't let us trouble our heads about anyone else but ourselves, Lord Crowhurst answered. The band started up, and without looking again at the Duke, Andrina allowed Lord Crowhurst to lead her onto the dance floor. He danced well, which surprised her. At the same time, she knew that she disliked him, and there was something within her that was revolted by the touch of his hand, even though she was wearing gloves. Fortunately, the dance was not a waltz, where they would have been closer, but a quadrille, so that it was impossible to have an intimate conversation. When the dance was over, Lord Crowhurst put his hand under Andrina's elbow and moved her skillfully through one of the open French windows into the garden outside. She hardly realized where he was leading her, because as she tried to do during the dance, she was still looking to see whether Sharon was dancing with the Duke. The room had been so crowded that she had not been able to observe them, although she thought that she saw Cheryl's white gown disappearing down one of the lighted paths. Because she thought it was somewhat indiscreet for Cheryl to leave the ballroom with the Marquis, and it might incur the censure of the more stiff-necked dowagers, she hurried after the white gown. It was only when, with the Earl beside her, she had reached almost the centre of the garden that she realised that the girl in front who had stopped with her partner to look at a small fountain was not Cheryl. She merely wore a white dress that in some way resembled that of her sister's. Andrina gave an audible sigh of relief and realised that she and the Earl had walked quickly but had in fact said nothing to each other. She turned for the first time to look at him, and she could see him quite clearly in the light of the Chinese lanterns that hung from the branches of the trees. He seemed to her to be more unpleasant-looking than she remembered, with his deep-set eyes and dark lines of debauchery beneath them, and his thick, sensual lips. "Do you always chaperone your sisters with such ardour?" the Earl inquired. Andrina felt confused. She had not thought he would realise that she had been pursuing the girl in the white gown. "Cheryl and Sharon are very young," she replied. "They have never been in London before. Because they are so lovely, I have to look after them." "And who looks after you?" the Earl inquired. There was something caressing in the way he said the last word, and Andrina replied lightly, "I assure you, my lord, I can look after myself." "I am glad to hear that," he replied. "Come, I have something to say to you." He took her hand as he spoke and led her down a little path. Without thinking, Andrina acquiesced, her thoughts once again on Cheryl. It was only as the path came to an end and she found herself in a tiny arbour containing a seat where there were several silk cushions that she said quickly, "I must go back to the ballroom." "There is no hurry," the Earl replied. "On the contrary, my lord," Andrina contradicted. "The next dance will have started by now, and my partner will be looking for me." "Let him look," the Earl answered. "I want to talk to you, Andrina, and here we shall not be disturbed." She noticed the use of her Christian name and said in a reproving tone, "This is only the second time we have met, my lord." The Earl did not pretend to misunderstand her. "That is something I wish to talk to you about," he said. "Let's sit down." He stood between Andrina and the path, and she thought it would be undignified and rather childish to make a fuss. She seated herself down on one of the silk cushions and said, "This is just the sort of place that I was trying to prevent my sister Cheryl from finding." "As you have already told me, Cheryl is young," the Earl said, "but you can look after yourself." Andrina hoped that he was right. She was uncomfortably aware that he had now sat down nearer to her than was necessary. In the dim light, he looked even more unpleasant, and she was extremely conscious of the distaste he aroused in her. "You are very beautiful, Andrina," he cooed softly. "I have already pointed out, my lord, that on such short acquaintance my name is Miss Maldon, or if you prefer, Miss Andrina." "There are many ways in which I intend to address you," the Earl replied, "and none of them starts with Miss." Andrina felt that he had drawn even nearer, and she said quickly, "I must return. What was it you wished to say to me?" "I wish to tell you that you are delightful, entrancing, admirable, and that I think, no, I am sure, that I have fallen in love." "That is ridiculous, as you well know," Andrina said sharply. "No one falls in love at first sight except in a novel." "But you must have learnt that the exception proves the rule," the Earl replied. "The moment I saw you, Andrina, I knew that we belonged to each other." Andrina was tense. "I am sorry, my lord. I can stay no longer," she said quickly. "Please forget what you have said to me, because I assure you I do not take it seriously." "Then I must convince you that I am serious," the Earl replied. "Very serious, Andrina." As he spoke, he put his arm round her waist. Andrina instantly turned her head away from him and said in what she hoped was a cold and icy tone, "Don't touch me, my lord. If you do, I shall scream, and that would be extremely undignified." "I doubt if anyone would hear you," the Earl said with a smile, "and if they did and came to your rescue, think how much gossip it would cause." He knew how to make things difficult, Andrina thought. Rather than go on arguing, she tried to rise to her feet, but it was impossible with the Earl's arm round her waist, pulling her against him, and now he took her other hand in his. "As I have already said, you are lovely, Andrina, and you excite me." As he spoke, he bent forward, and his lips were on her bare shoulder, hard against the softness of her skin. It took her by surprise, because her head was turned away from him. Then, as she felt his mouth, hot and insistent, it disgusted her. She struggled, but he was too strong, and now he pulled her against him, and his lips were on her neck. "No, no!" she cried. His kisses grew more passionate, and Andrina was terrified that his mouth would possess hers. She twisted her face away from him, but found it impossible to move her arms. Then suddenly, driven by fear, with a superhuman effort and a strength she did not know she possessed, she fought herself free. As the Earl clutched at her dress, she escaped him and was running frantically down the path, back towards the ballroom. The dancing had started again, and there were only a few people left in the garden. Andrina's eyes were fixed on the brilliant lights coming from the uncurtained windows, until on the terrace, just before she reached the ballroom windows, she bumped into someone. As she did so, she realized that the man had deliberately stepped in front of her, and looking up at him, she saw that it was the Duke. Her breath was coming quickly between her lips, and for a moment it was impossible to speak. The impact with which she had bumped into him had unsteadied her, so that he reached out to stop her from falling. "What have you been doing?" the Duke asked harshly, "or is that an unnecessary question?" With difficulty, Andrina forced herself to reply breathlessly, I thought I was late for the dance." "Don't lie to me," the Duke retorted. "You have been with Crowhurst. If he has frightened you, it is everything you deserve." Andrina did not answer. She was fighting for self-control, and although the Duke had taken his hands from her, she still felt unsteady on her feet. She wanted to leave him and go into the ballroom, but somehow was unable to move. "Have you not enough sense, enough knowledge of proper behaviour, not to go into a garden with a man of that type?" The Duke's voice was scathing. "I did not think," she stammered after a moment. "You never do," he replied. "Or is it that you have a predilection for dangerous situations and of being alone with strange men?" "That is not fair," Andrina cried hotly, stung by the contempt in his voice and by the insinuation that she enjoyed such encounters. "Fair?" the Duke ejaculated. "It is, if you like, crass stupidity. But it is hardly what one expects from someone of your age who pretends to be looking after her younger sisters." "I went into the garden because I thought I saw Cheryl ahead of me," Andrina quavered. She felt that she had to explain. She had to make the Duke understand that she had not deliberately sought to be alone with the Earl in the darkness. "It is typical that you should be fussing over your sisters instead of setting them an example by your own behaviour," the Duke snapped. "You are not such a nitwit, Andrina, as to think that a man with Crowhurst's reputation would take you into the garden except to make love to you." He paused to say sternly, "If he has scared and shocked you on this occasion, perhaps it will be a lesson that you will remember the next time you go philandering." "How dare you speak to me like that?" Andrina cried, unable to repress her anger at what she thought were unjust accusations on the Duke's part. "You forget," he said icily, that it was you who insisted that we are related. I can hardly be expected to stand by and watch my so-called cousin disport herself in a manner which, to say the least of it, is reprehensible." Andrina drew in her breath sharply. "I hate you," she blurted out, without considering her words. The Duke looked over her shoulder. "As I see your ardent admirer approaching, I suggest you straighten your wreath and that we will, with something approaching dignity, go into the ballroom." Andrina's hands, which were trembling, went to her head. Then, with what she hoped was a dignified grace, she moved towards the open window. She was well aware that the Duke was frowning, and he was still angry with her, but she was at the same time grateful that he was preventing her from having to speak to Lord Crowhurst again. There was no doubt, she told herself later that night, that the Duke and Lord Crowhurst between them had spoilt the ball for her. She had managed to dance, to smile, and make herself pleasant to a countless number of people. She had accepted the Prince Regent's congratulations on her appearance, conveyed to her in the flirtatious but charming manner that was all his own, and yet she had only felt miserable. The gaiety and sparkle had gone out of the evening. It was some consolation, when the last guest had departed long after dawn had broken, to hear both Cheryl and Sharon exclaiming that it was the most wonderful, perfect party there had ever been. "I always dreamt of a ball like that," Sharon enthused, "but I never thought I would go to one. And if you had told me even a month ago that it would be given for us, I would have known I was dreaming." "We were very proud of you all, were we not, Tancred?" Lady Evelyn asked. "Of course," he replied. "I was effusively congratulated on having been so clever, or so lucky, as to find such attractive and well-behaved wards." Although her sisters were delighted with the compliment, Andrina knew that the Duke was being deliberately sarcastic. "You must go to bed at once, girls," Lady Evelyn urged. "I cannot have you looking pale tomorrow night, and we have a reception to attend in the afternoon." "How exciting!" Sharon exclaimed. Cheryl curtsied to Lady Evelyn, then to the Duke, and turned towards the stairs. Andrina followed to slip her arm through her younger sister's and ask softly, "You have been happy, dearest?" "It has been a wonderful evening," Cheryl replied. "I saw you dancing with the Marquis. You like dancing with him?" "He was very kind." There was something in Cheryl's tone that told Andrina that she did not wish to discuss it further, and having taken her to her bedroom, where there was a sleepy maid waiting to help her undress, Andrina went to find Sharon. Her youngest sister was waltzing dreamily round and round her bedroom. "Oh, Andrina," she said, "could anybody have had a more perfect, more marvellous, more glorious evening?" "Did you dance with the Duke?" Andrina asked. Sharon stopped waltzing and walked towards the dressing table. "Of course, I did as you told me." "What did you talk to him about?" Sharon did not answer, and after a moment Andrina said, "You know what I want, Sharon. He is a difficult man, but if anyone could charm him into a good mood, if anyone could make him into an acceptable husband, it is you." Sharon was still silent. Then, after a moment, she said, "Do you suppose that being a duchess would really make one happy?" "But of course it would," Andrina said quickly. "You would have everything, this wonderful house, all the jewels we saw tonight, and the Duke has many other possessions we have not yet seen. His house in the country, about which Papa used to talk, a hunting lodge in Leicester, and a house at Newmarket, where he stays for the races." Andrina paused, and after a moment continued, "I have never seen Cheryl so gay as she seemed tonight with the Marquis, and if you were both duchesses, think what an achievement that would be." "The Duke was not a particularly amusing partner," Sharon said after a moment. "You have to charm and fascinate him, Sharon. After all, if he had been easy, he would have been married before now. Think of all the women who must have wanted to be the Duchess of Broxbourne, but I am quite certain that none of them are as beautiful as you." Sharon gave a little yawn. "I am tired, Andrina." "Of course you are," Andrina replied, "and it is selfish of me to want to talk. Go to sleep. There are lots of exciting things to do tomorrow. But Sharon, just remember one point. We have very little time." When she was in her own room and the maid had taken away her ball gown, dressed only in her thin nightgown, Andrina walked to the window. She pulled aside the curtains. The pale morning sun was already climbing up the sky, shining on the roofs and glittering on the window panes of the houses that she could just see beyond the drive. So little time, she whispered, and yet somehow she had to marry Cheryl to the Marquis and Sharon to the Duke. She could not help feeling that the latter might prove an impossible task, and yet, she told herself, she was determined, completely and utterly determined, that she would do her best for her sisters. That was why she had come to London. That was why she had sacrificed her pride to plead and beg the Duke to make them his protégés. Then she remembered the contempt and anger in his voice tonight. How could he have said such things to her? He despises me, she thought, and he has told me often enough that I am brainless, idiotic, and in his eyes unprincipled. She felt a surge of anger once again that he could accuse her of such indiscretions, and yet she had to admit that when she had come from the garden, he had some excuse for his comments. It had been crazy of her to let the Earl take her into the arbour. She ought to have refused to leave the ballroom with him in the first place, and should have allowed Cheryl, as she had supposed the unknown girl to be, to look after herself. I suppose I am very foolish, Andrina admitted humbly. Then, as she put her head down on the pillow, she thought that she would not have to endure the Duke with his suspicions and his innuendos for long. The moment Cheryl and Sharon was safely married, she would be free of him. Yet she wished before that time came she could prove him wrong, confound him in some way, so that he would be sorry, not only for the cruel words he had said to her, but also for his behaviour when they had first met. How can I make him respect me? She asked herself, and found that there was no answer to that question. The following day, it was late before anyone was aroused from sleep, and actually it was Andrina who came downstairs first to find the hall filled with flowers of every description. There were bouquets, baskets, bowls and sprays, addressed in almost equal numbers to Cheryl and Sharon, and to her surprise, some for herself. There were 2 magnificent bouquets from the gentleman who had sat either side of her at dinner, 2 from gentlemen she could not remember, and 1 huge basket of white orchids, of which she knew the donor before she opened the note. The Earl's writing was like himself, Andrina thought, dark, uneven, and somehow slightly sinister. To Andrina, who has captured both my heart and mind. She tore up the card and threw it in the wastepaper basket. I cannot think why the one man in London I really dislike should be the one who pursues me, Andrina thought. You have certainly all been a sensation as far as floral tributes are concerned, Lady Evelyn proclaimed when she appeared just before luncheon. But flowers die. What you girls need is something lasting. What is that? Cheryl asked. An engagement ring, Lady Evelyn replied, preferably of diamonds. Oh, an engagement ring, Cheryl said, and there was something in the way she spoke that made Andrina look at her sharply. Could the Marquis have said anything last night, she wondered. She did not wish to press her younger sister, but she felt excitedly that Cheryl was undoubtedly thinking of marriage, and it was obvious that the only man she could have in mind was the Marquis. Sharon collected the cards from her flowers immediately after luncheon and put them away in the little satin reticule she carried on her arm. Are you not going to tell us the names of your admirers? Lady Evelyn inquired. I am too tired to worry about them now, Sharon said, in a voice that did not sound as if she was at all tired. But later this afternoon I shall have to write and thank them. I think we can forget about thank you letters for today, Lady Evelyn said. I thought we might go driving. That would be lovely, Andrina said. But first I had better take the jewellery we borrowed last night back to Mr. Robson. She put the stars that Sharon had worn in her hair and the necklace that had encircled Cheryl's white neck back in their boxes and went along the corridor to Mr. Robson's office. Thank you very much, Miss Andrina, he said, taking the jewellery from her. It's very kind of you to be so prompt in returning them. I don't mind telling you, it worries me when such things are not safely in my keeping. The Duke trusts me, and if anything was lost, I should have no one to blame but myself." "That is a horrible feeling, as we all know," Andrina smiled. "May I tell you how beautiful you looked last night, Miss Andrina?" Mr. Robson asked. "I thought, as I watched you dancing, you had been quite right in thinking you needed no jewels. They would only have been dimmed by the excitement in your eyes." Because he was an elderly man, Andrina did not feel it was impertinent of him to speak in such a manner. "Thank you very much," she said. "I thought no one would be looking at me when my sisters were in the ballroom. At the same time, everyone was very kind. With the exception of the Duke," she added to herself. He had not only failed to pay her a compliment, he had actually abused her and once again aroused her anger. She talked to Mr. Robson for a little while about the other guests, and he told her how much he admired Lady Cowper and how everyone in her employment worshipped her. Then Andrina had returned to the salon to find Lady Evelyn alone. "Have Cheryl and Sharon gone to get ready to go driving?" Andrina asked. "They have already gone," Lady Evelyn informed her. "Gone?" Andrina questioned. "The Marquis of Glen called for Cheryl. Apparently, they had arranged that he should do so last evening," Lady Evelyn explained. "You let her go alone?" Andrina inquired. "My dear, he was driving vis-à-vis, which, as you know well, only provides for 2 occupants. I could hardly sit on the driver's lap, nor could you expect Cheryl to sit on mine." Lady Evelyn laughed as she went on. "Stop looking like a worried hen who has lost her chicks, Andrina. Cheryl and Sharon are perfectly all right, and it is entirely convenable, I assure you, for girls to go driving in the afternoon, providing they keep to the popular parts of Hyde Park." "And with whom has Sharon gone?" Andrina asked a little anxiously. She knew, even as she asked the question, what the answer would be. "Who else but the handsome Count Ivan?" Lady Evelyn replied. "I saw last night that he was very enamoured, and I must say that he is one of the most attractive men I have ever met." "He is not at all suitable for Sharon," Andrina said sharply, "and I hope, ma'am, you will not encourage this association. I thought she danced with him far too frequently at the ball." Lady Evelyn said nothing, and after a moment, Andrina went on. "You yourself told me that he was looking for a rich heiress. I think he should be warned before things go too far that Sharon is absolutely penniless." There was a smile on Lady Evelyn's lips as she replied, "You sound exactly like my mother. That is the way she talked when I was a girl, and yet I married my husband and we were very happy." She saw Andrina's expression and said, "He became an ambassador and made a great success of his career. When I first met him, he was no one of any importance, with little influence, and nothing to recommend him, even in the diplomatic service, except that he had an aptitude for languages." "I want Sharon to make a good marriage," Andrina said. "I am quite sure, ma'am, that Count Ivan Berkendorf is not the type of husband we would want for her." "I am sure you know best, Andrina," Lady Evelyn answered, "but don't forget that the last word rests with the Duke." "Why is that?" Andrina inquired. "I am looking after my sisters." "On the contrary," Lady Evelyn replied, "we have proclaimed to the world that you are the Duke's wards. Therefore, if any young man wishes to lay his hand and his heart at your feet, he has first, as you are all under 21, to ask your guardian's permission." "I should have thought that was unnecessary," Andrina retorted quickly. Lady Evelyn shook her head. "Most young men would be extremely nervous of doing the wrong thing, especially in the eyes of someone like the Duke of Broxbourne. His Grace, as we both know, can be very autocratic when it suits him, and I have a feeling that any suitor of whom he does not approve will be very quickly shown the outside of the front door." "Do you think I should speak to the Duke about this?" Andrina asked reluctantly. "I think you will find that he is your strongest defence," Lady Evelyn replied. "At the same time, he will undoubtedly have his own ideas on the subject." "We can be quite sure of that," Andrina said bitterly, remembering the way the Duke had spoken to her last night. "I still think you must have cast a spell on him," Lady Evelyn said. "After all these years, during which no ball has been given in this house, and Tancred has only entertained his own particular friends." She laughed and went on. "When I think how he has lived up to his reputation of being difficult and inhospitable, I can hardly believe this is really happening." "It was a lovely ball," Andrina said, without much enthusiasm in her voice. "I saw you dancing with the Earl of Crowhurst," Lady Evelyn said. "Now, if you can bring him up to scratch, that would be a great achievement." "No," Andrina said vehemently. "No, I assure you, ma'am, that he is not really interested in me, nor I in him." She walked from the salon as she spoke, and did not realize that Lady Evelyn gave a knowing little laugh as the door closed firmly behind her. Chapter 5. Andrina returned to the house with Lady Evelyn after attending a reception which secretly she had found rather dull. It had been full of her ladyship's friends, and although they had been kind and flatteringly inquisitive, Andrina was well aware that what they really wanted was to gossip about the Duke. It had obviously caused a sensation that after all these years he had suddenly entertained on such a lavish scale, and she sensed that the beau monde was already speculating as to which of his attractive wards he would marry. She wondered if in fact Sharon had done as she had advised her and gone out of her way to be charming and fascinating to him. Of course, Andrina told herself with a sigh, Sharon is very young. At the same time, it was impossible to think of the Duke being married to Cheryl. As she returned to Broxbourne House in the Duke's comfortable London carriage, with Lady Evelyn chattering beside her, Andrina was wondering whether she would find on arrival that Cheryl had received a proposal of marriage from the Marquis. He had certainly singled her out, both at the ball last night and by taking her driving alone in the park. But when she remembered that Sharon had also gone driving with the Count, it overshadowed her pleasure about Cheryl. "You are very silent, Andrina," Lady Evelyn said, when she had asked a question and received no answer. "I am sorry, ma'am, if I appear rude," Andrina answered. "I was thinking of Cheryl and Sharon, and wondering if they will have returned." "I am sure they will have done so," Lady Evelyn said, "and you will doubtless find them both having tea in the salon." Unfortunately, this hope did not materialize. There was no one in the salon when Andrina arrived at Broxbourne House, and she learnt to her consternation that neither Cheryl nor Sharon had returned from their drives. "How could they be so long?" she asked. "Time does not exist when one is young," Lady Evelyn said blithely, and went upstairs to change. Andrina was just about to follow her when the butler spoke up. "His Grace is in the library, miss, and wished to see you when you returned." Andrina felt her heart give a frightened throb. Was the Duke still angry with her, as he had been last night? She had a sudden terror that perhaps he was so incensed that he was unwilling to continue entertaining them and intended to send them away. Then she thought that she was alarming herself unnecessarily. He had been angry, it was true, but it was not Cheryl's or Sharon's fault, and she had the feeling that, difficult though he was, he would be just. Yet, she asked herself, what grounds had she for thinking that? She knew nothing about him, nothing at all, except that he was overpowering, autocratic, and at times infuriating. "Where he is concerned, I always seem to do the wrong thing," she thought. Then her pride made her add, "Why should it trouble me? Once Cheryl and Sharon are married, I will never see him again." However, feeling it would be unwise to keep the Duke waiting, she took off her bonnet and the light silk pelisse she had worn over her pretty muslin gown and gave them to the butler. Then, holding her head high, she walked along the corridor to the library. A footman opened the door for her, and she went in to find the Duke at his desk. He half rose as she entered, then seated himself again and indicated with his hand a chair on the other side of the desk. Andrina looked at him and thought that he was looking more cynical than usual, and she saw too that he still looked angry, and there was a frown between his eyes. She felt her spirits sink. Then once again she told herself defiantly that she would not be overpowered by him. Because she was nervous, she spoke quickly as she began. "I think before I hear what you wish to say to me, Your Grace, I should thank you in all sincerity for your great kindness in giving the ball last night." She paused. The Duke made no reply, and Andrina went on. "Everyone today has been saying that it was the best party they had ever attended, and that Broxbourne House had never looked more magnificent." Still the Duke did not speak, and after a moment, because his silence was so nerve-wracking, Andrina said in a low voice, "Why did Your Grace wish to see me?" "I wish to congratulate you, Andrina. You have been more astute than I expected, or gave you credit for." "About what?" Andrina asked. "As if you did not know," he replied scornfully. "Let me make it easier by telling you that your ardent admirer called to see you after you had left the house." "I have no idea what you are talking about," Andrina answered, but the colour rose in her cheeks. "As I have already said, I must congratulate you," the Duke went on. "From a worldly point of view, it is a brilliant match, and it will put you in a position where you can look after your sisters, as you have not been able to do in the past." Andrina's eyes were on the Duke's face. Then she said, hardly above a whisper, "What are you trying to tell me?" "I am informing you," the Duke said, "that the Earl of Crowhurst has asked for your hand in marriage, and as your guardian, I have naturally given him my consent." For a moment, Andrina felt as if her heart had stopped beating and she was paralysed. Then, without thinking what she was doing, she rose to her feet and walked across the room to the window to stand staring out at the garden bathed in sunshine. "You have achieved what you set out to do," the Duke's voice said behind her. "Crowhurst is a matrimonial catch, as my cousin Evelyn will be able to assure you in more detail than I can." Andrina did not move. She was remembering how last night, when the Earl of Crowhurst had touched her, she had felt disgusted and revolted to the point where she longed to scream. She recalled how she had fought herself free of him and how frightened she had been that his superior strength would hold her captive despite all her efforts to escape. When she went to bed, she had scrubbed violently with soap and water the places on her shoulder and on her neck where he had kissed her. Even then, lying in the darkness, she could feel the hot insistence of his mouth. She had told the Duke that she hated him, but it was a very different hatred from that which she felt for Lord Crowhurst. The Duke angered her, and she fought him mentally, but what she felt for Lord Crowhurst was entirely physical, the shrinking of her whole body when he came near her, as if from something evil and unclean. "I am waiting, Andrina," the Duke prompted. Andrina turned from the window. "Please," she said, in a voice that he could hardly hear, "I cannot marry him." There was a moment's silence. Then the Duke said, "Am I hearing you aright, Andrina? Are you telling me you do not wish to marry his lordship?" "I cannot do so," she answered, and still her voice seemed strangled in her throat. The Duke rose to walk to the mantelpiece and stood with his back to it. "As your guardian," he continued, "I must point out the advantages that this marriage would bring you." Andrina would have turned back to the garden again, but he said sharply, "You will listen to me, Andrina. Come and sit down." Slowly and reluctantly, she obeyed him, crossing the floor to seat herself on a chair at the side of the hearth. She thought, as she did so, that to sit beside the Duke when he was standing made him seem even larger and more overpowering than ever. Because she knew that she must obey him, she clasped her hands together in her lap and waited. "The Earl is not only a very rich man," the Duke began after a moment, "but he is also accepted in the most exclusive circles. He is well known in the field of sport, and he has one of the best racing stables in England." He paused before he went on. "He has also, which from a woman's point of view it appears is important, fallen in love with you. In fact, he was quite lyrical about your attractions." There was a sarcastic note in the Duke's voice that made Andrina wince. It was quite obvious, she thought, that he did not share the Earl's sentiments. "You came to London to find a husband." Andrina made a little gesture of protest, but he carried on before she could speak. "Oh, I know the pretext was that you were concerned only with your two sisters, but you must have realized that there were men who would be interested in you as well. And so, Andrina, you have managed to pick the ripest peach from the very top of the tree." Again, there was a note in the Duke's voice that made her feel as if he flicked her with a whip. Then, clasping her hand so tightly that her fingers were white, she said, "It's no use. I understand all the advantages. I know how much I could help Cheryl and Sharon, but I cannot marry him. I cannot." Her voice broke on a little sob. There was silence until the Duke asked in a different voice, "Will you give me a reason?" "I do not love him." He could hardly hear the words, and yet they were spoken. "Love?" the Duke ejaculated, and his voice seemed to echo round the library. "Love, Andrina? This is the first time you have ever mentioned that illusory emotion. I thought it was position you wanted, a title and a coronet to wear on your pretty head. Those things seldom go hand in hand with love." He is right, Andrina thought unhappily. She had been so intent on seeking what she thought was best for Cheryl and Sharon that she had forgotten that marriage was not only the house one lived in, the name one took, or the social position one achieved. It also meant living with a man. But how, without love, could one tolerate the closeness and intimacy of it? There was a silence for some moments before the Duke said, "I am waiting, Andrina, for you to explain this sudden change in your aspirations. Can it be that you yourself have fallen in love?" No, of course not," Andrina answered quickly. "It is just that I know I could never marry the Earl, not if he was the last man alive." She spoke passionately, and the Duke, with his eyes on her face, said quietly, "Love sometimes comes after marriage. You have not known him long." "He is horrible," Andrina cried. "There is something about him that frightens me. I could not let him touch me again." "He touched you?" The Duke's question was sharp. "He kissed my shoulder and my neck," Andrina murmured. "I thought that I would be unable to escape from him." The Duke could hear the terror in her voice. Then he said dryly, "You were exceedingly successful in extricating yourself from the same position where I was concerned." "That was different." "Why?" She could not answer him, for she did not know herself why she had not been frightened when he had kissed her. She had been shocked, surprised, angry at his audacity, but she had not been frightened as she had been by the Earl, nor had she felt revolted and disgusted by the touch of his lips. In fact, she could remember that strange sensation, unlike anything she had ever known before, which had certainly not been disgust, but something very different. With an effort, Andrina rose to her feet. "Will your Grace thank the Earl of Crowhurst for his offer," she said, "and inform him that I cannot accept it." "You are sure of what you are saying?" the Duke remarked. "You don't think, Andrina, that you would be wise to accept the Earl, knowing you are unlikely to receive a better offer?" "I am quite certain. I would rather remain unmarried for the rest of my life," Andrina countered violently. "Very well," the Duke said. "I will send a groom with a note to his lordship, and I will try to ensure that he does not trouble you in the future." "Please do that," Andrina pleaded. "I could not bear to meet him again." "I cannot promise that that will not happen," the Duke answered, "but at least he shall not trouble you in this house. If you meet in anyone else's, do not go into the garden with him." Andrina blushed. "It was unnecessary for you to add that, Your Grace." "You have a habit of being forgetful in such matters," the Duke replied. She would have left him, but then she remembered that she had wished to see him about Sharon. "I think, Your Grace," she said, "I should inform you that I am not pleased at the manner in which County van Berkendorf is pursuing Sharon. I do not consider him to be suitable as a husband, and I should be grateful if you would persuade him to interest himself elsewhere." "Has Sharon asked you to speak to me about this?" the Duke inquired. "No, of course not," Andrina replied. "Sharon is young and impetuous, and of course the Count is very handsome, but there is no point in her wasting time with him." "Of course not, if he is not to be allowed to offer her anything but a transitory amusement," the Duke agreed solemnly. "There is certainly no time for that," Andrina said. "Your Grace is aware that when we have spent our money, we shall have to return to the country. Before that happens, both Cheryl and Sharon must be married." "I quite see. You must concentrate on the serious business of finding husbands." Andrina knew that the Duke was laughing at her, and she answered crossly, "It may be a joke to Your Grace, but for Cheryl and Sharon, their happiness depends entirely on what happens in these next few weeks. They are carefree and impulsive. I have to think for them." "And yet you are not prepared to sacrifice yourself on their behalf." Andrina raised her eyes to his, and he saw how worried they were. "This is what I know I ought to do, but it is impossible for me." "I beg your pardon, Andrina," the Duke said unexpectedly. "You have made your decision, and I should not have mentioned it again. Forget it, and stop fussing unnecessarily over your sisters. All three of you are young and very beautiful. Make the most of your success while you can. Tomorrow will take care of itself." "That is a gambler's outlook, Your Grace," Andrina flashed. "Then have a gambler's faith that you will turn up the right card," the Duke replied. He smiled, and she thought that he looked kinder and more sympathetic than he had ever done before, as he said, "Leave everything to me, you foolish child. If you trust me, I will find solutions to your problems." "I do trust you," Andrina said instinctively, and was surprised at herself for saying so. Then she added, "I am sorry, Your Grace, if I was rude last night. You have been so kind, more kind than I could ever have expected or hoped. I am ashamed that I have not behaved as you would have wished me to do." The Duke smiled again. "You behave somewhat unpredictably, Andrina, but what woman ever does anything else?" Andrina did not quite know what to make of this remark, but she thought about it long after she had left him. She found Cheryl had now returned and was upstairs taking off her bonnet. "You are very late, Cheryl," Andrina pointed out. "It was so nice in the park," Cheryl answered in a dreamy voice, "and we watched the ducks swimming on the Serpentine." "What did you talk about?" Andrina asked tentatively. "Oh, lots of things." Andrina was longing to question her further, but it appeared that Cheryl had rung the bell, for her maid came into the room, and there was no chance to say anything intimate. Instead, Andrina went in search of Sharon, only to find that she was with Lady Evelyn, and for the rest of the evening she seemed, Andrina thought, to deliberately avoid the chance of a private chat. She could only hope that the Duke would do as she had asked and prevent the Count from wasting any more of Sharon's time. He was so good-looking, and from all reports quite clever, so it was natural that Sharon would be dazzled not only by his handsome countenance, but also by his typically Russian aura of glamour, which one did not find in English gentlemen. She will soon forget him, Andrina told herself. Tomorrow I will talk to her again about making herself pleasant to the Duke. And if it was not the Duke, she went on in her mind, there were obviously a number of gentlemen who had sent flowers, and who made their way quickly to Sharon's side the moment she appeared at any party. Now that she was free of Lord Crowhurst, Andrina felt as if a cloud that had been overshadowing her ever since last night had been lifted, and she was in the sunshine again. They went out to dinner and danced afterwards, but the Duke did not accompany them. As it was a party given for some very young people, Andrina felt almost as if she was one of the dowagers. Watching the young men dancing with Cheryl and Sharon, she thought that they all looked very immature, and told herself it was because, even though he infuriated her, and they seemed to fight whenever they met, There was something stimulating in fencing with a man as sophisticated and intelligent as the Duke. She wondered what had made him so cynical, and thought perhaps Lady Evelyn would know the answer to that question. Sometime in his life he must have been young and ardent and full of laughter. Why had he changed, and why, when he was so richly endowed with a great position and magnificent possessions, did he go out of his way to be ironic and sarcastic? It was a problem she could not solve, but she went to bed thinking of the Duke, and when she awoke in the morning, she had an uneasy feeling that she had dreamt of him. The ladies of Broxbourne House breakfasted in an attractive boudoir which was situated between their bedrooms. It was fragrant with the scent of flowers from the bouquets and basketfuls they had been given, and Andrina entered to find Cheryl looking exquisitely lovely in a white muslin negligee, her fair hair falling over her shoulders. "I slept so late," she said with a smile. "I thought you would not mind if I had breakfast before I dressed." "Of course not, dearest," Andrina answered. "There is no hurry in the mornings, thank goodness. We seem to be on the run all day." "Tonight there is a dance at the Russian embassy," Sharon said, with a sudden lilt in her voice that Andrina did not miss. "I had not forgotten," Lady Evelyn exclaimed as she entered the room. "The Princess de Leven has asked us all to dine, which I can tell you is a very great honour. Her Highness normally has no use for young girls." "I wonder who could have persuaded her to make an exception where we are concerned," Sharon said, with a hint of mischief in her eyes. As Andrina knew the answer to that, she said quickly, "I see you both have quite a number of letters. Is that not exciting? At home, if we received a letter once a month, it was an event." Cheryl was opening one of her letters, and Andrina had seen the crest on the back of the envelope, and knew who had sent it. Then suddenly, Cheryl gave a little cry. "Oh no!" she cried. "What is it?" Andrina inquired. Without replying, Cheryl rose and, throwing the letter down onto the table, ran from the room. Andrina picked it up and read, "I have been told not to see you again, by him who must be obeyed where you are concerned. But this is just to let you know, my darling, that I love you with all my heart, and I shall never love anyone else. There has never been anyone so beautiful as you, and although I may not see you, your face will always be before my eyes." Andrina read it incredulously, not once, but twice, and there was no need to read the address on the top of the writing paper to know who had sent it. "What is it? What has happened?" Lady Evelyn asked. Without replying, Andrina, holding the letter in her hand, opened the boudoir door and ran downstairs. She knew that the Duke breakfasted in the morning room, but when she approached it, she saw that the door was open and knew that he would have finished and gone into the library. He was there standing on the hearthrug with the Times newspaper open in his hands. He looked up as she appeared, then closed the newspaper and laid it down on an adjacent table. Andrina walked across the room towards him and held out the letter that Cheryl had received. "Will you explain this?" she asked. The Duke took it from her without haste, read it, and handed it back. "As you must have guessed," he said, "I have told the noble Marquis to leave Cheryl alone." "Why? Why?" Andrina asked. "For reasons I do not think it fair to tell you," the Duke answered. "You must accept my judgment in the matter." "I have no intention of doing anything of the sort," Andrina answered angrily. "Cheryl very much likes the Marquis. It is obvious that he loves her. Why should they not be married? Why should you interfere?" There was silence. Then the Duke said, "You are making this rather difficult for me, Andrina, and I should have prevented Glenn from sending that overdramatic letter to Cheryl. It will, of course, upset her quite unnecessarily, but frankly, although I think she was flattered by his attentions, I don't believe that her heart is really involved." "Cheryl likes the Marquis," Andrina replied, "and if he wishes to marry her, I have every intention of allowing them to do so." "You need my permission." "That is nonsense, as you well know," Andrina snapped. "I forced you, against your better judgment, into constituting yourself our guardian. You said it was a crazy scheme, and you wished to have little part in it. Now you are interfering, giving orders, preventing us from doing what we wish to do. Cheryl will marry the Marquis." "I think you will find that the Marquis will not ask her," the Duke said firmly. Andrina stamped her foot. "He loves her. He said so in this letter. But it is obvious that you have put some pressure on him, and he is afraid of you." The Duke did not answer, and Andrina added, "Very well, I am going to find the Marquis now at this moment. I am going to tell him that you have no jurisdiction over us whatsoever, and if he wishes to marry Cheryl, he may do so." She turned to leave the room, but the Duke put out his hand and caught her wrist. "Listen to me. I have a reason, a very good reason, why Cheryl cannot marry the Marquis." "I don't believe you," Andrina said angrily. "Please trust me, Andrina." The Duke was pleading with her, but she was too angry to listen. "You are just being tyrannical and autocratic, as you have been before," she stormed. "You do not want to do what is best for Cheryl, and you do not want her to be a duchess. You are being deliberately obstinate for no reason, except in order to show your power. I am going to see the Marquis, and nothing you can do or say will stop me." She twisted her arm, but the Duke still kept his hand firmly on her wrist. Then he said quietly, "If you persist in making a fool of yourself, I suppose I shall have to tell you the reason why I have told the Marquis he cannot marry Cheryl." "What is it, if you have any reason?" Andrina demanded. "He is already married." Andrina was still, the anger fading from her eyes. "How can that be true? And if it is, why does no one know about it?" "Sit down, Andrina," the Duke said. "I did not wish to tell you this because it concerns only the Marquis, and he is, in fact, more sinned against than sinning. But I have to make you understand." He released her wrist, and because she suddenly felt weak, Andrina sat down on a chair. "Is that really the truth?" she asked. 9 years ago, when he first went up to Oxford," the Duke said, "the Marquis got in with a riotous and fast set. They used to come up to London regularly during the term and enjoy themselves in nightclubs of doubtful repute." He paused to go on slowly. "After one very drunken evening, Glenn found that he had married a woman with whom he had been enjoying himself, although he had little memory of it." "They were really married?" Andrina asked in a low voice. She stage-managed the whole thing, knowing who the Marquis was. The parson, although he was a reprobate, was nevertheless in holy orders, and the marriage certificate was genuine. The Duke sighed before he continued. "The Arcrays were naturally appalled when they heard what had occurred, but a divorce would have caused a great scandal. As you know, it requires an Act of Parliament." "What did they do?" Andrina asked. "They paid the woman a large sum of money to go abroad and not return to this country. 2 years later, they announced to their family and their immediate friends that she had died." Andrina's eyes lit up. "Then if she is dead, the Marquis is free." "That is what he himself believed," the Duke replied. "But unfortunately, I met his wife when I was in Brussels after the Battle of Waterloo." "How could you have met her?" Andrina asked in a hostile voice, as if she did not believe him. "I was celebrating our victory with several of my brother officers," the Duke replied, "and when I saw the proprietress of the Maison de Plaisir, in which we were amusing ourselves, I felt sure that I had seen her before." "Where had you done that?" Andrina asked. "I was one of the party of undergraduates who came to London from Oxford the night that Glenn was married." "You were there?" The Duke nodded. "I was there." "Then why did you not prevent it?" "There were at least a dozen of us present," the Duke replied, "but I was older than Glenn and not a particular friend of his. Frankly, no one had any idea that this woman, who was in those days most attractive, had anything like marriage in mind." He smiled a little cynically before he added, "We were all considerably foxed by the end of the evening." "Are you sure it was the same woman you saw in Brussels?" Andrina asked. "What was she doing in a house of pleasure?" The Duke paused for a moment, and then he replied, "She owned it." What happened there? Andrina asked. Was it a place where you could gamble? Again the Duke paused before he replied, That sort of thing. And you are quite certain it was the same person? As a matter of fact, she remembered me, or I would not have been able to place her, the Duke answered. She had altered considerably, and it was not for the better. In fact, I doubted very much if she would live long. She was coughing blood, and although I am not a doctor, I am sure that she has a wasting disease. But the Marquis is still married. He is still married, the Duke affirmed, although he does not wish to think so. It is too cruel, too unfair, Andrina exclaimed. I agree with you, the Duke said quietly. At the same time, there is nothing you can do about it. No, I realize that, Andrina said, and I had been so certain that Cheryl would be happy with him. She does not like many men. She is frightened of them, but she gets on well with the Marquis. He would certainly frighten no one, the Duke said, with a touch of sarcasm in his voice. Equally, I am not certain that if two such ineffectual people married, they would deal well together. I cannot imagine Cheryl running a big castle in Scotland, or taking over from the Duchess, who has a very distinct and domineering personality. You don't have to be domineering to be a Duchess, Andrina remarked. There are certain duties that are expected from a ducal family, the Duke replied, especially in Scotland, where the chief of the clan reigns almost as a king. Andrina had to admit to herself that Cheryl would find this difficult, but she did not wish to give the Duke the satisfaction of hearing her admit that he was right. So there is nothing we can do, Your Grace, she said. I suppose now I shall have to try and find someone else for Cheryl. It is most unfortunate that she has wasted so much time already with the Marquis. That is undoubtedly a catastrophe, the Duke commented. There was a twinkle in his eye, and Andrina knew that he was laughing at her. It is all very well for you to talk like that, she said hotly, but money does not last forever. She thought that he would say something scathing in reply, and so, before he could answer her, she turned and went from the room, shutting the door noisily behind her. She went upstairs to Cheryl's bedroom to find her sister sitting moodily in a chair. Are you very upset, darling? She asked. I like him, Cheryl said, and he loves me. He told me so. Why has the Duke sent him away? I think he thought that you would find it difficult to be the Duchess of Arcray, Andrina replied quickly. They have an enormous castle and vast estates in Scotland, and the Duke and Duchess are treated almost like royalty. I would like to think of you reigning there, Cheryl, but would it make you happy? Cheryl shook her head. I did not think of it like that, she said. The Marquis is quiet and gentle, but I would be terrified of meeting crowds of people. You know I don't like that sort of thing. Yes, I know, dearest, Andrina said, and therefore perhaps it is for the best that he should go away now, rather than if you had fallen in love with him. He was very nice, Cheryl said wistfully, but he did not say very much. Try and forget him, Andrina begged. The Duke is wise in such matters, and he was sure that you would not be happy. That was kind of him, Cheryl said. I had forgotten that the Marquis will eventually become a duke. If I had to run a house as big as this, I could never manage. I know I could not. But you would have lots of servants to do it for you, Andrina said reassuringly. It is too big, Cheryl said positively. Andrina was relieved that her heart seemed not to be too involved. At the same time, she could not help thinking that it was a tragedy that Cheryl could not marry the Marquis, and whatever the Duke might say, she was sure that they would have been content together. Now she had to start all over again finding a husband for Cheryl, and she knew it would not be an easy task, despite her sister's acknowledged beauty. Sharon and Lady Evelyn were naturally extremely curious as to why the Duke had sent the Marquis away. I am not allowed to tell you the reason, Andrina said loftily. You will have to ask the Duke yourselves. She was quite certain that neither of them would presume to do so, and while they tried to persuade her to tell them secretly, she would not be drawn, feeling that it was not fair on the Marquis, for whom she had the deepest sympathy. She could not help wondering, however, if the Duke had enjoyed himself in the house of pleasure in Brussels. Perhaps when he was with the type of woman he would meet there, he was more relaxed, less aloof, and probably less cynical, but that was something she would never know for certain, she told herself. Lady Evelyn had some shopping to do and asked Andrina to accompany her. Sharon said that she had some letters to write, and Cheryl said that she was too tired. They therefore had a very early luncheon before Andrina and Lady Evelyn set off for the shops. Andrina had made up her mind that they must spend no more money on clothes unless it was absolutely necessary. She was quite certain that already they must have spent a great deal of their precious £500, and she thought that once again she must ask the Duke to render her an account so that she would know exactly what they had left. Nevertheless, there was a gown in Madame Bertin's that was irresistible. In white gossamer net, it was exactly the sort of dress in which Cheryl would look angelic, and Andrina thought perhaps it would cheer her up if she took it home with her as a present. Madame Bertin was only too willing to oblige, and it did not take long to have it packed and placed in the carriage. They set off, driving back through the crowded streets, which never ceased to amuse and interest Andrina, almost as if they were a theatrical performance, staged especially for her benefit. "I cannot believe that anywhere else in the world one can see such smart people or such magnificent horses," she said to Lady Evelyn. "You are right there," Lady Evelyn replied. "I have, as you know, travelled a great deal, and my husband and I always said that for real elegance there was nowhere like London, especially in the season." "Of course, we are only looking at the best parts of it," Andrina said. "I have heard terrible stories of the slums and of what goes on in St. Giles and other places like it." "My dear, it's no use troubling yourself with such matters," Lady Evelyn said. "I can promise you that in that respect, London is not half as bad as Rome or even Paris." "It is bad enough," Andrina told herself. She had heard stories of the flash houses where thieves and child pickpockets herded together in places so rough that no respectable person would dare to go near them. She had read reports in newspapers of the cruelty with which some apprentices were treated, and she longed to support those who were fighting for the abolition of the young chimney sweeps, the climbing boys, as they were called. She wondered if the Duke ever concerned himself with such matters, and then told herself that Lady Evelyn was assuredly right, and he was too selfish and egotistical ever to be concerned with anyone or anything except himself. They arrived home, and as she walked into the hall, Andrina said to the butler, "Is Miss Cheryl downstairs?" "No, miss. Miss Cheryl has gone driving." "I thought she was going to rest," Andrina exclaimed. "Who did she go with?" "With the Marquis of Glen, miss. He called soon after you had left with her ladyship." "And Miss Cheryl has gone driving with him?" Andrina persisted. "Yes, miss." "And where is Miss Sharon?" "She is also out, miss." Andrina thought it strange that neither of her sisters had told her what they were going to do before she left the house. Lady Evelyn thought it strange too. When they were out of earshot of the servants, she said, "It is naughty of the girls to behave as if I was not their chaperone, and they should have told me where they were going." "Yes, of course, ma'am, but as the invitations came after we had gone, I suppose that they felt it would be a pity to waste such a lovely afternoon by staying indoors." She went to her bedroom, feeling more perturbed than she intended to show in front of Lady Evelyn. Having written that letter of farewell, why then had the Marquis defied the Duke and called to see Cheryl? She could not understand it. Hardly realizing what she was doing, she walked from her own bedroom into Cheryl's, and then stood transfixed. The place was in a turmoil. There were clothes thrown on the bed and on the chairs. A valise lay open on the floor, and the wardrobe door was left open. Then she glanced at the dressing table. Cheryl's brushes and combs had gone, but in the centre of the table was an envelope, and it was addressed to her. Andrina tore it open. "Dearest Andrina, I am going away with the Marquis because he needs me. Don't let the Duke stop us. We will be married in Scotland. Love, Cheryl." Andrina read it. gave a little gasp, and then hurried downstairs. When she reached the hall, she said to the footman on duty, "Is His Grace in the house?" "No, miss. His Grace went riding." "Have you any idea when he will be back?" Even to herself, Andrina thought her voice sounded strange and agitated. "His Grace did not say, miss," the footman began. At that moment, there was a sound outside the front door, and when one of the flunkies opened it, Andrina saw with an inexpressible sense of relief the Duke dismounting from a black stallion. He came up the steps, looking exceedingly elegant in his polished boots and well-cut whipcord jacket. Andrina ran towards him. "I must speak to you," she said in a low voice. "Something terrible has happened." He looked down at the agitated and pale little face turned up to his. Then he handed his hat, gloves, and riding whip to one of the servants, and, taking Andrina by the arm, drew her across the hall into the salon. "What has happened?" he asked. "Cheryl has run away with the Marquis." As Andrina spoke, she put Cheryl's note into his hand. The Duke read it. "Damn it!" he ejaculated angrily. "Glenn had no right to do such a thing." "What can we do?" Andrina asked. "Stay here," the Duke ordered. He walked from the room, closing the door behind him, and Andrina could hear the sound of his voice as he spoke to someone in the hall, although she could not make out what he said. A few moments later, he came back. "They have only been gone an hour, and as the Marquis is driving, they will not have got very far. He was always ham-fisted with the ribbons." "We can stop them in time?" Andrina asked, her eyes suddenly alight. "We?" the Duke questioned. "Are you coming with me?" "Please take me," she pleaded. He looked at her, and for the moment she felt that he was not sneering, not being cynical, but understanding exactly what she was feeling. "I will take you," he said. "I have already ordered my phaeton." Chapter 6. If Andrina had not been so agitated about Cheryl, she thought that she would have much enjoyed driving beside the Duke at a pace that was faster than she had ever been before. She was knowledgeable enough about horseflesh to know that he drove his 4 magnificent chestnuts with remarkable expertise. Moreover, she was aware that he looked extremely elegant, with his high hat set firmly at an angle on his dark hair. His grey whipcord coat fitted him to perfection, and his boots shone brilliantly. They had soon left behind the houses on the outskirts of London and were driving along the road northwards, where there was very little traffic. Andrina had wisely put on a small bonnet that fitted closely to her head and tied under her chin with ribbons. As she sat back against the softly cushioned seat, with a light rug over her knees, she wished that she was setting out on a happier journey than one that merely meant that she must upset Cheryl by overtaking her. How, she wondered, could the Marquis have persuaded Cheryl, who was so timid, to run away with him? It was the last thing she would ever have expected her to do. Cheryl was usually far too nervous to overstep the conventions, or indeed to upset anyone. That, Andrina told herself, is the key. Cheryl had not wished to be unkind to the Marquis and make him unhappy. He must have played on her feelings, assuring her that they would be married in Scotland and, of course, live happily ever afterwards. The Marquis, Andrina decided, must have banked on the Duke keeping his mouth shut about his previous marriage once he and Cheryl had gone through a form of ceremony. Andrina was quite prepared to believe that the Arcrays genuinely supposed that their son's wife was dead, and it would in fact put the Duke in a very invidious and uncomfortable position if he were to appear, after Cheryl and the Marquis had been married, to declare that the ceremony was null and void. "We must catch them," Andrina told herself, "and prevent their doing anything so reprehensible." She wished now that she had told Cheryl the truth, but then she thought it would have been needlessly unkind for anyone, especially Lady Evelyn, who was quite obviously a gossip, to be made aware of the Marquis's secret. They drove on, and Andrina realised that the Duke was pushing his horses in a manner that she was sure was unusual for him. Cheryl and the Marquis had an hour's start, and it was imperative that they should overtake them before nightfall. She could not believe that the Marquis, who seemed so quiet and gentlemanly, would, if they stayed at a posting inn, make love to Cheryl before the ring, whether it was legitimate or not, was actually on her finger. But apart from this aspect of the elopement, Cheryl was completely innocent, and Andrina knew that she was not really in love with the Marquis. What her reaction would be to any passionate love-making was problematical, and Andrina clasped her fingers together nervously as she thought that in all probability Cheryl would be disorientated and distressed. "Don't worry," the Duke said unexpectedly. "We shall catch them up." Andrina was surprised that he had sensed her agitation, and she flashed him a little smile as she said, "I am sure they are not travelling as fast as we are." "They have only 2 horses," the Duke replied, "and I have yet to find a team that can outpace these." "They are very fine indeed." "I have not seen you on a horse," he said, "and as it happens, I have one in my stable that I think would suit you admirably." Andrina's eyes lit up. "I love riding, but we have never been able to afford a spirited mount." "That is something that must be remedied," the Duke said. Andrina did not answer. There was no time now to think of riding when there were only a few weeks left before they would have to return home. "If once I became accustomed to the sort of horses the Duke owns," she thought to herself, "it would be very hard to go back to riding poor old Dobbin, even though he has carried us all faithfully for nearly 10 years. She kept her thoughts to herself, although she could not help imagining how exciting it would be to ride beside the Duke in the park, or better still, in the country, if he ever took them to Broxbourne Park. The sun was losing its strength when, as they neared Barnet, Andrina saw ahead of them a crowd of people and vehicles on the road. "What is it?" she asked. "An accident," the Duke replied briefly, and Andrina felt a sudden tremor of fear as she saw horses plunging in some disorder and a number of people scrambling out of a coach. A second later, she saw the wheel of a travelling phaeton whirling in the air as it lay on its side, and, as the Duke began to steady down his team, she saw that a phaeton had come into collision with a stagecoach. Then, with a little cry of horror, she saw someone in a blue pelisse being assisted from the overturned phaeton and realised that it was Cheryl. It was a scene of confusion, accentuated by the plunging and rearing of the horses belonging to the phaeton and the stagecoach, which was lying drunkenly on its side in the ditch, while the passengers were all screaming, crying, and shouting at the tops of their voices. The coachman, who looked as if he had recently imbibed too long and too deeply, was crimson in the face as he hurled abuse at the Marquis, who, looking white and shaken, was striving to get his horses under control. The luggage of the passengers on the coach was strewn about the road, some of the trunks having burst open. There must have been a crate of chickens being carried to London that had escaped from their coop and were running about, clucking and getting in everybody's way. The Duke drew his team to a standstill, and as he did so, the groom, who was perched behind them, ran to the horses' heads. His Grace then stepped down without hurry and lifted Andrina to the ground so that she could run to her sister's side. The man who had assisted Cheryl from the upturned phaeton had seated her on the grass and then turned his attention elsewhere. Cheryl appeared dazed. Her bonnet had fallen back to reveal her golden curls in untidy disorder, and there was a scratch on her hand that was bleeding. Andrina put her arms around her. "Are you all right, dearest?" "I am frightened," Cheryl replied, and burst into tears. Andrina held her closely. Cheryl's gown was crumpled, and her hand was bleeding, but otherwise she appeared to have suffered no particular damage, and Andrina thought that it was only the shock of the accident that was making her cry. She murmured comforting and soothing noises, and found a handkerchief that she could wipe Cheryl's eyes with. "I am frightened," she kept repeating, until Andrina said briskly, "It's all right. It's all over now. The Duke and I will take you back. You must try to forget all about it." "I am so glad to see you, Andrina," Cheryl said childishly. "And I am glad to see you too, dearest." Raising her eyes from Cheryl's unhappy face, she saw that the Duke was creating order out of chaos. Under his instructions, the male passengers and a number of spectators who had arrived at the scene of the accident were pulling the stagecoach out of the ditch, while the horses had been calmed down and prevented from doing any damage to the shafts or their harnesses. The voices of the outraged passengers seemed to die away as the Duke, with an air of unquestionable authority, suggested that they should resume their seats so that their journey could continue. Finally, as the Marquis seemed too bemused to do anything sensible, the Duke tipped the coachman so as to put him in a good humour. Almost before it seemed possible, the trunks were stowed back on the roof, the chickens were collected and returned to their coop, and the stagecoach set off again towards London. The same willing spectators righted the phaeton in which the Marquis and Cheryl had been travelling, but it was obvious that one of the wheels was buckled, and it could not proceed far without attention. "You had better take it to Barnet," the Duke said to the Marquis. "There will be a wheelwright there, and doubtless you can hire a post-chaise." The Marquis did not reply. Instead, he looked to where Cheryl was seated on the grass beside Andrina. "I will take Cheryl back with me," the Duke said quietly. The eyes of the two men met, and just for 1 second it seemed as if the Marquis might defy the Duke. Then, with his habitual look of indecision, his eyes flickered, and he replied, "Perhaps that would be best." "I am sure it is." The Duke walked away, without saying any more, and getting into his own phaeton, turned the horses with some considerable skill on the narrow road, and drew them up beside Andrina and Cheryl. Cheryl allowed her sister to help her into the Duke's phaeton, without, it seemed, sparing a thought for the unhappy Marquis. He stood watching them depart, without, however, making any effort to approach her. The phaeton, which had been designed for 2 people, was fortunately wide enough for 3, especially as Andrina and Cheryl were both so slim. Andrina seated Cheryl between herself and the Duke and put her arms round her sister's shoulders. They drove off, without anyone speaking, and only when they had gone for perhaps a mile did Cheryl say, "I am sorry, Andrina." "Why did you do it, dearest?" "He said he would be so unhappy without me," Cheryl answered, "and I hate people being unhappy." That was true enough, Andrina thought, and it was a very sweet part of Cheryl's nature, but she could not help wondering how her sister could go through life without disastrous results, doing everything she was asked to do. It was difficult, however, to have an intimate conversation, as the Duke was driving very fast, and there was an evening breeze that seemed to whip the words away from their lips. Andrina therefore contented herself with holding Cheryl comfortably in her arms, and feeling grateful that she had arrived there so soon after the accident. She wondered whether, if they had not reached them in time, Cheryl would have demanded to be taken home. She had a feeling that she would have done so, and that would have been no less embarrassing to the Marquis than what had happened now. Anyway, it was all very upsetting, and Andrina could only hope that Cheryl would not now take a dislike to every man she met, and perhaps even refuse to go to the parties. She had always been absurdly sensitive when anything went wrong, and all through her life, Andrina could remember Cheryl being depressed and unhappy about the smallest slight or the faintest criticism. She realized that at the moment her sister was still in a daze, and she could not help feeling a little apprehensive about what would happen once they reached Broxbourne House. There was, however, nothing that she could do but hope that both Lady Evelyn and Sharon would be tactful, and she was determined that she would protect Cheryl in every possible way. It was nearly 7 o'clock when they turned into Curzon Street, and Andrina wondered whether anyone had had the sense to let the Princess de Leven know that they would be late for dinner. It was quite obvious that Cheryl would not wish to go, and she wondered how she could explain that she must stay with her sister without making anyone suspicious as to what Cheryl's indiscretion might have been. The Duke drew the horses to a standstill, and footmen hurried forward to help first Andrina, then Cheryl down from the carriage. They walked up the steps side by side. Then, as they entered the hall, Andrina saw that there was a man standing at the far end of it. She had only given him a casual glance before Cheryl uttered a loud cry and ran across the marble floor with her arms outstretched. Hugo! Hugo! She exclaimed. It was Hugo Renton, and Andrina was surprised to see him, but before she could even move, Cheryl had flung her arms around him, saying, I am so glad you are here. You said I would not like it, and you were right. I want to go home. Hugo Renton looked down at her lovely face, and his arms went round her. That is just what I have come to suggest, my darling, he answered. My father is dead, and now we can be married. Oh, Hugo, Hugo! With a cry of sheer happiness, Cheryl put her arms round Hugo's neck, and he was holding her closely to him, quite oblivious of Andrina standing still, unable to move, and of the flunkies staring with undisguised curiosity. No, no, Andrina said, almost beneath her breath. Then, as she would have gone towards her sister, she felt the Duke's restraining hand on her arm. He walked towards Cheryl and Hugo Renton, and as he reached their side, Cheryl looked up at him, her blue eyes swimming with tears, but with a radiance on her face that made her lovelier than she had ever been before. This is Hugo, Your Grace, she said, as if she felt an explanation was necessary. So I gather, the Duke answered. Shall we go somewhere a little more private, where we can discuss his arrival? Of course, Cheryl agreed happily. She took her arms reluctantly from Hugo Renton's neck, and he looked at the Duke in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and then held out his hand. I must apologize, Your Grace. It is quite unnecessary, the Duke replied. He made a gesture indicating the salon, and the footman opened the doors. They walked inside, Andrina feeling that there was a great deal she ought to say, but having no idea how to say it. There was no doubt, she thought, as she walked behind Cheryl and Hugo Renton, who were following the Duke towards the fireplace, that Hugo was a very different sort of man from the Marquis. He, too, was quiet and gentle, but he also had a determination and a strength about him that the Marquis had never shown. Andrina was aware that he had loved Cheryl ever since they were children, but she had never thought that he was good enough for Cheryl as a husband, simply because she had always had such ambitious schemes for her two beautiful sisters. The Rentons were a well-known county family who owned a comfortable house surrounded by a small estate, but she had wanted something more than that for Cheryl. Yet looking at her sister now, her fear and unhappiness swept away as if by magic. It was impossible not to know that it was Hugo she loved, if indeed she was capable of loving anyone very deeply. I knew that this was where Cheryl and her sisters were staying, Your Grace, Hugo Renton was saying, and since I arrived, I have learnt from Sharon that you are their guardian. That is correct, the Duke agreed, and as far as I am concerned, if Cheryl wishes to become your wife, she has both my permission and my blessing. Cheryl gave another cry of delight and put her arms around Hugo again. I am very grateful to Your Grace, Hugo Renton said. Then he looked down at Cheryl's lovely face, and it was obvious that he could think of nothing else. The Duke turned to Andrina with a twist of his lips. I think you and I are slightly de trop at this moment. Andrina drew a deep breath. She wanted to protest. She wanted to say that this was not what she had envisaged or planned for Cheryl, but she knew it was useless. Cheryl had made her choice. It was obvious from the way she was clinging to Hugo and the happiness in her face that it would be cruel even to suggest that she should look elsewhere. Philosophically, Andrina shrugged her shoulders, and as she acquiesced in the Duke's suggestion and turned to walk towards the door, she saw a twinkle in his eye. He knew full well that her ambitions for her sister had been dashed and that she was bitterly disappointed. He is pleased to see me discomforted, she told herself. Because she would not give him the satisfaction of seeing that she was upset, she lifted her chin a little higher and gave him a defiant glance as they walked towards the door. They had almost reached it when it opened and two people came into the room. It was Sharon, already dressed for dinner and looking extremely lovely, accompanied by the Count, who appeared more handsome and elegant than usual, with an exquisitely tied cravat, a frilled shirt, and a coat of dark blue satin. You are going to be very late, Sharon began. Then she looked to the other end of the room and saw Hugo and Cheryl with their arms around each other. "What is happening?" she began. "Why, it's Hugo." "An old friend," the Duke remarked laconically. "You must congratulate your sister. She has found, without any effort on our part, the man she wishes to marry." "And so have I," Sharon exclaimed. Then, as Andrina stiffened, she realized that she had spoken impetuously, and the colour rose in her face. Her eyes turned towards the Count as he said quickly to the Duke, "I intended to speak to your Grace at the first available opportunity." There was a smile on the Duke's lips as he said dryly, "It seems usual in this family for everyone to make their arrangements first and ask afterwards." "Are you saying, Sharon, that you wish to marry the Count?" Andrina asked, in a voice that shook. Sharon gave her sister a brilliant smile. "I intend to marry him," she answered. "Oh, Andrina, I am so happy. Don't say anything to spoil it." She bent forward to kiss her sister as she spoke, and there was so much excitement in her voice that Andrina found her protests dying away even before they were spoken. It would have been as impossible to do anything to dim the radiance in Sharon's face as it had been in Cheryl's case, and now she ran across the room to kiss her younger sister and tell her the news. "I think this calls for a celebration," the Duke remarked. He ordered the butler to bring champagne, and then looked at Andrina, who was watching her sisters chattering to each other at the other end of the room, while the Count and Hugo were introducing themselves to each other. "They are both very happy," the Duke declared quietly. Andrina started because she had not realized he was so close beside her. "They are not the marriages I had hoped for," she replied. Then, because she felt that he might be gloating over her discomfiture, she turned and walked from the room and upstairs to her bedroom. Her maid was waiting to help her into a very elaborate ball gown, but she shook her head. "I shall not be going out this evening," she said. "Will you inform Lady Evelyn that I shall stay behind with Miss Cheryl, who I am certain will not wish to go to the Russian embassy?" Even as she was speaking, Lady Evelyn came into the room. "I understand that you have brought Cheryl back," she said. "She is here," Andrina answered, "and she is engaged to Hugo Renton, a man she has known ever since she was a child." "Oh, I am so glad," Lady Evelyn exclaimed. Andrina looked at her in surprise. "Cheryl confided to me that there was a man she liked more than any other she had met," Lady Evelyn explained, "and Sharon told me all about him." She could see the disappointment in Andrina's eyes, and she said quietly, "My dear, Cheryl is very beautiful, but as you well know, she would never cope with the difficulties and intrigues of the social world. She needs someone to look after her and make decisions for her. She will be perfectly happy in the country, with a husband and their babies. She is not cut out for anything else." "She is so beautiful," Andrina murmured. Then she added in a sharp voice, "Sharon is to marry the Count. Did you know that?" "They told me when they came back from their drive," Lady Evelyn replied. "I consider them very suitably matched." "He is poor and of no consequence," Andrina protested. "He is ambitious and very clever," Lady Evelyn answered. "What he needs is a wife who will adore him and at the same time do everything to further his career. It will keep Sharon busy, and I am quite certain that after a great deal of hard work, they will achieve success." "I suppose you think I am very mercenary," Andrina said. "I think that, like all matchmaking women, you are blinded by the golden glitter of the beau monde and do not see the heartbreak that often lies beneath it," Lady Evelyn answered. She glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece and gave a little cry. "We must go. The princess will never forgive us if we are late. The Count said he would call for us, and I imagine that he and Sharon are downstairs. What about you and Cheryl?" "I am quite certain that Cheryl will want to stay here with Hugo," Andrina replied, "and, as they must be chaperoned, I will stay with them." "Very well," Lady Evelyn said, "but don't be too arduous in your duties. A good chaperone should know when to make herself scarce." The Duke also stayed at home instead of attending the party at the Russian embassy. They had dinner in the large and formal dining room, but Andrina could not help thinking that it was the gayest meal she had eaten since she had been at Broxbourne House. Cheryl was so happy that it seemed to shine from her like a light, and Hugo, who Andrina had always thought was rather heavy and dull, seemed to have developed the art of conversation, which she had never noticed in the past. Granted, he talked about horses and country affairs, but the Duke was obviously knowledgeable on both subjects, and Andrina found herself being much more amused by their conversation than by all the social gossip she had listened to on other nights. When dinner was over, the Duke said that he was going to his club, and remembering that Lady Evelyn had told her not to be too arduous a chaperone, Andrina left Cheryl and Hugo alone in the salon and went somewhat forlornly up the stairs to her bedroom. When she reached it, the maid, who was waiting to undo her gown, brought her 2 jewel boxes. "Miss Cheryl was going to wear these tonight at the ball, miss," she said, "but as she changed in a hurry, she didn't put them on. I wonder if you'd like me to take them down to Mr. Robson." "I will take them," Andrina agreed. "Will he be up at this hour of the night?" "Oh, yes, miss. He usually works late, and anyway, he has his private rooms just the other side of the office." "I will take them to him," Andrina said. She went downstairs again and along the passage to Mr. Robson's office. She opened the door to find him sitting at his desk, dealing with a number of papers. He looked up in surprise as she entered. "I am returning some jewellery," Andrina explained. "My sister has not gone to the Russian embassy, and so she does not require it." "It's very kind of you, Miss Andrina," Mr. Robson said, rising to his feet. "But it could easily have waited until the morning, when I hope Miss Sharon brings me back the diamond stars in safety." "I noticed she had them in her hair," Andrina said. "She told me that it was a very special evening for her," Mr. Robson replied, and he was smiling. "I suppose it is," Andrina agreed. "Both my sisters have become engaged." "Then it is indeed very, very special." He carried the jewel boxes across the room and opened the safe door. Andrina looked down on the desk he had been working at by the light of a candelabrum that held 3 candles. She could not help seeing what was written in large letters on a folder that lay in the centre of the desk. "Charities supported anonymously by His Grace the Duke of Broxbourne." For a moment, Andrina stared at the words. Then, in curiosity, without realizing that she was prying, she opened the outside cover of the folder. On the next page, in Mr. Robson's meticulous copperplate handwriting, there was a list. 1. Orphanages and orphans. 2. Pensioners. 3. Reformed criminals. 4. First offenders. 5. Society for the Abolition of Climbing Boys. 6. Foster parents for illegitimate and ill-treated children. 7. The blind. 8. The anti-slavery movement. 9. Abolition of children's labour in factories and mines. 10. Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Andrina read it, her eyes wide with surprise. Then she heard Mr. Robson make an exclamation as he came from the safe and realised what she had been doing. "That is not for your eyes, Miss Andrina." "Why not?" Andrina inquired. "Because," Mr. Robson replied, "the Duke would be extremely annoyed if he knew that you had seen it." "But why?" "Because His Grace does not wish anyone to know of his kindness in so many different ways." Andrina deliberately picked up the folder and opened it. It was very thick, and as she turned the pages, she could see dozens and dozens of names, and against each one, the dates on which they had received considerable sums of money. "Why should the Duke wish to be so secretive about this?" she asked. Mr. Robson seemed to hesitate, and she added, "I would like to know the truth. Of course I could ask him myself." "I hope you will not do that, Miss Andrina," Mr. Robson said hastily. "His Grace would be extremely incensed with me if he found out that you had seen this folder. He has impressed upon me often enough that it must be kept under lock and key." He paused and then continued. "You surprised me by coming here this evening, and therefore, as you might say, I was off my guard." "I will keep your secret, and the Duke's," Andrina said. if you will explain to me why His Grace should not want anyone to know that he is so generous." As she spoke, she sat down on Mr. Robson's chair at his desk, still holding the folder in her hands. She saw that he was debating within himself whether he should trust her with the truth. Finally, he made up his mind and began. "I suppose, as you are a relation, Miss Andrina, there will be no harm in my telling you what you want to know, even though His Grace would be very angry if he learnt about it." "Go on, Mr. Robson," Andrina prompted. "I have been in the service of the Duke and of his father before him for nearly 50 years, Mr. Robson said, "and so I have been privileged perhaps to see more of the family even than those who are closer through a blood relationship." Andrina's eyes were on his face as he went on. "The old Duke was always a difficult man, and when he lost the Duchess, all that was kind and pleasant in his nature vanished overnight. He became soured, and I think he hated everybody, but most of all, he hated his only child." "The present Duke?" "His Grace," Mr. Robson agreed. "He was only a little boy of 6 when his mother died, and from that moment everything that was gentle and loving in his life was taken from him." "How was that?" Andrina inquired. "As I have said, the old Duke hated the young Marquis as he was then. He never spoke to him except unkindly, harshly, and to find fault, and he took away from him everything and everybody he was fond of." There was a note of pain in Mr. Robson's voice that told Andrina that he had hated to stand by and see the child suffer. If Master Tancred, as we called him, became fond of a nanny or a governess, she was dismissed. Mr. Robson continued. He cried bitterly when his nanny was sent away, and he cried 2 years later when Miss Anstruther, a nice, kind woman, was told to go. "But why did the old Duke get rid of them?" Andrina inquired. "I think because he suffered himself, he wanted his son to suffer too," Mr. Robson replied. "Anyway, it was terrible for us who cared for the little boy to see the manner in which he was being persecuted." He gave a deep sigh before he went on. "When the young Marquis grew older, if he took a liking to a horse, his father sold it. He had a sporting dog once, which he became very attached to, and the Duke ordered it to be shot." "Oh no!" Andrina cried. "I cannot bear it." "That is what we used to say, Miss Andrina," Mr. Robson said. "But there was nothing we could do, and we did not dare even express our sympathy to his lordship." "Why not?" Andrina inquired. "Because he was very proud. Even when he was young, he had a pride that made him hide his feelings. I knew that he missed his mother desperately, and after her, the 2 women he had grown fond of. But when he lost them, he was determined not to let anyone, least of all his father, know that he cared." "So that was why he grew so cynical," Andrina said, almost to herself. "That is why His Grace put up a defence between himself and the world," Mr. Robson said. "He would not be pitied. He would not allow anyone to feel sorry for him, and so he wanted them to believe that nothing they could do or say could possibly hurt him in any way." Andrina drew a deep breath. Now she could understand so much that had puzzled her before. Now she could see why the Duke appeared indifferent to everyone's feelings except his own, why he had an imperious aloofness which had made him seem to her to be autocratic and tyrannical. "He must have been very unhappy," she said softly at length. "I used to lie awake at nights," Mr. Robson said, "worrying over him. But even before His Grace went to Eton, none of us dared show him how sorry we were for him." There was a sad note in Mr. Robson's voice. "I think, as he grew older, knowing how unapproachable, how difficult, and how feared the old Duke was, he has modelled himself on his father. But beneath it all, His Grace has a kind heart, and a sympathy with those who are unfortunate. It is only that he is determined not to let anyone know it. So he helps all these people secretly," Andrina said, looking at the folder, which was still in her hands. "He has threatened to dismiss me after all these years if I ever speak of it outside this room," Mr. Robson said with a smile. "That is why my future is in your hands, Miss Andrina." "I will not betray you," she promised. "At the same time, I am glad to know the truth. I could not understand how His Grace could be so cynical and why there seemed to be nothing but hardness about him." "It would have been very different had the Duchess, his mother, lived," Mr. Robson said. "She was always lovely and gentle. Everyone she knew adored her. I suppose we could all understand what the old Duke felt when she died, but it would have broken her heart to see Master Tancred made to suffer the way he did." Andrina put the folder down on the desk. "Thank you for telling me." "And you will not give me away, Miss Andrina?" Mr. Robson asked anxiously. "You have my word of honour on that." Andrina went up to her bedroom, and when she was in bed, she thought that she would be tired and sleepy after all she had been through that day. Instead, she found herself thinking of the Duke, but not as she knew him, raging at her for her behaviour, making her feel insignificant, embarrassed and angry. Rather, she thought of the Duke Mr. Robson had described to her. The unhappy little boy who had lost his mother and who cried at night because she was not there. The child whose nanny was taken away because he was too fond of her, and whose governess was dismissed for the same reason. She could hardly bear to think how he must have suffered when his dog was destroyed by a tyrannical, cruel father who must have been half mad, and yet in his own way was suffering unbearably in the loss of the woman he loved. Andrina found that it hurt her physically to think of so much unhappiness that had turned from the solace of tears to a hardness that had become a cynicism worn as an armour and a defence against being hurt again. That is the real secret, she thought. The Duke had suffered so much that he would not allow himself to suffer any more. That was why he had fought against his generous impulse in taking them into his house, why he showed them no other feelings save indifference and reserve. It was almost as if, Andrina thought, he had positively wanted her to hate him, and therefore had gone out of his way to provoke, to mock her, and almost to delight in finding her in the wrong. It was all part of the aggression that had sprung from unhappiness, too deep and too painful for him to contemplate it, and yet which remained inside him whatever he did, however much he tried to escape it. Perhaps someday he will find happiness, Andrina told herself. She thought of the expression in Hugo Renton's eyes as he looked down at Cheryl and the note in his voice when he had said that he wanted to marry her. There was a depth and sincerity expressing an emotion that seemed to come from the very depth of his being. And what she had seen in Hugo, she had also seen in the Count. He and Sharon must have loved each other from the first moment they met. Andrina had told the Earl of Crowhurst that love at first sight only happened in novels, but it had certainly happened to Sharon and Count Ivan. And she knew that Lady Evelyn was right when she said that they would be successful because they were so much in love. "I suppose," Andrina said to herself, "that is what we all want, a love that makes a woman shine with delight, and a man have a depth and a wonder in his voice because of what he feels within his heart. Perhaps one day," she went on, almost as if she was telling herself a story, "a little boy called Tancred, whose love has always been taken away from him, will find it again." It would change him, she thought, so that he would no longer fight the world and everyone in it. He would no longer want people to think him selfish and egotistical. He would no longer feel afraid of his own kind impulses. Only love, the love that he had lost when he was very small, could bring him that. Then, as once again her thoughts shied away from the horror of what he must have felt when his dog had been destroyed, she knew how much she wanted his happiness. She had hated him, and she told herself firmly she still did. Yet she wanted to make up to him for all those wasted years when in his father's eyes he could do nothing right and he had no one to turn to. It was strange, she thought, how thinking about his sufferings really hurt her. It was almost as if someone had turned a knife in her heart, and she wondered if, when she saw the Duke again, she would ever be able to storm and rage at him as she had done before. She would certainly no longer be able to look at him with the same eyes, no longer see a man deliberately provoking her, insulting her, and criticizing her, but instead only a lonely, pathetic, unhappy little boy. "This is ridiculous," Andrina said aloud. "I must go to sleep. There is so much to be done tomorrow, and I must think about a trousseau for Cheryl and for Sharon. Why am I lying here worrying over the Duke?" She turned over, patted her pillow, and settled herself down again, and yet the pain in her heart was still there. Strangely, she felt curiously like tears for something that had happened a long, long time ago. Someone will make it up to him one day, she told herself consolingly. Then, almost as if a voice beside her spoke, there was the question, "Why not you?" Andrina sat bolt upright in bed. For a moment, she could hardly imagine what she was doing or thinking. Then she suddenly knew that her thoughts and her feelings had been carrying her along a path that had been there long before she had talked to Mr. Robson. Whatever she might tell herself to the contrary, it had been fascinating to talk to the Duke, to fight him, to argue with him, and even, strangely enough, to be defeated by him. He made her very angry, and yet she admitted to herself now that when he was not there, a room seemed empty and a party dull. It was not only being beside him, there was some strange attraction she had never dared admit to herself in seeing him looking so distinguished and yet so indifferent. She knew now that she had been tinglingly aware of him from the moment she woke up in the morning in his house to the moment she went to bed. She had refused to admit it, and yet when she had dressed, she had taken extra pains to look her best, just because she might see him. Again, although she kept it a secret, even from her own thoughts, she had known her heart seemed to turn over in her breast and beat a little faster the moment he appeared. And yet, she had managed to tell herself that he was everything that was despicable, a man who cared for no one but himself, and she had it on Lady Evelyn's authority that he was as selfish and ungenerous as his father. Rich though he was, he would not even offer anyone hospitality unless it was for his own particular amusement. Now she had seen with her own eyes the manner in which he cared for so many less fortunate people, and she had learnt the reason for his cynicism. His air of superiority was not at all what she had supposed, but just a fear of being hurt, even more than he had been already. Was it surprising, when he had such a fine nature hidden away, that he had despised her from the very moment they had met? He thought of her first as an immoral woman. Then, because she had somehow forced him into the position of introducing them to society unwillingly and uncharacteristically, he must have hated her as she hated him. Then he despised her for the manner in which she had behaved with Lord Crowhurst, and because he had seen her as she was, a snob and a social climber where her sisters were concerned. She could imagine how such low standards and frivolous values would disgust him, and she could understand too how while he gladly helped people who were really poor and suffering, he must have loathed her for her pretensions. At that moment, Andrina went down into a little hell of her own, in which she faced herself and was horrified by what she found. "I wanted all the wrong things," she thought miserably. "Titles, money, position. I forgot that the only thing that really matters is what the Duke has never had: love." She saw herself scrabbling, clawing, and fighting to make Cheryl a duchess, when all Cheryl wanted was to be safe in Hugo's arms. She saw herself doing the same with Sharon, who had been clever enough to find the Count without her assistance. "I was wrong, right from the beginning," Andrina admitted to herself humbly. "I aimed for the wrong things and wanted nothing that was really worth having." Every woman wanted a husband, she thought, but only with love. All the rest was of no possible consequence. "No one will ever love me," Andrina told herself miserably, "not in the way I want to be loved." She realized, as she thought about it, that beauty could be just as transient and as insubstantial in regard to happiness as a title and a great position. It blinded those who looked at it to the real person that lay beneath. A beautiful face, without a heart and a soul that matched it, was as undesirable as marrying a title without love. How could I have been such a fool? Andrina asked herself, and remembered that the Duke had called her foolish, not once, but many times. He was right, she thought, and threw herself back against the pillows to hide her face. He was right, and I was wrong, she whispered. And oh God, I cannot think how it has happened, but I love him. Chapter 7. The two married couples drove away amidst a shower of rice and rose petals. There was a cheer from the male members of the party as the carriages moved down the short drive into Curzon Street, and then, laughing and talking, everyone began to disperse. It had been intended that the wedding should be very quiet, and it was in fact Hugo Renton who had suggested that it should take place as quickly as possible. "I am in mourning," he said, "and since there is a great deal for me to do following my father's death, I must return to Cheshire." He looked at Andrina and added, "But I don't want to leave Cheryl behind." Andrina had not spoken, and he went on. "She will be worried and indecisive if she is not with me. Besides, I have suffered enough thinking of her here in London, and that she might forget all about me." "I understand," Andrina said, and meant it. She would not have been able to understand a week earlier, but now her own feelings for the Duke made her tender and compassionate towards both her sisters. She could realize so well what they were feeling, and surprisingly, it was the Duke who made everything easy. "You had best both be married at the same time," he suggested. "Ivan tells me that he can obtain a short leave of absence from his embassy, and he naturally wishes to spend it on his honeymoon. If either of you has a long engagement, the season will be over, and then if you wish any of your friends or relatives to be present, it will be the autumn before anyone is back in London again." Andrina could not help wondering whether this explanation, which sounded so logical, arose from genuine solicitude for Cheryl's and Sharon's happiness, or if the Duke was in fact longing to be rid of them all and to have his house to himself again. Naturally, the two couples concerned agreed fervently with everything the Duke proposed, and in an incredibly short space of time, the marriage was arranged and everything was planned. They thought at first that practically no one should be invited except their immediate relatives, but however hard they tried, there always seemed to be some very viable excuse why someone extra should be included. First, it was obvious that the Russian ambassador and the Princess de Leven must be present, and then Hugo felt obliged to ask not only his sisters and his grandmother, who was still living, but a large number of cousins as well. That alone would not have swelled the congregation unduly until they started to total up the number of Broxbourne relatives, and Lady Evelyn averred that they would never speak to Cheryl or Sharon if they were left out. And so, in the end, St. George's, Hanover Square, was filled to capacity, and the ballroom at Broxbourne House was once again opened for the reception. There was a luncheon party, which was indeed confined to the more immediate relatives, but after everyone returned from the church, there was champagne, a buffet loaded with delicacies, and 2 wedding cakes made by the Duke's chef, which were nearly 6 feet high. Andrina had been thankful that Mr. Robson saw to all the innumerable details of the weddings, including the listing of the presents, and all she had to do was to buy what was necessary for Cheryl's and Sharon's trousseau. That was enough in itself. As she said to Lady Evelyn over and over again, "Surely they cannot need so many clothes. They will be out of fashion long before they have worn them." But because she loved her sisters, she did not protest unduly, even though she kept worrying as to how everything would be paid for, and felt extremely guilty about the debts that she was certain she was incurring in the Duke's name. She hoped she would have an opportunity to talk with him about it, but the days before the wedding swept by with 1,000 things for her to do. Cheryl and Sharon were continually asking her advice or assistance, and Lady Evelyn was prepared to leave everything in her hands, so that when she went to bed at night, she fell asleep almost immediately from sheer exhaustion. Yet it was a delight and a comfort to know that the Duke was there. Sometimes she had only a glimpse of him riding away from the front door on his black stallion, and sometimes he joined them for a short time before dinner, when he usually seemed to have engagements that were different to their own. She wondered if he was bored with their company, or if he was being tactful and wished to leave the young couples to their own devices. It was quite obvious that neither Cheryl and Hugo, nor Sharon and County Van, needed anyone but each other. Andrina could not help feeling lonely and left out. She was so used to having her sisters clinging to her and to being the centre of their small world that it was difficult not to feel a little jealous when she found herself almost forgotten in their preoccupation with the men they loved. Because she was so busy, she gave little thought to her own future after Cheryl and Sharon were married. Sometimes it seemed to her a little strange that she had no admirers, and that the men who said flattering and complimentary words at parties never seemed to make any further effort, such as calling at Broxbourne House or even sending her flowers. But she was too thankful not to have to cope with Lord Crowhurst for it to worry her unduly. She saw him occasionally in the distance, but he made no attempt to approach her, and she knew that the Duke had dealt very effectively with him, and he would trouble her no longer. Then she asked herself if she could be sure of that. After all, when she was no longer under the Duke's protection, when she had returned home and was alone at the manor house, it would be quite possible for Lord Crowhurst to force himself upon her if he still wished to do so, and there would be no one she could turn to for help. She tried to dismiss the thought, but it was there at the back of her mind, and sometimes she would awake in the middle of the night and feel afraid. And yet she was very happy for her sisters as she followed them up the aisle. They walked ahead of her, one on each arm of the Duke, both looking so beautiful that it seemed to Andrina as if the whole congregation drew in a deep breath at the sight of them. Cheryl was wearing white. The gossamer net gown that Andrina had bought her as a present had been ornamented with tiny bunches of orange blossom. The veil over her lovely face and golden hair, the bouquet of roses and lily-of-the-valley, made her the embodiment of everything one could imagine a youthful bride should be. Sharon, in gold lame, looked like a Persian princess, with a diamond tiara glittering on her head and a bouquet of exotic orchids. She was a picture of mystery and allure. And no one, Andrina decided, could look more distinguished or more handsome than the Duke. His hair was brushed in the windswept style that had been made fashionable by the Prince Regent. He wore a diamond decoration on his coat, and his tall athletic figure moving between the two beautiful brides made a picture it would be difficult for anyone present in the church ever to forget. The voices of the choir, the scent of the lilies, the beautiful words of the marriage service, all moved Andrina almost to tears. Then, as Cheryl and Sharon came down the aisle on the arm of their husbands, she felt as if besides the glittering, distinguished congregation, there was a cloud of angels somewhere singing a hymn of praise. "I am so happy, so very, very happy, Andrina," Cheryl cried, as, having changed into her going-away gown, she kissed her sister goodbye. "I am glad, darling," Andrina replied. "Hugo will look after you, and I shall be seeing you very soon." "I expect you will be coming to the manor," Cheryl said. "That will be fun." "Yes, it will," Andrina agreed. Sharon, however, had something very different to say. Andrina went to her room to find her putting the last touches to her going-away outfit of emerald green, which suited her better than anything she had ever worn. "What are you going to do, Andrina?" she asked, looking at her sister's reflection behind her in the mirror. "Tidy up, I expect," Andrina replied with a smile. "I mean after that," Sharon said. "You will not be able to stay here for long. Lady Evelyn is talking of going to France. She has been asked to stay with our ambassador in Paris, and she is very excited about it." I expect I shall go home, Andrina said. I see we have been very selfish, Sharon remarked suddenly. Cheryl and I have been so busy getting married, we have forgotten about you. As you are the oldest, you should have been married first. I expect I shall be an old maid, Andrina smiled. I am prepared to wager that that will not happen, Sharon answered. Hurry up and find a husband, Andrina. It is so wonderful being in love. Her voice softened and her eyes were shining as she thought of Ivan. Then, as she could not bear to be apart from him any longer, she said, I must go. Thank you, Andrina, darling, for everything. I should never have met Ivan but for you, and I can never be grateful enough. Take care of yourself, dearest, Andrina said, but Sharon was already out of earshot, running down the stairs, as if she was afraid that Ivan might leave without her. Both the girls thanked the Duke very prettily, Cheryl a little shyly, but Sharon put her arms round his neck and pulled his head down to hers. Thank you, she said, kissing his cheek. You have been the most perfect guardian. No one could have been kinder. It gave Andrina a strange feeling in her breast to see Sharon kissing the Duke. Once, it seemed a long time ago now, she had thought that her sister might become the Duchess of Broxbourne, but now she knew that it would have been an agony beyond words to see the Duke, to be near him and know that he was her brother-in-law. Better not to see him at all, she thought to herself, than to be tortured by pangs of jealousy, which would have been shaming, but which I would have been unable to suppress. Gradually, the last and most reluctant of the guests left the house. They took with them Lady Evelyn, who had promised to dine with some relatives who had come up to London for the wedding, and who were leaving early the following morning. You will be all right, Andrina? She asked casually as she moved towards the front door. Yes, of course, Andrina replied. She could not, however, help feeling that everything had gone depressingly flat. Then, as she stood irresolutely wondering what she should do, she heard the Duke's voice behind her saying, I wish to speak to you, Andrina. Shall we go into the library? It was the only room in the house on which the wedding had been allowed to make no impact. The other rooms were filled with wedding presents and a preponderance of white flowers, or else littered with empty glasses and plates of food, which the servants were just beginning to remove. The library looked just as it always did, and somehow it seemed to Andrina to bring them back to the commonplace. It made her realize that now the excitement was over, she had to make plans for the future and be practical about herself. She walked across the room slowly, knowing that the Duke was gazing at her. She wondered if he realized that she was wearing the same pink gown she had worn the night he had raged at her in the garden after Lord Crowhurst had attempted to kiss her in the arbour. It had seemed a quite unnecessary expense when she had only worn the gown once to buy a new one, and it had been skillfully altered by Madame Bertin so that it was exactly what she needed as bridesmaid. She was even wearing the same wreath on her head that the Duke had told her to straighten, and once again she had refused to ornament herself with any of the Broxbourne jewellery, having no wish to compete with Sharon's glittering appearance. Come and sit down, the Duke suggested. Would you like a glass of wine or something to eat? Andrina shook her head. We seem to have eaten and drunk so much already today. I want to talk to you, Andrina. What about? She asked nervously. Yourself. I am interested to know your plans for the future. Cheryl asked me the same thing. I suppose I will go home. Home? There is no one to go with me, but our old maid Sarah will be there. And you consider that an adequate protection? Andrina thought of the Earl of Crowhurst and hesitated. Then she put up her chin. I will manage, Your Grace. I find it not very reassuring, considering your experiences in the past. Andrina was silent, and then, anxious to change the subject, she said, I wish to speak with Your Grace on another matter. What is that? He inquired. Now that the wedding is over, I have to know how much I owe you. The Duke did not reply, and she went on. I am not so mutton-headed as not to realize that we must have spent much more than the original £500 that you obtained for the necklace, so I must insist on your Grace telling me the truth and letting me know how deeply I stand in your debt." "Most women are very content to have their bills paid for them," the Duke remarked. "Then I must be different from most women of your Grace's acquaintance," Andrina replied. "I wish for no favours." "Very well." The Duke walked to his desk as he spoke and drew a piece of paper from one of the drawers. He handed it to Andrina. She expected it to be a summary of the bills from the dressmakers, which had all been sent to him. Instead, she saw it was headed with the name Hunt and Roskell, a well-known court jeweller. Beneath was written, "On your Grace's instructions, we have valued the necklace of Indian design. We would respectfully point out that while this is an interesting piece of native work and would undoubtedly be prized by collectors, it is in fact of little intrinsic value. The rubies and pearls are real, but of inferior quality, and the emeralds are false. It is therefore our opinion that the necklace in a sale room might fetch the sum of perhaps £40 or £50. We remain your Grace's most respectful and humble servants, Hunt and Roskell." Andrina read the letter and gave a little gasp. "It cannot be true." Even as she spoke, she knew it was typical of her father to have brought back from India something spectacular that had interested and intrigued him, without taking the trouble to find out its true value. "I must owe you a great deal of money," she gasped after a moment. "A considerable sum," the Duke agreed. She felt that in his own peculiar way he was pleased at her dismay, and because her pride would not let her be downtrodden, she said, "I will pay you back, that I promise you, but it will take a long time." "A lifetime," the Duke remarked. "Perhaps not as long as that," Andrina said, "but certainly many years." Even as she was speaking, she was thinking that without the girls to care for, if she was really thrifty and spent practically nothing at all on herself, she might be able to repay him £100 a year out of her tiny income. But the idea of a debt stretching on and on into the future was terrifying and made her feel as though she was entering a long tunnel and there was no light at the end of it. She was staring blindly at the letter from the jewellers, and after a moment, the Duke said, "I think by this time, Andrina, you know that I seldom give something for nothing, and I expect you to make good any expenditure I have made on your behalf." "I will pay you back in time," Andrina murmured. She was still calculating wildly how long it would take her, and thinking that perhaps the Duke was right, and that she would be dead long before she was finally clear of her debt. "I prefer to be paid at once." She raised her head to look at him, her eyes wide and worried, her face very pale with the shock of what he had just said. "At once," she repeated, almost beneath her breath. "But that is impossible." "Not if you agree to what I suggest." "And what is that?" "You marry me." For a moment, Andrina felt she could not have heard him aright. Then, as she put out her hand to hold on to the desk, his eyes met hers, and she felt something strange and wonderful come alive within her. They stood looking at each other, and they were both very still. It seemed to Andrina that she could no longer think and could hardly realize what was happening. It might have been a few seconds or several hours that passed before the Duke said, "Will you give me an answer, Andrina? I am asking you to marry me." "Why?" He looked away from her, and now he walked from the desk towards the mantelpiece to stand as he had done so often, with his back to the fireplace. "I need a wife," he said after a moment, and she thought that he had been feeling for words. "Would anyone do?" Her voice was very low, but he heard what she said. "No, I want you." "But why?" She hardly knew what she was saying. She felt a wild excitement sweeping through her body. The room was suddenly filled with sunlight, and the angel voices she had heard in the church were ringing in her ears. "Must I give you an explanation?" the Duke inquired, and she had the feeling that he was deliberately forcing a harsh note into his voice. I have asked you to marry me, Andrina. Surely that is enough." Very slowly, Andrina walked from the desk towards him. She stood looking at him, and knew as she did so that what she saw in his eyes was very different from what he said with his lips. She did not speak, and after a moment he said almost impatiently, "I am still waiting for your answer. Surely you can see that it is essential for you to be married now that your sisters are settled. You cannot live alone in the country, and therefore it is quite obvious that you need a husband." "It seems I have little choice in the matter," Andrina murmured. "No one, except Lord Crowhurst, has offered for me." "As it so happens," the Duke said, "there have been, I think, 2 peers, a baronet, several other eligible bachelors, and damn his impertinence, a Frenchman." Andrina started and looked at him wide-eyed. "You mean you turned them away?" "As your guardian, I did not consider them suitable," the Duke said loftily. "How dare you!" she exclaimed. Yet she knew, even as she spoke, that it was her only too familiar expression when he was concerned. Even if all the men he had prevented from approaching her were now on their knees asking for her hand, she would find them as distasteful as she had Lord Crowhurst. There was only one man she loved, one man who filled her life to the exclusion of all else, and he was asking her to marry him, but in a very strange fashion. It was, however, understandable now that she knew the secret that Mr. Robson had entrusted to her, but which for his sake she must never betray. Perhaps one day the Duke would tell her himself what he had suffered. "You had no right to keep those gentlemen from speaking to me," she muttered a little weakly, knowing it was really of no importance. "You were glad enough to be rid of Crowhurst," the Duke replied. "That was different," Andrina said. "He was repulsive, as you well know, but a far better catch than all the others. And that, after all, was what you required in a husband. It is also unlikely from that point of view that you will do any better than to marry me." "You are quite sure you wish to be married?" Andrina queried. "I cannot think of any other way that I can look after you," he replied. "You cannot stay on indefinitely in my house. It would give rise to too much gossip. Besides, I suppose there comes a time in every man's life when he should take a wife and settle down." He paused, and then added with that cynical twist of his lips that Andrina knew so well, "I cannot find anyone better looking, and you will certainly do justice to the Broxbourne jewellery." Andrina felt he was deliberately building up his defences against her, armouring himself against any expression of his feelings, and yet she was not sure. She loved him, she thought, so overwhelmingly that it was hard to think straight, hard to be certain of anything except the tumultuous feelings within her breast. She knew that the Duke was awaiting her reply, confident and sure of himself, yet a supersensitive perception told her that without revealing it, he was tense. "I am waiting for your answer, Andrina," the Duke said, and, of course, impatiently. There was again that cynical note, but she was no longer afraid of it. Clasping her hands together as if they gave her the courage she needed, she looked up at him and said in a very low voice, and yet every word was distinct, "I thank your Grace for your offer of marriage. It is very flattering, but I must decline the honour of being your wife." She drew a deep breath. Then, with her eyes on his, she said, "But because I love you, because I want more than anything else in the world to make you happy, I will come to you and belong to you as you wanted me to do the first night we met." The colour rose in Andrina's face, and it was difficult to breathe, but her eyes were still on the Duke's. She saw the whole expression on his face change. Then he said, and his voice was surprisingly hoarse, "Do you understand what you are saying?" "I understand," Andrina answered, "but because you would never believe that I was not marrying you for your title rather than for yourself, I want nothing from you except your love as a man." Her voice broke a little on the last word. The Duke did not move. It seemed as if he was turned to stone. Then, because she could not help herself, Andrina moved towards him and raised her face to his. "Please, love me," she whispered. "I love you with all of me." Very slowly, it seemed to her, the Duke's arms went round her. Then he looked down into her upturned face with an expression of wonder in his eyes, as if he could not believe what he saw. Then slowly, very slowly, his lips found hers. Just for a moment, Andrina felt a sudden fear in case the magic had gone, but it was there. The forked lightning swept through her body, a half pain, half a rapture that was beyond words, beyond expression. It was what she had felt the first time he had kissed her, and yet it was more intense, more wonderful, and so incredibly glorious. She felt that she was no longer herself, but part of him. The room whirled round her, the ceiling fell down on her head, the air was suffused with a golden blinding light that seemed to come from the sun itself. Then there was only the Duke's arms, his lips, and him in the whole world. Andrina sat in the big bed, waiting. As the maids had gone from the room after helping her undress, curtsying and murmuring, "Good night, Your Grace," she wondered if she would ever get used to being a duchess. She could hardly realize that she was in fact married, and that the Duke was her husband, and she was his wife. It was so typical of him, she thought, that he had everything planned, even down to the marriage license that he had taken from a drawer in his desk. "But I do not intend to marry you," she had protested when he showed it to her. "You will marry me," he said fiercely. "Do you think I would risk losing you, allowing other men to approach you, not having you with me both day and night?" "Then you had thought of marrying me before today?" she asked unnecessarily. "Yes." "When did you first want me as your wife?" He hesitated, and she knew that he was finding it difficult to answer her. "I had not finished kissing you in the inn." "Yet you would have been content never to see me again?" There was a pause before he answered reluctantly. "Actually, as soon as I reached London, I sent a servant to the coaching yard to make inquiries about you. He was naturally asking for a Miss Morgan. While he was doing so, Miss Maldon walked into my library." "So the kiss was wonderful for you too?" Andrina whispered. The Duke did not reply, and she continued, "You seem to despise me, and everything I did made you angry." Again there was silence, until the Duke said gruffly, "I was jealous." "Why did you not tell me so?" "You were so insistent that you hated me. It did not surprise me. It was what I expected. At the same time, I wanted you, and I did not intend to let any other man have you if I could possibly help it. So I sent away your hordes of admirers with what is vulgarly called a flea in the ear." "I have a feeling that was cheating, and not quite cricket," Andrina said. "I pay no attention to those sort of rules," the Duke replied loftily. "What I want, I take." Once again, he was trying to make himself out to be a worse character than he really was, Andrina thought, and she made no further protests when he took her off to the church, where he had already arranged for a parson to be waiting for them. Only as they reached St. George's, having driven there almost in silence, Andrina said, "You are quite certain you wish to be married. I meant it in all sincerity when I said I would stay with you without being your wife." "I know you did," the Duke said. He put out his hand, and taking her chin in his fingers, turned her face up to his. "Do you suppose you could lie to me?" he asked. "I know every expression in your eyes, every inflection in your voice." He paused and added almost violently, "I cannot live without you. That is what you want me to say, and now I have said it." Then, as if he could not help himself, he kissed her. It was only a quick touch of their lips, because the horses were drawing to a standstill, but Andrina felt the fire that raged within him, and the thrill of it made her quiver. Theirs was a very different wedding from that of Cheryl and Sharon. There was no congregation, no choir, only the organ playing very softly. The fragrance of the lilies scented the air, and the shadows outside the circle of light cast by the candles on the altar seemed to be filled with invisible witnesses. Andrina was sure that her mother was there, praying for her future happiness, and she thought that the Duke's mother was present too, wanting him to find the love he had lost when she died. On her knees, holding his hand very tightly, Andrina prayed that somehow she could break through the barriers that surrounded him. It was not going to be easy. There were years of pride and of cynicism and resentment to be broken down, but somehow, with God's help, she knew that she would manage it. "Help me, please help me," she prayed. "Do not let me think of myself or my feelings, but only of him. Show me how to make him happy, and keep me from making mistakes." As they drove away from the church, the Duke kissed her fingers, but he did not put his arms around her. It was as if the solemn sanctity of the service they had just taken part in made it difficult for both of them for the moment to feel anything but detached from the world, and they drove back almost in silence. There was a light meal waiting for them in a small room that had been hastily decorated with white flowers, and when it was finished, the Duke and Andrina sat for a long while talking. Afterwards, she could never remember what subjects they touched on. She only knew that there were poignant silences when their hearts seemed to be speaking to each other, and there was no need for words. Then, at length, she had risen from the table, realizing how late it was, and they had both had a long day. The Duke walked with her to the bottom of the staircase in the hall, and as she walked up the stairs alone, she knew that he was watching her until she disappeared. She was not sleeping in the bedroom she had used since she had first arrived at Broxbourne House, but in a beautifully decorated room overlooking the garden, which she was told the Duchesses of Broxbourne had used for generations. In it was a large bed with blue silk curtains lined with muslin falling from a carved corona of gold angels. There was a fairy tale quality about it, and the lace-edged pillows at Andrina's back were very soft. But she sat up, her back straight, her hair, in the dim light from a single candle by the bedside, seeming full of mysterious shadows as it fell over her shoulders to her waist. It seemed to her that she waited a very long time before she heard the door open, and when the Duke came into the room, he seemed larger and more overpowering than usual. Perhaps it was his velvet robe that reached to the ground, or perhaps because Andrina herself felt dwarfed by the great bed and the room, which was larger than any she had slept in before. As he came towards her, she felt her heart beating a little apprehensively, and there was a constriction in her throat that made it hard to swallow. He stood looking at her, her eyes wide and worried in her small face, and her hands clasped together in front of her on the white sheet. "You are very beautiful," he said at length. "Not as beautiful as Cheryl or Sharon." "Can you really compare yourself to your lovely but nitwitted younger sister, or Sharon, who will in a few years make a polished, sophisticated ambassadress?" "You like my face better than theirs?" "I find it impossible to look at any other woman when you are in the room." Andrina drew in her breath. He had never paid her a compliment before. "But you have so much more than a beautiful face," he said, almost as if he spoke to himself. Then he sat down facing her on the side of the bed and said in a low voice, "I am frightened, Andrina." Whatever else she had expected him to say, it was not this, and as her eyes questioned him, he said, "You have said you love me, but if I frighten you or shock you, you may hate me again, and that I could not bear." Andrina drew in her breath. Now she understood. This was not the autocratic, overwhelming Duke who was speaking, but the little boy who had had everything he ever loved taken away from him and was afraid now of losing her. This was the moment when she must pierce his defences and sweep them away, yet she felt helpless and inadequate. I have forgotten how to be gentle, if I ever knew it, the Duke went on. I have grown used to being harsh and indifferent to anyone's feelings but my own. His eyes were on her face as he added, But I care about yours. I want your love. I want it desperately. Help me, Andrina, to be as you want me to be. Suddenly, Andrina no longer felt helpless. Her heart told her what to do. She smiled, and it seemed to illuminate her whole face. Very simply, she held out her arms. You will not frighten or shock me, she said softly. I love you just as you are. I love you with all my heart, my mind, and my soul. They are all yours. There is nothing else I can give you. The Duke made a strange sound, and suddenly he bent towards her, and as she slipped backwards against the pillows, his face was hidden against her neck. Do you really mean that? He asked, and his voice was unsteady and strange, as if something had cracked within him. Then, as he held her against him so that it was hard to breathe, Andrina felt something wet against her neck. She knew in that moment that he needed her as Cheryl had done, or as one day her son would need her, and her arms went round him. She held him very close, her lips against his hair. I love you, more than I can ever tell you, she whispered, and I know there are so many marvellous things for us to do together. The Duke made no sound, but he held her tighter as Andrina went on. But first, there are so many things you have to teach me, as you have said so often. I am very foolish, and you are so wise. She gave a little sigh. When we were being married, I thought that if you were not a duke, if you had no money, I would have been able to prove more easily that I love you, because you are you. But then I realized that you had told me already how unimportant such things are. She could still feel the Duke's tears against her skin as she went on. I suddenly understood that when we are like this, it does not matter if you are a duke or a dustman. It is not important whether we are in a palace or a garret. We are just two people together, a man and a woman who must love each other, otherwise everything we did would be horrible. But instead, because I love you, it is like being in heaven. The Duke raised his head. Now, in the faint light from the candle, Andrina could see the tears on his cheeks, but there was a touch of fire in his eyes. Can I make our love seem like heaven to you, my darling? He asked. To be close to you, and when you kiss me, is very wonderful, Andrina answered. But I want to belong to you, completely. I want you to teach me about love, the love that I have for you and I think you have for me. She looked up at him and realized that there was an expression on his face that made him look younger and happier than he had ever done before. It seemed to transform him. Then he said, his voice broken and unsteady, I love and worship you, my perfect little wife. You are the most beautiful person I have ever known, and you are mine, all mine. I can never lose you, never ever let you go. You will never lose me, Andrina whispered. He was drawing her closer. His hands were wakening her body to strange sensations. His lips kindled a flame within her that echoed the fire in his eyes. Love me, darling. Love me. God knows how much I want your love. The words were repeated and repeated against her lips, her cheeks, her neck, her breasts. I love you. I adore you. She did not know if she spoke the words or they were in her mind. Then they were both lost in an inexpressible ecstasy that carried them away into a heaven of their own. Nothing the world could offer was of any consequence besides the rapture, the glory, and the wonder of love. Thanks for listening to The Husband Hunters by Barbara Cartland,